welcome back to the channel.
What's good, my niggas? What's good? What is good? We thought we was gonna start the stream with Marvel Rivals. No, sir. We're starting with a different Marvel game entirely. We playing Marvel Snap. We're playing some Marvel Snap. Actually, you know what? I might be able to get away with this. Actually, we playing some Marvel Snap today. Now, I don't care about. Oh, actually, do I care about patch notes? Uh, uh, nah. Just kind of fix it. No real changes to any characters or anything like that. What's good, Zavinci? What's good, Clips? Just open that. All right. So the last time we was on Marvel Snap, we made a whole new deck. Okay, we made a whole new deck. Now I'm tempted to take her out and switch her with something. I just don't know what I would switch her with. And in all honesty, I'm kind of waiting for a specific card to drop. Let me actually see if I can. I wonder if I can look up when the card will drop. Let's look up. I said Ni Hao. Yeah, Fractured Frontier. Okay, so the last time we were here, I bought this card, right? Or I bought like the battle pass thing that got me this card and this card, okay? And then I just feel like I can't hear the game. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. And so, you know, actually, if I do it like, you know what? I don't care. If I do it like this, we get. Okay, so I did something that allowed me to buy this card, okay? And I just got this card today. I'm not gonna lie. I spent an abnormal amount of money to get this fucking card. I'm gonna be honest with you. I shouldn't have did it, but I had to, because if I didn't, time would have passed and it would have went away and I wouldn't have been able to buy the card, all right? So I had to buy it before the card disappeared, all right? Don't judge me. Now, the new card that replaced this card over here in the shop area, okay, is this bitch. I don't want this shit, okay? This don't do nothing for me in the deck I want, okay? I don't want this card. The card I do want, I'm finna show y'all. I'm gonna pull it up on the side. The card I do want is this nigga right here. This guy, okay? This guy right here. I want this card really, really badly. And based on the pattern, okay, so we got the new characters, all right? So first it was her that I could buy, and then it was him, and now it's her, okay? But I don't want her. She don't do nothing for me. I want him. He's what I need, okay? He's gonna finish the deck, okay? But I gotta wait like a week. So basically, like this time next week, I should have this card, okay? And I'll update y'all, right? The reason I want this card is because its effect is really good. On reveal, -1 power for each enemy card here. So basically, at the most, he starts out with 8 power. At the most, he could lose 4. So he would just be another 4 cost card or a 4 power card, like these two, right? Or this one, right? So it's not really like a crazy loss if I play him at an area full of other cards, right? But if I play him in an empty space, he doesn't lose any power, right? But at the same exact time, if I play him in an area with, or if I play him, where'd he go? Where the fuck did he go? Oh, okay. If I play him the same turn I draw him, instead of losing power, he would gain power instead. So I could potentially gain a max of 4 power as opposed to losing 4 power, right? And let's just say, you know, the area has 2 cards. That's still plus 2 power. That's 10 power right there. That's a 10 power card off rip if I played him the same turn I drew him. That's the benefit right there. That's the benefit. So by next time, by next week, this time, I should have this card, okay? I'm gonna keep y'all updated. He looks clean as fuck. I can't cap. Red Wolf, I'm not gonna lie. After like doing like a very, very quick search on this actual character, I might have to make a character, not necessarily based around him, but like basically based around him at the same time, or like do some sort of Native American based talent. I feel like I'm not tapping into my full potential in that area. But outside of that, so he's right here. I think if I do get the, or what, not even if, when I do get the new Red Hulk card, I'm gonna replace him with this card right here, and then we'll have 5 Fractured Frontier cards in this deck, okay? It seems that chat is on bullshit today. Anyway, let me get rid of that. Now I might get rid of this card because these 2 cards have the same effect, right? So he starts in your opening hand, so he's a guaranteed card to get, right? But she'll always get drawn on turn 2, right? So she's also a guaranteed card, and that benefits this because his effect is when the game starts, he grants all of the cards in the deck quick draw Thanos loads again, right? So when we first got this card, we learned that quick draws effects are effects that happen at the same turn you draw them, right? So this is her standard effect, but if you play her the same turn you drew her, she does this instead, right? So it says give cards in your hand that are 5 cost or more -1 cost, right? So I play this at a different turn that I didn't draw her, and if he's in my hand, he would become a 4 cost instead of a 5 cost, right? But if I play her at the same turn I drew her, every card in my hand just gets -1 cost, right? What's up, Rainbow? So that's what a quick draw effect is, right? And having these 2 basically guarantee a card is played. No, we just started. Guarantee a card is played at the start of the game, right? Basically. So, and then there's 6 turns unless I play Magic, and that's 7 turns. But the reason I wouldn't want her is because there might be more benefit from getting any one of these other cards, right? Drawing any one of these other cards, right? Especially like him or, you know, her, right? Even Nico has like really good early game potential, right? So I don't know if I want the guaranteed turn 2 draw off with her anymore. Especially if more often than not, I'm just going to play him turn 1. And the reason I have both of these cards here is because the quick draw effect for them is Thanos loads again. And loading would add one of these shots, you know, these like Infinity Stone shots to his, I guess, I'm not even sure how to describe it, but like in the game, it literally looks like a revolver type of load, right? So if I play any of the cards that I draw on the same turn I draw them, he loads, right? And he'll get one of these shots, right? That's good for him because I can play him first turn every game and get a guaranteed shot. So he starts the game with 1 shot, and then that basically gives me another shot at the very start of the game. That same thing applies to her on the second turn, but she doesn't have this same level of like overall benefit that I could get from any one of these cards. Like a Koye, if I draw her on turn 2, I can play her, get the benefit from playing her with her normal effect, which is give every card in your deck +1 power. So that means every card just gets in 1 more power, right? He goes from 3 to 4, he goes from 8 to 9, which is really good, right? That's some really good effect. But she kind of ruins some of that draw potential, right? Some of that draw potential. So I have to find a card that I can replace her with. And in theory, right, like I would replace the Red Hulk card that I'm gonna try and get next week with this one, right? Like, so he'll be gone out and I'll have another card or the new card there, but I still need something here to kind of properly balance out it and maximize the whole deck's potential, right? We can try and look at some right now, if I'm being honest with you. I don't really know. I would want to keep it in that 2-cost range, but a lot of the 2-cost cards are very theme oriented and none of them are that great, right? Like, does she still work the same? Okay, so she'd be +3 power if we play her in the middle. That's not bad. That shit sucks. Like, add a sinister clone here at the same, like, that shit sucks. Like, you know, what does he do? Both sides here are full +6. Like, that shit ass, bro. Like, some of these cards just suck, bro. They don't give no value. And then she wouldn't be a bad card, but it's like the moment you play her at an area, you almost want to play cards around her so that now she has the potential to have was it 3 more power, which would bring her from 3 to 6, right? And like, that's cool and all, but like if I get her too late, the power potential isn't all the way there, bro. So like, I mean, I guess, because even if I play her later on, let's just say I put her, okay, let's just say this is the field, right? And I have a card here and I have a card here, and then I put this card here, that still leaves me 1 card to place to gain some value from her ability. But like, I don't know, man. That shit just not it for me. Like, I don't know. It just don't hit. I just gotta find something or wait for something. Honestly, this little nigga not that bad if I'm being honest with you. So like, we can move him anywhere we want to one time, and nothing can stop him from being moved, which isn't that bad. And if we don't, honestly, you know what? I'm gonna increase this little border. I'm gonna try and get it to max, and then she's getting replaced with this fucking shark. Okay, we gonna replace her with this shark. I think that's the plan, because then he's a guaranteed draw, and then I get what, like 2 other cards, 3 other cards. So let's just say like I get all 3s and then draw 1 more. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. All right, I think that's the plan. I'm gonna play a couple games. I'm not gonna lie. I was playing earlier. I managed to get to diamond. I was in platinum. I managed to get to diamond. I'm trying to get to vibranium so I can get 500 credits. If I'm really like that, we can get all the way to infinite, but this game be hoeing. And then it's like the higher you get, the better people are, and I don't feel like playing with all that competition. Let me actually I'll just leave it like this and keep the background music on. Yeah. W Gamer. I didn't mean to miss over your comment. You said life of a gamer spending money on games we probably shouldn't. Okay, so this is what I was talking about, right? So I low-key wish I had an extra energy, but see, like, I just drew cards that I can't play this turn, but him, I can, right? I can immediately put him down every single opening turn. That is great potential. I kind of wanted him to give me another shot, but that's okay. Draw a card. Are y'all cool without hearing the game's background music? It's not, or the game music. It's not that crazy. I'm not. I mean, that would be. Could do. Actually, she's better. You see what I mean? Like, I'd rather play her over her because she adds more value, right? This is exactly what I was talking about. And then she gets put in another location because of this, the what are these called? Stage, field, map, location. Because of the location effect, and now we get double the value as opposed to just the single value. Because yeah, she has 1 less power, but she just granted every other card in our deck +2 power, right? Like, that's amazing. Okay. So we have magic here. Again, she can make it from 6 turns to 7 turns. So we want to play her about turn 5 and see if we can get some other value. Low key, we want to play this to play into the deck's potential. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play him right here, and then next turn we're gonna play him. We're gonna play him next turn. Now he's gonna get, well, 1+1 power for every card in our hand. So he'll get 4 power, and then he's gonna get +2 off this ability right here. Give the next card you play +2 power, right? And I'm gonna play him, I'm thinking right here. Ooh, this is a good card though. Ooh. That's unfortunate. Ooh. She's gonna reduce the cost not in the hand. I still want to play him. Or should I? Should I go for this play? And then we can... She would reduce the cost twice. I feel like it would be not smart to not play her. Then she's gonna appear at another location. Oh, but it's not gonna hit the reveal. That's okay though. Okay, so we want to play him this. We want to play him this turn, but we're actually gonna play her. And then since we can play more than one card, let's go ahead and play. He's gonna get what plus? So that's gonna be +3. Actually, let's play these two here. Let's play these two. Yeah, like that. We'll do it like that. So she's gonna change that effect. Okay, yeah, this is actually really good. So we're gonna play him. Wait, can we? Okay, so I'm gonna play him here, and that's gonna give us another card somewhere else, right? I don't think he'll be able to shoot, but it's fine. So then what we want to do is we want to play. We want to see which shots we have. So this is what I was talking about earlier. I think the only one we don't have is this one, which is the one I actually really wanted. So we want to play him. I want to play him here, so that guarantees us this shot. Ah, he retreated. Let's go. Let's go. Look at that. Look at that. So I was gonna play him. His ability was gonna go into effect. It doesn't really matter what would have happened here. We would have loaded the last shot for Thanos. We would have played Thanos right here. Thanos would have destroyed Iron Man because of the Soul Shot. Destroy the weakest enemy card here. That would be the Iron Man because it has. Well, actually, it might have destroyed the Ironheart, which isn't good, low key. I didn't think about that. Low-key didn't think about that. But either way, that still would have been +10 power, which would have put us at 24 instead of 14. And then the location effect would have put this card over here, which would have guaranteed us to win anyway, you know? Now, I could have played him. I just think it was better. Like, it was just genuinely better to play the Psylocke card as opposed to him. Is that shit not clean, bro? That shit clean as hell. I got my handy dandy energy drink to the side. I got strawberry kiwi today. Okay, what do we start with? Okay, we start with him in our opening hand. That's not bad. How y'all feel about Marvel Snap gameplay? That shit cool? Okay, so we go ahead and play both of these. Just play all of those. No way. No way he has the same freaking card. But does he have the same deck though? We have to see. Sometimes you run into people who actually have the same theme deck as you, right? But it's I guess less common for me, but it's almost even more scary because not many people use the decks that I use, right? A lot of people use like more the other common decks such as move and discard or destroy. I think destroy might be the most common, but I've seen a lot of discard decks too. Right? And then see we're already at 5, bruh. Just one more and we'll get 4. Or 4? I mean 6. Whoops. Stature. Costs 1 if your opponent discarded a card this game. Probably not. And then we're gonna play her here. Honestly, it's just better. Okay, so the fact that this game is so funny. So the locations, they can like really make or break if you win or lose, and then also depending on your opponent's deck, right? So he just used Moon Knight. On reveal, discard even costed card from each player's hand. So he did that, and that benefited the card we got from this location, right? Which is cost 1 if your opponent discarded a card this game. So that's just gonna stay the entire time, right? So we want to play into that, and we'll probably do something like this to guarantee us this spot right here, right? And we probably won't have to worry about this location for the next 2 turns, okay? This is crazy. I wonder if this will still work or not. Probably not. Who knows? What's next? Okay, he just destroyed that card. That kind of sucks. Okay, okay, so we're gonna play both of these anyway. Oh, okay, so it does still take effect. That's kind of crazy. It's gonna turn into a demon though. So that's gonna change it from 6. He's at least gonna give the hand 2+ power. So we can play both of these next turn because of the cost. Sorry, with 4 and a 2. So we can play both of these next turn. So we'll probably put him like over here. Right? Ooh, okay, so he played a magic. So now it's turn. Now it's gonna be 7 turns instead of 6. Okay. Okay. I'm not really sure what his strategy is. I can't lie to you. I almost want to play Thanos right here just so I can guarantee we win this spot more, but I also want to see if I can wait on that low key. Actually, you know what? Since we have all 6 shots, I'll say fuck it. We play that card right there. Let's play a Koye right here. There's a very specific reason I'm doing that too. Destroy that. That's fine. Oh, we don't got no cards left. Okay, so she's our last card. How many cards he got? He still has 3 cards left. Okay. So the reason I did that was because we had all 6 shots, which means that Thanos with this one is movable, right? And he got 1+ power. So 1+ and movable next turn. So if I want to move him somewhere, I can. So I'm gonna move him over here So we gave him +2 power from this location, and we're gonna move him over here to guarantee this spot. And then we're gonna put her, honestly, we could put him here. I think I want to, we could fortify this location with her, and then maybe move him over here. And we'll just see what happens, okay? Perfect, perfect, perfect victory. Perfect victory. Perfect victory. We getting up there in the ranks. We at 65. We're at 65. Am I cooking, chat? Am I cooking? I can't tell. It feels like it. We're halfway there. I have other things to do, so I'm gonna leave it right there though. But how y'all feel about Marvel Snap? Is it cool? Is Marvel Snap cool on the channel? Y'all like see me play this game? I love this game. I can't lie to you. It introduces you to so many characters from Marvel, and at the same time, you just get to like play a unique style game, you know? And then there's like cool variant versions of like the characters, like Thanos with a freaking gun. This is clean as hell. I'm finna base a character off this dude. I can't cap. Or like Jane Foster with a freaking Mjolnir type gun. Like this shit clean as hell. But yeah. I'm gonna leave it right here though. I'm gonna leave it right there. And that's just gonna be that. Because I want to react to Nara's video that came out a couple 8 days ago. It's like almost a week ago, bro. I want to react to that. I want to record it and I want to upload it for Friday, depending on the conversation. Now, of course, I already have my own version, I guess, of this conversation, right? But I did stop in the stream that Nara did I did stop in the stream that Nara did where he talked about this for a little bit, right? But I didn't hear everything. So, and this is just part one because the stream was probably really long. So I was hoping to have like a couple more videos to react to in terms of this, so we could have like do all or more of the parts in one video. But it's fine, I guess. It's fine. We'll just react to this one, upload it Friday, and then that'll be that. Yeah, I guess chat's just gonna, I'm assuming it's connected to the, I'm assuming it's connected to like the last stream we did, which is weird. I don't know why it does that, and I don't really care right now. Different style looks clean. Yeah, the game's fun, bro. I can't lie. The only thing about it is like it's really expensive. Like it's really expensive. And it's almost like the things you're paying, you're like what you're buying. It might come like into play later because it's a card game, right? But it's like what you really want is almost stuck behind something else, and then the paywall for that thing as a whole is really fucking high, bro. It's like, damn, dude, can I catch a break? Can my pockets catch a break? Y'all don't want to know how much I spent just to get that card, bro. Y'all don't want to know. It's not like it was crazy, but it was crazy at the same time. But yeah. Marvel Snap, cool as hell. Y'all thought I was gonna play Rivals though, ha? Switching it up on y'all. I can't let y'all know my next move. You can't know what to expect. That was 2 on-stream victories, by the way. On stream. Somebody quit, and somebody else just had a very bad deck composition, and we got the dub. I can't let y'all know my next move, though. Let me turn my headset on. I got the video pulled up. I'm gonna take my glasses off. And then we're gonna get into today's reading after we react to this. I had to get some lip balm. My lips was chapped as fuck. Honestly, they still a little chapped. I can't cap. I can't cap. Shout out Marvel Snap, sponsor me. Low key, if I want any game to sponsor me, I'd be perfectly fine if it was that game. Sponsor me. I don't know why my headset's sitting there. It's on. I'm wilding. Take my glasses off. It's not connecting. I don't know why you act like you couldn't connect to the freaking PC, man. Okay, we got 90% charge. That's good enough. I just don't want him to die like last time. Also, the reason I didn't play Rivals at the start is because we're gonna play Rivals all day tomorrow. So we might as well just like chill and play a different game. Also Marvel, just a different vibe to it. But let's get into this. Let's get into this right here. Bam. Let me go ahead and pause that. Let's turn that off. Turn this on. I'm 50-50. I like strategic games. Just sometimes can get boring, but play the game you love. I'm gonna love the concept the same. Oh, such a real nigga response. What a guy. Armageddon, this one. Okay, so let me test if this audio comes
Welcome
through.
back to the channel. Keep me on space.
Okay, good, because the other time that shit was acting like it didn't want to play. What's up, Nara? We're finna react to Code Archives Live. You said this not editing discussion piece? Oh, like you didn't edit it? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? I'm gonna add my 2 cents or 3 cents, or I'm gonna add no cents. I'm gonna add no cents. If I have nothing of value to add, I promise nobody's gonna see this video. It's only gonna be on stream. But if I have a couple cents to add, we can upload it. We can upload it. It's 39 minutes. That means we're probably gonna get about at least hour, maybe hour 30 worth of content if I have a lot to speak on, in addition to what is being said here. But if not, who knows? I haven't hit the record button yet, so. Can y'all tell the energy drink is working? Can y'all tell? Real quick, let me look at YouTube Studio. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oopsies. Okay, now I'm just fucking up. There's a whole lot going on over here right now. My goodness. Okay, there's that. Okay, let's go. Now let's click here. Do like this. There we go. Oh, and I was editing that Twin Star Exorcist video earlier. I'm halfway through the audio portion for Sagan. No, for Tenma. I'll probably edit some more off stream or after stream, not off stream. Duh. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. The channel don't really feel like it's really in tune with the longer form content, but I don't really care though. Better sit there and watch, nigga. You know how much? You know how many? How like cool it is to just throw on a Jay the God tier video and just listen while you do work? I do it all the time. I'm my favorite YouTuber, seriously. All right, let me get this recording going. Let me lock in. What is good, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Today, we're going to react to another one of Code Archives' videos. Armageddon War is Here, Part 1, Ordeal Webtoon Reaction. Y'all make sure y'all go check out this video for yourself. I'm going to have it linked in the description and at the end card of this video. So far, Nara is being very, very generous with allowing us to siphon off some of his content. But again, make sure y'all check out his stuff for yourself. Leave a comment on the video. Tell him I sent you. Now, every time we react to Nara, there's always some additional value we can add from our perspective. So let's go ahead, watch the video, and see what value we can add to this reaction and video as well. Of course, I do have my own talking points for the map itself, which is a video in and of itself. I'm gonna put that in the iCard right here in the top right. Make sure y'all go check that video out as well. But after this one, let's see what Nara has to say. I'm pretty excited. I've been holding off on this one. I've been holding off, all right? I've been trying to let this one brew. It's part one, and he said it was unedited, so it's just gonna be raw footage from the stream this came from, right? I was hoping to get part two in the same stream session, but we just gonna record this one, watch this one, react to it, see what we have to say, see what he has to say, and we just gonna wait for part two to come out, chat. But without further ado, let's go.
Welcome back to the channel. Keeping Your Space Cadets is the leader of the Cosmic Armada and librarian of Cold Archives, Wolf Nara, back to bring you another ordeal discussion. But Brent dropped the map recently, indicating a ton of things. As a YouTuber for ordeal, it's my job to break things down for you guys so that way we can properly not only theorize what could we see in ordeal, but also have that nice discussion between myself and the people here with me live. This may be a video later, this may not be a video later. It all kind of just depends on how I cover the subject matter. I'm gonna keep the stream up just in case you guys want to view it nonetheless. But the first thing about the map itself is that we see Thanatos has a big hold on Russia. I know during one of Dre's streams I said, well, we could possibly have Ch7 be in Russia as Russia's god tier, since he'll be a Kimia who will be able to completely survive that cold climate due to his adaptability.
He did say that. He did say that. I don't remember which stream it was though. I think it might have been. It couldn't have been the stream where I talked about the map. I think it was one of the reactions. I'm not entirely sure though, but he did say that. And his reasoning was because, well, I mean, he just said it in the video, but it's because, like Bjorn, Tevin is one of the few characters, outside of Shay, of course, who have been kind of seen and is more so implied to be able to withstand those like colder and environmental type of climates, right? In theory, Tevin could make like a polar bear hide and kind of endure those colder climates as well if he really needed to, but um at a base, Tevin is already pretty like elementally durable. He can withstand Shay's temperatures. So, and that's in Lionhide and Rhinohide, even though in season 2 Shay does learn to control his flames. But in War State, even though he's controlling and keeping his heat internal, he still has to battle alongside somebody like Bjorn who can handle being around him, right, at those hotter temperatures. Because remember, when Shay went to bring Tevin to Jamie, he landed and Jamie's like, these flames are hotter than even when my father had them, basically. So for Tevin to even be around a fatigued War State Shay is a feat in and of itself, by the way. In Lionhide, no less, because Lionhide is less durable than Rhinohide. Remember that. So we can kind of compare Tevin's elemental resistance to somebody like Bjorn, because even Bjorn is able to endure being around Shay in War State, right? Which we see in, of course, his fight, or before they actually face off against Veal, specifically before Bjorn faces off against him, right? But we also see it, I think, in the episode where Bjorn is training Shay, and Shay creates the very first iteration of Tomas, where his very hide is stated to be what's keeping him alive, right? Or I think he says if they weren't Kimyo, they would die. So they have a natural higher resistance to those elemental type of effects, right? And we can just kind of naturally translate that to somebody like Tevin, right? Though I think there might be another instance where Bjorn kind of mentions some sort of resistance to Shay's flames, but everything I just said before we can semi translate it to Tevin, and it would make sense as to why Nara believed that somebody like Tevin could be in Russia for a GT type of location, right? Um, but yes, but let's see what he's gonna say about it because it's clearly he has to change his mind unless somehow Brent actually does put Tevin in Russia, even if it's only for a little moment, right?
Here says he'll be a Kimio who will be able to completely survive that cold climate due to his adaptability passive portion of his talent. But as you can see, I was completely wrong. Then we have the aspect of us getting those huge fights, the three major battles that we may get in season 4. Now Trinidad is still on the table. The U.S. seems to be fine.
Pause real quick. Rainbow said, "Do you think the ether in Shay's body will activate in the eye of time after all? It is a talent sensory organ and he can only pour it into the body." That's a pretty good question if I'm being honest with you. I want to say no. I want to say no because we don't technically know exactly how the eye of time functions, if it functions like a sort of Uchiha Sharingan type of rules, or if it's kind of more of just a talent that is still bound to the soul. It just shows up in the eye, potentially like Reed, potentially. We don't really know how it works. I think you could go that route, but I don't think you would want to because it devalues the explanation we got for Shay's body, right? So instead of Shay being able to pour Thanatos chi into any talent he does acquire, he it should just be a simple explanation as to what Ilios said during season 3, where there's just room for more talents to exist in Shay's body, which is I think what Brand is trying to go for more than not, because I feel like if you could pour more chi into the Eye of Time through the Thanatos body, not only would it devalue the explanation we got, but it would make that talent itself even more busted, which they basically said would be a problem if Shay could do that with Ilios Chi, right? But he can't. So I don't think you would want to do it, and I don't think Brant will do it. I think there is also the fact that you could almost somehow argue that Thanatos Chi not only would empower the talent, but may somehow take away the drawback of the like physical strain on the body, right? You could say something like that, but I don't really think so. We know that Shay keeps his eye closed. We don't know why yet. I do think it might be like Uchiha rules to where he, specifically with Kakashi, he just can't, I guess, deactivate the Eye of Time. So he keeps it closed in an attempt to not have its ability active, if that makes sense. But in the grand explanation, I would say no. What's next after you finish Soul Leader? Will you read some indie manga like from Shrine Comics, or do you have your next read in mind? Yeah, I'm gonna read. Shit, I was just thinking about it. Hold on. I'm gonna read Hitman Reborn, and then after that, I'm gonna read Magi. Back to the reaction though.
Fights, the three major battles that we may get in season 4. Now Trinidad is still on the table. The U.S. seems to be fine. However, in this picture right here in particular, I want to talk about first the army that Thanatos has at his disposal at this current point in time, because
Oh, one thing I want to say real quick, semi in relation to the map itself, semi in relation to Nara. In Nara's video where he talks where me and him collab and we talk about conflict scaling, I mentioned India. I mentioned a fight potentially being in India, right? Like I think it was about the the map, like the battleship type of art piece, and I say like let's just say this battle like takes place near the waters of India and then it moves somewhere else. I basically predicted this, bro. I literally said that. And now, as we can see, it says enemy controlled port in India, and we know the port goes from here to right here where the blockade is at a different picture, bro. I might have some crazy type of foresight. I can't lie to you. I can't lie.
But Thanatos, me that Thanatos has at his disposal. However, in this picture right here in particular, I want to talk about first the army that Thanatos has at his disposal at this current point in time. Because when Thanatos was revived, he was revived at his weakest form. He was so weak to the point that after what 8 months, 9 months, that he was willing to consume his own soldiers just so that way he can grow strong enough to be able to go out and gain more chi. So with him taking over Russia, which we have a huge population that is always dedicated to their cause. Okay, so if we take into account season one and how the army of the dead that Thanatos has at his disposal at that time is comprised of soldiers who went against Thanatos' will. That will also mean that that red portion should be relative to not only the people who are alive, but also the army that Thanatos is growing through the people that he's fighting. So we should see a lot of like dead soldiers and zombies and
Okay, this is interesting because I always wondered if Brent would reuse the zombie idea in season one with Thanatos, and since we do have Thanatos and it's not um what is his name? It's not Abel in control, it's Thanatos. So I do agree that it's possible that some of this territory isn't just like Thanatos Kimyos and people on his side. It's not just, strong individuals in those territories occupying it like as if they were god tier. It might genuinely be Kimyos and humans alike who are dead and have now been reused through the soul energy that we witnessed in season one as well. That could be kind of interesting. And honestly, I think I would want to see that more than anything else because I think, and this kind of goes back into the conflict scaling video. I think you would almost want to have basically a sort of Titans, Titan generals, and zombies conflict with like the humans and like 150 members, right? So, for example, all of this territory is Thanatos's. Let's just say all of this area is just littered with like zombie controlled Thanatos corpses. It would be kind of interesting to see on these border areas humans and like empowered humans with facing off, I mean, against those zombies, right? And we don't really see like how that fight plays out for the humans in terms of like do they get to like do does it is it really zombie rules to where they can actually just take out their heads and the reanimated corpses fall, right? We don't get to see that. We just know that them niggas end up losing. So it would be kind of interesting if Brent did go that route and did use that concept again. And then it's not just the concept being used, it's a big battle um that you could say either led to this territory becoming red, or you could say that the humans found a way to make sure that the territory doesn't become more red, right? Through the zombies and through their now understanding of suppressing them, right? I think that'd be kind of interesting. Would that be the case with Jin? Would they be like zombie clones? No, it's different because think of Jin is more of an actual clone, if that is the case. Whereas what we saw in season one is literally just reanimated corpses, right? Jin seems to have a consciousness, a will, a soul. Not sure how that works. A soul. I'm like he has actual the capacity to be a living and proper entity. Whereas what we see in season one is just basically The Walking Dead, but in Ordeal, right? That's basically what we got. But let's keep going.
things like that in those areas that's governed by Thanatos, right? Now, in season one, we also get another thing with Cain, which was the previous vessel of Thanatos, in regards to how they were unable to track him. We see Thanatos is also starting to gain multiple islands, which means he's now going to have different hiding spots just in case they do catch on to his plans like they did with Cain before. Just going to show that he's starting to take a little bit more precaution in regards to the way that he is moving around the world. Yes, he had the Morning Stone so he can teleport, but it seems that one big thing about Thanatos is selfishness with Chi in regards to him feeling like he can consume other people's souls and kill people in order to make himself stronger, whether it's humans or people who was willing to die following his belief of a chemio populated world to some degree, because at the very least I think that belief is more centered towards Val rather than Thanatos. Thanatos would rather be reigned as a god, and of course you need a population for that, while Val wants to see that more on the smaller scale and don't want to be considered a god. He just wants to have a world populated by Chemio. Now, with him taking over the Eastern world, we have Russia, who's a big holder of nuclear weapons. We have
Quick pause, and I really want to know what he's going to say about the nuclear weapons. You think the three Shays fighting in the building trailer could be some of the dead? They don't look all that decaying, but could be possible. I don't think so.
back in season one when Kagaya was introduced that step one of the plan was to acquire nuclear weapons, and then we have in season
Wait,
three to acquire back in season one when Kagaya was introduced that step one of the plan was to acquire nuclear weapons, and then we have in season three where he
hold up.
acquired Basher, who's a big holder of nuclear weapons. We have back in season one when Kagaya was introduced that step one of the plan was to acquire nuclear weapons, and
I
then
need
we
to fact check that. I need to fact check that. I know what he's about to say about season three in regards to nuclear weapons. I don't remember if in season one nuclear weapons are mentioned. Okay, I think Kage is introduced in like episode. Maybe like 18? Because this is where they're testing Rokash. And this is where he says, okay, right here. Perhaps we should have sent a larger number of Titans, Master. No, Kaguya, I have no expectation for them to emerge victorious. This is simply a field test to determine the strength of our test subjects. Who better than the Egyptian Kimyo himself? Okay, so not that part. Okay, wait, right here. He says, oof, what a waste of parts. Age has not dimmed you, Rampersad, no matter. All Titans are replaceable. You will proceed to test that group of boys next, Kaguya. Careful, they are led by the Sunfire's kin. Yes, my lord. And then obviously he said the technology doesn't exist. Um, I'm trying to find where like Kaguya, or I think it's Veil is like on the phone with Kaguya or something like that, right? Kaguya is actually really funny, bro. I can't lie. When Kaguya is introduced, he's just funny, bro. I'm trying to find the part that would even allude to what Nara's saying. I just don't know if it's mentioned anywhere, or if I just don't know the specific episode it would be mentioned in, right? Because when Kage is introduced, unless I'm like missing the part where Kage would be introduced like sooner than what I know, um, he doesn't really allude to anything until after Andrea kills Grimdora, and then Shay and Anton come back and he fights them for a quick moment, right? Okay, how about we have a little chat before you go all butt crap and kill me too? If you listen, I'll even tell you why I'm here. Okay, so this must be the next episode then. Um, okay, you said, Rainbow said, would it be a crazy statement to say all the way from chapter 46, Brent art looked a little bit better? Not saying season 3 was bad or anything. I just like that art style. And it must be, I'd say it's a personal thing. I prefer season 2/season 3 art style than season 1. Uh, yeah, he says, besides, you can't touch me anyway, not unless I allow it. Uh, maybe the one directly responsible for the terror attacks. Okay, Andrea wilding out. Code's most wanted. Kagi the Shepherd. Former rank 102 who went missing. Yeah, I don't know what Nara's talking about with that one. I can't lie. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what episode that would be. From what I'm looking at least when Kage is truly introduced, I don't really see a mention of nuclear weapons. I know he's probably gonna bring up season 3 because season 3 has a clear mention of nuclear weapons like 2 or 3 times. Um First, I have heard all your questions, and yes, my master and I are the creators of the Titans. They are simply instruments to achieve our greater purpose. You see, there is much this world has done wrong since the very beginning. Centuries of disorder, years of unbalance. We simply seek to correct the errors of the past. Oh, there it is. By waging a nuclear war against humanity. There it is. That's what he was talking about, okay? That's what he's talking about, okay. Outside of that, he doesn't really talk about nukes in any way. But yes, that's what he's talking. That's what Nara's talking about. And I'm gonna show the panel on screen just to confirm, right? Just so like everybody knows what I'm talking about. This is what Nara's talking about here by waging a nuclear war against humankind. And the reason they're doing that is because in season 3, it's found out that Kimyos, at least stronger Kimyos, which is the type of Kimyos that Thanos and Veil want, can endure and survive in those nuclear radiated areas. We see that in episode 128, all the Kimyos, after Shade destroys Shinjuku, all the Kimyos around can survive in that nuclear spilled area, right? So it makes sense that Kaguya specifically says they want to wage a nuclear war, right? On humankind because humans cannot survive in that environment. And weaker Kimyos can't either because even Anton Vatic and what's his name? Oh, Anton and Vatic can stand around Kofi, who is a natural radiation conductor, but somebody like Nico, who is stated by basically Hondro to have no combat capabilities, to be seen as basically only slightly above a normal human, right? In terms of real capabilities as a whole, can't even be teleported to where Kofi is at because she would die. So it makes sense that Kaguya mentions it in season 1, and it makes sense that it's brought back up in season 3. So let's go back and see what Nara says in totality, right?
Smaller scale and don't want to be considered a god. He just wants to have a world populated by Kimia. Now, with him taking over the Eastern world, we have Russia, who's a big holder of nuclear weapons. We have back in season 1 when Kagaya was introduced that step 1 of the plan was to acquire nuclear weapons. And then we have in season 3 where he says that the nuclear weapons themselves have already been acquired. So if we have a situation like we had with the parliament in Trinidad where Thanatos already had people stationed in these locations or in higher positions in these locations, then it'll make sense that those government officials will turn against the people themselves in order to self-sustain themselves and be able to be a part of this new world, right?
which makes
Now,
sense.
what would that lead the people who essentially rebels against Thanatos? They would essentially be added to his army. So not only will he be able to absorb their souls for nourishment, Vaal should also be able to absorb the blood comparable to that as well. So
Ooh,
that way we see Vaal in a stronger condition
wait a
than
minute. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. Okay, let's before we get to that subject. So, yes, we basically had Trinidad as an example of a country already aligned with Thanatos betraying its people and showing that they are on the side of evil as opposed to good, right? Or justice, however you want to look at it, right? So you could say that in some of these other countries, that thing is already taking place. And we know that's possible not just because of what happened in Trinidad, but because Kaguya was able to purchase Goro from his family, right? So anybody who's greedy enough can be bought by Kaguya and Veal and Thanatos, right? So, and you'd wonder kind of like why a government official would do that when they make a certain amount of money. Clearly, these niggas have bread, bro. Clearly, Veal, and especially because Veal's a vampire type of character, who in vampires are more often than not always considered to be rich, right? So clearly, Veal has amassed a wealth that can help develop crazy scientific technology and to where certain individuals and certain things can simply be bought, right? So it makes sense that some of these countries may have been bought, right? They may have been bought, and the people in those higher positions, they take the money and now they are simply working under Thanatos, right? They are still leading their people, but under Thanatos' regime, which makes sense, right? Because that's basically what we have with Trinidad as the first example in season 2, right? Moving on to what Nara's saying about Thanos' power and Val's blood, on top of the people now under under Thanatos' regime, you could say that there are almost like I don't want to call them internment camps, but like there are little situations across all these nations where certain people are probably just being trafficked and just tossed to Thanatos, right? Healthy individuals who have stronger souls. Thanatos is just taking them, empowering himself, and the blood, the same way that in season 3 we saw that Thanatos killed the soldiers, took their souls to empower himself. Veal is going to take the blood of those people who are still alive for the time that they have, or not necessarily alive, but the body still being like just fresh from death, still having blood in its system. Veal's going to take that blood and he's going to gain all of his power back, right? So it takes Veal 200 years to recharge his what was that technique called? Not blood moon. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Somebody will put it in chat. But as we saw in season 3, the recharge time for Veal to get back to anywhere close to peak condition is simply non-existent. It just takes a large amount of blood, right? And I want to just say that Veal was about halfway back to his physical condition. Um, but we don't really know. Brent never gave us blood sacrifice. Thank you, Nara. Um, we never got a full confirmation. I just want to say 50, just because it feels like a generous thing to say. It doesn't feel disingenuous to every character involved if we just say Vale's at about 50% of his full power, right? But with the blood that can come from all of the people from these nations in all this red covered territory, they all truly can go back to a season 2 level of condition to where he won't have blood sacrifice because the recharge time is years, but at the very least he has the same amount of power that was stated to be equal to Ilios in season 2, right? So when we see Veal again and he finally is defeated, it won't feel bad because yes, he was hindered in season 2 and yes, he was hindered by Lewis in season 3, but at the very least his actual chi and his amount of blood he produces will better compare to what happened when we saw him fight Bjorn in season 2, right? And then when he inevitably falls, it won't feel like, wow, they couldn't kill him. They had to kill him at his weakest, right? So that wouldn't be true. Yes, he was weakened, but he's still going back to near perfect condition, right? If you want to put it in percentages, even though Lewis gave him a permanent source of pain, Vial's regeneration and blood intake should basically put him at anywhere from like 90 to 95% peak condition, bro. Basically, right? And if you want to include blood sacrifice as actual peak Vial, then you could just say 80 to 85 condition, right? That's not as nerfed as he was when he fought Lewis, right? So I think that's a really good point, and I truly did not consider that possibility. But let's keep going.
What we seen him was able to absorb the blood comparable to that as well. So that way we see Val in a stronger condition than what we seen him in season 3. Because man, Val was weakened to the point where even Lewis himself was able to hurt Val, even if it was a it was something that he experienced through Val corrupting his blood. Right now, I do want to look at chat because they are saying some things. You feel me? So they're saying that because again, my geography terrible. I'm the astrophysicist guy. I'm not the geography guy. You feel me? So he says we got Indonesia. He took Malaysia. He took the Philippines. He took Russia, which is the headquarters for Thanatos, which makes sense because he had a headquarters as came in Germany. So it makes sense that he would center his forces back around that portion of the world itself. Then he
True.
said, they said Saudi Arabia not getting yoinked is scratching, is making Kleps basically wonder. And for me personally, that makes a lot of
Was that would be somewhere over here? I'm thinking more so here or here. My geography isn't that great either, so
sense because yeah, he could essentially take the resources from Saudi Arabia, but it will only diminish the relationship, or which will also diminish the ability for him to gain more resources from oil and things like that from Saudi Arabia. So it makes more sense that he's not able to take that particular place just yet if we take into account the resources that is needed to fund these vehicles and things like that, these airplanes, because we know he had like a cargo plane back in season 1 of Kane. So if we assume that Cole wasn't able to find each individual Thanatos location and throughout the world, since God says he still has millions of followers, then it'll make sense. He not only invaded the parliament, but we get a similar situation with Jose, where we have Titan generals or captains going to different parts of the world. And in this particular case, the eastern part of the world, in Asia, where they would essentially go throughout that portion and then begin to let all the followers of Thanatos know exactly what the plan would be, and then allow them to essentially initiate, for lack of a better term, Order 66, because we know.
I'm gonna pause right here. And he's about to. If you don't know Star Wars, Order 66 is basically all of the clone troopers that the Jedi Republic had. Emperor Palpatine basically sent out a signal, a code, or whatever that basically had all of them, those clone troopers, turn on the Jedi they were with, right? So what Nara is saying here is that essentially the way Jose was able to fly to Japan and set up some sort of plan that would allow him to get nuclear materials and then take them back to presumably some sort of plane and then fly it all the way back to wherever that was going to take it to, right? Um, we would have characters like that, characters like Jose, like Leith, going out to other countries and other parts of the world and informing their allies or other individuals that it's time for us to start to properly branch out and take over the area that we are supposed to claim, right? That's why we're here. That's why we're stationed in these places, so that when the call comes, we can do what we need to do, right? So you could say that let's just take India for example again. Somebody like Jose, somebody like Lath already existed here, and then another Kimyo came and was like, "It's time," and those three by themselves were able to kind of slowly but surely take out any opposition that would oppose them in India, right? And now all of India's military has been dismantled by those three Kimyo, and that automatically makes the ability to fight back on India's part impossible. And now it's a forced negotiation, and just like that, now Thanatos has control over India because he had insurgents in those countries to take over when it was time, right? That's essentially what Nara's saying. And I like that idea, right? Because we basically see that with again with Trinidad and the Parliament, and then more or less, and then you could say that that's basically what Jose was doing to some capacity, even though we don't know where he would have gotten the nuclear material from. They have to know somebody in Japan somewhere. Or I guess you could say Hanjiro. Let's just say Hanjiro, right? So um, Hanjiro gave them information for Jose and Late to go to Japan to get the nuclear material and then take it back to where they're supposed to take it, right? Um, yeah, I like that idea. Very cool concept.
Brent is a huge fan of Star Wars. We have the 66 because we know Brent initiate, for lack of a better term, Order 66 because we know Brent is a huge fan of Star Wars. We have the callbacks to Anakin when he becomes freshly part of the dark side with Episode 146. We have what is that episode 106 when Ch7 changed, which is reminiscent of a Sith Lord in Star Wars. So we have a couple of different references. We have a Darth Vader reference with Sal Beto, which is the Wind Titan General who was introduced to back in the Gala incident for season 2. So we have a ton of different references for Star Wars. So him having his soldiers infiltrate these different countries and then let all of the sleeper agents know that Thanatos is not only back, not only powerful enough to make their ideals realized, but is also ready to begin to take over certain parts of the world to not only gain their resources, but also turn the people who are more willing to follow Thanatos, um, but also the people who aren't. We could see something as tragic as like a mass of people surrounding Thanatos and he absorbs everyone's souls, also making him stronger in the process, but making him an even more I almost said dastardly, which is crazy, but an even bigger threat than Val on the moral level, right? Because we know Val consumes the blood of the bodies, but that is after Thanatos consumes their soul, which means that these people or these individuals that Thanatos take in never truly have peace, and that's why when Leo pierced Cain, we see all the souls flying out, but all those souls was trapped within Thanatos. So you can either say that that's them essentially being freed and being able to go to heaven, but at that point they was essentially just lost souls. Think of like Ermac from Mortal Kombat type of situation.
W connection.
Now they're saying they're tackling Algeria, Libya, Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia, and Somalia just to taste it. So, what would you say would be the thing that is in these locations that would make Thanatos choose them over anywhere else? Because I know in the U.S., Rewind, Brent wants to do a side story to Ordeal, right?
I'm gonna pause. Obviously, we know the Middle East has oil. You know, that's just like more or less common knowledge amongst any American. So you know, places in the Middle East have are known for oil. Like Nara said in the Three Battles video, Africa has like metal and like gold oriented resources. So we could say that even some of the resources they want to get from Africa, they're trying to find them elsewhere in these other countries, right? And then earlier, Nara mentioned that Russia is a nuclear powerhouse, which goes back just in history during the Cold War, where there was a steady a silent war amongst the U.S. and the Soviet Union, and them having nuclear power and potentially using it on one another. So we know that they have that potential, and honestly, most countries have that potential nowadays, especially like some of the more advanced countries or the more I guess more I want to say mightier. And when I say mightier, I mean in terms of militaristic power. Obviously, the U.S. I want to say something like North Korea, um, places like that. Obviously, Russia still. So these countries have the nuclear power that Thanatos would want, and then you could say that the things that they would want from some of them the more abundant places, even though they don't have those places taken over, they could still get smaller resources and smaller increments of what they want from those abundant places through these other countries as well. And then, like Nara was mentioning about the oil or about the ships, right? Planes and like motor vehicles need fuel. That fuel is usually some form of petroleum, right? Oil. So that's just another reason they would be in these areas, right? And we obviously know that even though these countries have their own sources of it to some degree, they still get it from an outside source, right? It's still brought in from somewhere. And usually the Middle East is where we get the oil from. So there's plenty of reasons as to why Thanatos would pick this side as opposed to the other side. You could also say that in a weird way, the Americas have, in air quotes, stronger Kimyos or more notable Kimyos, or um, even though they all was planted himself in Trinidad, he knew it would be easier to take over Europe because actually, and Nara again mentioned it earlier, Thanatos, when he was inside of Kane is from Germany, right? So they would already know how to slowly dismantle this side of the world, right? They did it throughout the 40 years that Kane was growing up. So Cain and Veal waged war on Europe and took over Germany over 40 years, right? So they would already know how to do that through Cain's memories and through Thanatos living inside of Cain and through Veal, right? So, and Veal, of course, would learn that from Verdun Duel and any other Thanatos vessel that he worked under, right? So it would almost be easier in a way for they all and Thanatos to reclaim an area that they had reclaimed in a basically in a past life to some degree, right? And then they would just branch out and use that experience elsewhere, right? They would just take that and apply it elsewhere, right? That's about it. That's about all I have for that, though.
And that sad story is supposed to be like kind of like a detective series where they ride these giant animals. But that sad story
That's two different things. That's two different things. The side story is supposed to be a detective thing. I think he said in France during the Ronin era. The other side story is a completely different thing where that's just that's a book, right? We see Anton read that story, whatever that story could be, in episode what 113, right? So that's another source of fiction and basically in air quotes in another verse in Ordeal, right? Whereas the other thing that Brent seemed to be excited for was the detective type of um French detective type of story, where I guess we have this detective kind of slowly following the path of Ronin or showing up after where Shay would be, right? So those are two different things.
is also stationed in the Ordeal verse, which means the dragons that we see, that Zuri and Zabari,
However, comma, this part is true. We do know that mythical creatures to some extent exist in Ordeal because um, what he's about to say, we see Jabari stab some form of dragon. Um, Obviously, the Leviathan exists to some capacity. We're gonna get the Kraken seemingly in season 4 in New York. So mythical creatures do exist in Ordeal to some extent. We just haven't seen them basically really used in the same way we would in like other fiction, like House of Dragons, for example. But they do exist in this verse. But you could say that Brent was going to take some of that idea and just apply it to a different type of source of fiction altogether, right? Uh, Understood, learned something new. I thought it was the same thing since it was spoken in the same instance. Um, when 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 it was asked about during the Q&A like 2 3 years ago, well, I should say, I think there were two separate questions about the writers type of story, and then there was another question about, I guess, any other future plans, and then that's when Brent brought up the detective sort of idea, right? So they were brought up during the same stream, just at different moments, right? But they aren't related.
Hunt, and also the little rhino thing that's on fire when Kofi finds out about Yorn death. There could be a ton of different mythological creatures throughout the world of Ordeal. So not only do we see Thanatos gaining people to his cause to
Brent also has that creature design live on his channel. What creature design?
build that world, we see him gaining an army of the dead. So that way he's able to combat cold and their forces.
Oh,
And
you
then
know what? I know what you're talking about. It's like that it has like wings. I know what you're talking about.
and we also see him gather different resources,
Though that was practice. I don't know if he was gonna put that in the story or not. That was just art practice.
like tanks and things of that nature. So that way, even the weaker Chemios, who are like, see him gaining an army of the dead. So that way, he's able to combat cold and their forces. And then we also see him gather different resources, like tanks and things of that nature. So that way, even the weaker Chemios, who are
You said you need to see it. Oh, let me show you real quick. This right here. This one. It says monster design. Uh, I I didn't watch the stream personally. I think some information came from the stream that was told to me. I didn't watch the stream, but I don't know, and I can't confirm if this is like going to be an ordeal in some form or fashion or not, and or if this is just art practice, right? I can't confirm, right? So we could see this thing in season 4. We could not. Who really knows? It would be interesting if we did, just to kind of confirm that some form of mythological creature exists. Like this kind of has like a chimera type design, right? But who really knows if we'll see anything like this in Ordeal? I want to say no, just because Brent not he doesn't use those creatures in a way that makes me feel like they would be a grand part of the story. But again, who knows, right? Who knows? Maybe that was practice for that other series with the writers and stuff like that.
are willing to fight and die for his cause. So that way he's able to combat cold and their forces. And then we also see him gather different resources, like tanks and things of that nature. So that way, even the weaker Chemios who are willing to fight and die for his cause are able to compete in that war, right? Because unlike Cole, who has a lot to lose, which is the stability that they gained over at least 100 years of hard work, 150 or 60-ish years of hard work, then we will also see that same thing destabilize. And I love how Brent does that back in episode, I want to say 44, the beginning of season 2. So let me bring that episode up real quick because we actually get the state of the world from a Trinidadian perspective in regards to how things changed, right? So hold on. These weirdos right here, right? They're
Oh
all a
wait,
part
I forgot to. He said saber to the bat deer is crazy.
of the KCG. These weirdos right here, right? They're all a part of the KCG, which means not only the KCG, but Brent shows us how big the world changes on a domestic level by showing us the difference in how the KCG operated in the past versus how they operate in the present. And we see that the moral compass is basically zero for code now. They're essentially accepting anybody into the cause, and now because of martial law, they're now able to essentially have their own jurisdiction. So now everyone who doesn't have power is essentially acting like they do have power. So now we have all these typical Kimios being at the rim of those in power.
Before Nora continues, the guy, I'm gonna go back real quick, see if we see him. The guy we see, wait,
Domestic level by showing us the big
wait.
the real down. So hold on, these weirdos right here, right? They're all a part of the case.
That dude right there, I'm not gonna try and fucking freeze frame that shit, but that dude up here, if there's like one thing I would really like, I would like to see this character again, and it would be kind of cool if he was basically Shay's Kobe, right? So we know in One Piece, Luffy meets Kobe very early on in the series, but Kobe wanted to be a marine, right? But Luffy's a pirate. So they have a relationship where like Kobe is appreciative that Luffy basically saved him, and eventually that led to Kobe being a part of the Marines, right? And then on top of that, because I think he was left with like Helmeppo and on that island or whatever, I don't really remember, but Kobe ends up becoming a marine. He starts as like a chore boy, and then he eventually gets trained by Garp himself alongside Helmeppo, which was a crazy thing, by the way. So Kobe goes from this fucking swashbuckling chore boy to being able to nearly compare to, and I say that very loosely, nearly compared to a Luffy post um the Water 7, and what is that other arc? The following arc after that, right? Nearly, right? Because obviously Luffy still has gear second, gear third, but base to base, Kobe and Helmeppo can actually kind of do some sort of damage and some sort of like impact on Luffy, right? It's an interesting fight entering altercation, right? So what I would like, and I don't think Brent would do it, but I think it would be cool if this character basically was Shay's Kobe, right? So, and I say that because even though, and he's Lobby, thank you. Even though Luffy and Kobe have their like mutual understanding and are appreciative and happy to see each other, they are still technically on opposing sides. They just have a cordial and friendly relationship, right? Similar to like Garp and Roger, right? They're on opposing sides, but they still have a relatively nice relationship. So much so that Garp would even help raise um Roger's son, Ace. Spoiler for anybody who didn't know that, right? Sorry. So they are on opposing sides, yet they still have a cordial relationship. And Shay lets this guy live, right? So it would be kind of interesting to see. It would be kind of interesting to see this character come back, still on Code's side, but is like almost willing to like let Shay kind of do what he does, right? If that makes sense, or you know, kind of the way we see the way I talked about Abijah in the map, we see Abijah is the one giving Shay some form of information. They have some sort of agreement. It would be kind of interesting for this character up here to basically do that, maybe on like a human scale or a KCG scale during Ronin's era, right? Maybe this character doesn't become as strong as what we see Kobe become, as One Piece goes on, because he gets really strong. But it would still be kind of cool to see something like that between Shay, this sort of grand powerhouse, and a basically a non-factor of a character, right? It'd be interesting, and I say that because, and I only mention this because Shay distinctly lets this guy live in this part of the chapter because he wasn't a weirdo and it wasn't on weird timing in the chapter, right? Like the other guys, right? So and then this dude is the first person to recognize Shay, right? He knows Shay is Ronin, and when Shay handles everybody else, this nigga shivering in his boots, but Shay lets him live, right? Because he isn't a sort of infection, a weirdo, a plague on humanity. The way these guys can be seen as such, right? And so it'd be kind of cool if we saw this character again, not necessarily on Shay's side, but seeing how Shay can be viewed as a good force in the world as opposed to just in omnipresent evil, right? I think that'd be kind of cool.
CG, which being difference in how the KG, and we see that the essentially accepting able to is all these typical, like they do have power. So now we have all these typical Kimios being at the rim of those in power, which is also reminiscent to how we view the past in Ordeal, when we have all the slaves and the ridicule from Kimios and humans back when humans had more, not only more information but the numbers as well, which was a big factor um, for why Kimios didn't rise up back then, right? So not only do we have that, we have the increase in funding to technology, to code, so that way they can now produce the same inhibitor jackets that we see when Val frees the Patmos inmates back in season 2, which is supposed to take place 6 months before the events of chapter 1, right? And we have that same vest technology sealing Kimio's talents being put around their neck, but also being mass produced to the point they're able to subjugate anyone who defies curfew as a Kimio. And then you also have the aspect of them also being dehumanized as well, because they're putting children in muzzles. So not only do we have Thanatos conquering the world, we have Code losing important ground and also becoming a more morally great force in the world through the actions of minor soldiers, right?
Relating this to One Piece again, the same way uh pirates are seen as bad and the Marines force is seen as good, but we also see like in the Marines there's like a whole separate faction and various mentalities and how certain Marines want to operate, right? It would be kind of cool if Brent also took some time to establish that this isn't the like normal way that the KCG agents or certain people operate in code, right? It would be kind of cool if we had at least like two or three different ideologies even amongst code's operations, right? So in One Piece, we also see that was it Aokiji and Akainu were both contenders for the was it head admiral, whatever Sengoku's position was when he stepped down and retired, they were both contenders for that position, right? But they both had different ways, and I think it's noted by Sengoku himself, they both had different ways in how they view justice in relation to the Marines. And the two fought, and of course, Akainu won the fight, right? So he's the one who gets to spread his ideology inside of the Marines, right? But we still have the faction known as Sword, right? Or yeah, Sword in the Marines as well. I think it's led by Garp, but I know Garp, Kobe, I think Helmeppo, and like some other people, some other notable people are like members of, excuse me, that faction of the Marines, right? So it would be kind of cool if Brent took that concept and applied it to the KCG and aspects of code as well to say that like let's just say Anton, just for example, let's just say Anton during this time is almost like a sort of, in air quotes, a dictator in code, right? He feels nothing and he almost rules code with an iron fist type of thing, right? Even though it's a table, right? More of an I think it's an oligarchy more of like a some more of something along those lines, right? But let's just say that Anton is the sole ruler or the sole leader of code, right? And because he feels nothing, he rules with an iron fist, right? And we have that ideology spreading throughout code. But then we have two or three different other mindsets and ways of operating and ways of viewing what code should be and what code can be, right? I think that'd be kind of cool too.
which would then sway the way that the people feel about code. And then essentially, those same chemios who are ridiculed and treated less than human now are more likely to be swayed to Thanatos' cause rather than before, which explains why. Hold on, gotta go back. My bad. I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Kleps. That's why we here. Shout out Kleps. Which is why in those 8 years, Thanatos was able to grow his force to that degree. Because not only the power that he has at his display, but the people that he put in position in parliament, the resources that he has at his display, and also the lack of governance on code and in regards to not being able to essentially be everywhere at once, which is something you can't really fault anyone for. But Thanatos taking advantage of that and going to these more conservative type of countries makes more sense. Now we know Code is stationed in Japan and Thanatos is taking over Asia essentially. Kleps and the King was telling me that he took over most of Mongolia and a piece of China as well, meaning he's going to start heading towards the islands, which means Japan itself could be a target on Thanatos' reign. And one thing that I really do enjoy about that, because yes, that is the place where Code is stationed, right? As in their headquarters. But with the introduction of teleportation technology, which I've already kind of talked about in the previous stream, which will be a video at if you guys want it to be. With the creation of teleportation technology, it essentially means that the Code headquarters can still be null and void, meaning it won't necessarily be the biggest loss if they take the Code headquarters.
Big pause. Very cool concept. So go back a little bit. Y'all can't see it, but Japan is over here. Um, Japan's over here. And as Nara said, this should be Mongolia, and then this would be China. So he has taken over Russia, Mongolia, and China, right? Parts of it. And obviously, we also have these areas down here. So depending on how truly fortified um, Code HQ is, and we know that somebody like Reed and what's his name, Minamoto are both stationed in Japan, but Minamoto is actually the one stationed in Tokyo where Code HQ is. Eventually, we could genuinely see Thanatos slowly make his way to try and take over Japan and truly combat the source of, I guess, Code itself, right? Code has seemingly been in Japan for years, right? And that would make sense because they're also allied with the Hearts, another powerhouse set of individuals, right? Before the massacre, of course. So all of that makes sense. But Nar mentions the concept of the gates, which I looked at as well, seemingly being teleportation portals. You could say that there's already basically an evacuation plan in order. So remember in season 2 where the idea was initially to kind of take the life serum to Code and have it destroyed there, right? But Brandon's like, that's basically what they want. And if you do that, do you really think that you can protect Code HQ, the life and death box, or the life serum there? Like, do you think you could do it? And then he brings up the fact that they can destroy the life serum in Trinidad with the technology they have, right? So it's almost like Brandon is the reason that Code HQ wasn't reduced to rubble, because it almost feels like had Brandon not said anything, they would have tried to destroy or at least protect or keep the serum in Japan. But that gives Veal a reason to send basically every Gaki straight to Japan without any sort of delay, because not only would they get the serum, they have the potential to just destroy Japan and Code HQ itself. And that would make this map look even worse because now Reed and potentially Minamoto aren't over here to protect Japan, and now all of this stuff could potentially be taken over just because of that in and of itself, right? So I say that to say that if the gates exist, a backup plan could be in order to where if they do get attacked, they could take everything in air quotes that they have in Japan and put it over in somewhere like Australia or maybe somewhere in Africa, or we know the United States is highly secure potentially because of like somebody like Shay. So, and we know H16 is over there, so they could take everything that they would have in Japan and just move it across the world and put themselves in a new place, in a new foundation in the US, right? And that would also make sense because they are really close to Thanatos' military base, right? Like they are very close. But if they put themselves in the US or maybe even like the lower parts of like South America, the distance between where both bases are at is completely separated, much further apart, and that leads to less of, I guess, a sort of grand war between the main aspects of both factions, right? It'd be crazy to see the military base of Thanatos and the grand base of Code basically face off, right? But if they have a sort of backup plan to where Thanatos wanted to send troops over here and just get them out of the way, they could just destroy everything there, but they have the gates, right? They have a gate in Japan. They could simply just transport themselves to somewhere else and make it so that this isn't truly a net loss, right? Everything that they have over in Japan is simply moved somewhere else. So I like that idea, and it just corroborates what already exists more or less, especially when you bring up like what I, what I looked at with Brandon and the potential destruction of Code via them trying to protect and secure the life serum, right?
However, it would be a huge blow to their morale, which is something I think whoever is in control, whether it's Anton or any surviving members of the previous Lionheads, kind of lose a lot of faith with their soldiers. And with the soldiers already essentially not following orders on a moral standard, then it'll allow Cole to have even more rest, which will make Cole lose even more ground, right? And that's just essentially just from observing the top area of this. Now we know that Thanatos' army is essentially taking the northern part of Africa, in which Brent said we are going to have an event in Africa, because Jabari and Jury are going to have their showcase. And in my
Oh, also, um, to let everybody know in relation to Jabari, Brent has confirmed that he finished Jabari's talent. This was like a few days ago in the Discord, so what and he seems kind of excited about it. So whatever showcase Jabari is in regards to Africa might be one of the highlights of the season. We're basically even further guaranteed a Jabari showcase, not just because of what Brent said in a past stream, but the fact that he finished Jabari's talent implies that he wants to use it now, right? He wants to use that character and what they can do now. So out of anything he might have unfinished or underdeveloped, which is a shame in my opinion, he chose to do that for Jabari so that he can hurry up and use him in the place and in the moment in the part of the story where he wants to use him, which is sooner rather than later, if that makes sense. Brent has not confirmed the Oduzo, Gaki talent, and Orange name is finished. No, he has not, which is crazy. Which is crazy. He literally told everybody in the Discord to call the Ancient One Orange. And we don't know anything about the Beast Gaki, pretty much. We just don't know anything about him.
the next three big locations video, I talk about Africa and what resources we can have there. So if you guys kind of want me to if you kind of like want to dive more into why I said Africa, because not only Brent's statement but the possible resources and what we could see, then you will have to go and watch that video. But nonetheless, he's already taken over the upper border of Africa, and we have Jury essentially Zuri and Jabari being the god tier and the hand associated with that country. And we know with Jabari's personality, he doesn't like technology, so it's less likely that people are going to pull up as quick as they did in regards to like Trinidad and Japan, for example, where we have multiple god tier stationed in the same city where they should be more spread out, or they're less likely to receive help, which means we may actually get that continental spanning conflict that I spoke about.
And quick pause. I did mention that the gates could be used as a way to show that even though Jabari doesn't like technology, they have a gate in Africa to send him aid, but it makes just as much sense for there not to be a gate in Africa as a whole because somebody like Jabari doesn't like technology. They don't want that type of stuff on their soil where they are. And so the natural means of trying to help them still could come into play where they have to have transport ships fly to Africa and where Zuri and Jabari will be at, right? You could even say that they would transport everything to the nearest gate and then they would have to move from there, right? So I agree with that concept. I think that would work just as well, if not better, right? And that would make it so that let's just say Zuri Jabari fight a Gaki, right? Which is supposed to be what they're gonna do anyway, high likely, unless Jabari fights like two or three Titan captains, like Nora had suggested. Um, it would give more credence to like Jabari and or Zuri dying in this fight because what's up, Daz? Because there is no aid to come through the same way they couldn't have any aid come through in season 2 with the Greenland War, right? They couldn't have anybody else come to help because everybody else outside of Kevin was fighting somewhere, right? Even Bonnie was being pressed by loads of Titan generals, right? And she was trying to help kind of navigate and steer and be comms for what's going on in the battlefield versus or in relation to, what Code is learning and seeing themselves, right? So if there's no gate in Africa, then we could have something like that occur as well, right? To where no aid can show up, right? Even if nobody is fighting or, they finish up a fight early, and they try to help, it's too late because the lack of gate allowed more time to be needed for travel, right? Depending on, the conflict or what's going on, right? But you get the idea. Let's keep going.
In me and Jay's video, right?
Hold
So
up, wait a minute.
continental spanning likely to receive help, which means we may actually get that continental spanning conflict that I spoke about in me and Jay's video, right? So
Pause.
with Thanatos taking over islands, not
Hold up. He said me and Jay video. Shout out Nora. W collab.
me and Jay's video, right? So with Thanatos taking over islands, not only is it going to be a lot tougher for them to find Thanatos and some of the more important people associated with them, but it also gives Brent a chance to.
Oh, one thing I wanted to talk about, I forgot to mention it when Nara brought up the Merlin Stone earlier, right? Is we don't actually know the limits of what the Merlin Stone can really do and how long a person or people can be inside the Merlin Stone, right? We know it has its own pocket dimension. We know Thanatos can appear from it at any point in the world itself, right? So that means it should be about the size of the very Earth. But we don't know if it's actually possible and viable for Thanatos and anybody in it to stay in there for prolonged periods of time, which would make sense as to why even Verdun Duel was waging war on the kingdom, and he is naturally traveling as opposed to just teleporting, right? So maybe that thing can come into play here, and it makes sense as to why Thanatos needs a military base somewhere. He needs a physical presence somewhere because he can't simply exist in the Merlin dimension for as long as he would want to, right? Because if they could keep nearly everything they want to in the Merlin dimension, there's less of a reason for something like this to take place, right? It would be easier for basically Thanatos to show up anywhere he wanted to, boom niggas, and just call it a day, right? But if he can't operate like that because the Merlin dimension has like a time limit, then yeah, he would even more so need a physical presence in the world to properly navigate taking over it, right? Nara said it may have worked like Magic Limbo, where he has to go there to travel anywhere, but people can't stay there in Magic Case because they get driven insane and the demons. That's true. And I mean, I don't really know about Magic, but we see the two Gaki appear from the Merlin dimension with him, but obviously they might have some sort of resistance to any negative effects that could take place in the Merlin dimension. But if they, but or I should say, but it could also be a natural thing to the point where teleporting one to two people is just a positive and there's no downside, right? But staying in there could, hinder them or almost lead them to be trapped or something like that, right? We just won't know until Brent dives into it, if he even does anything specific with the stone itself and the dimension itself, right? Like if he dives into that aspect of um Thanatos's, I guess, power set. But in my opinion, he would basically have to, because for Shay and Thanatos to be the final, or I should, the two characters that have a final clash, we understand almost everything about Shay's power set, but now we need to do that same thing for our grand antagonist, right? And the same way Shay got Zahara in season 3, and we understand what Zahara does by the end of it, we need that same thing for the Merlin Stone and for Stone Will. And this is why I brought it up in the review as to where um there isn't a lot of setup for the Merlin Stone or Stone Will in relation to when or how Thanatos may get them. I had an idea for it that I was thinking of not that long ago. I don't remember where I don't think I said it on stream, but there could have been prior setup to Thanatos getting the Merlin Stone. Oh, so the same way in the review, I brought up the fact that Brent could have took the starter part of 124 and then led that information into a flashback about Malhazar, and then that flashback about Malhazar could have alluded to the Merlin Stone, and that way, when we see the Merlin Stone later, it makes more sense, right? Now where was I going with that? Stone setup. Yes, so there could have been better setup for the Merlin Stone, and then that the setup for it could better lead to an explanation as to how much stronger those things make Thanatos as a whole, right? Because yeah, we could say that Thanatos with the Merlin Stone has a dimension he could just go into at any time, right? But that also means in a battle sense, he should be able to teleport more or less anywhere at any point he chooses to, right? And then with Stone Will, we literally don't know how that thing works at all, right? We know how Zahara works. We know, what she was and what she can do when she's not corrupted, right? And how she can work with Ilios, but we don't know that how those things can apply to Stone Will. How Stone will add to Thanatos' overall power set, right? So if we're gonna get Shay versus Thanatos by the end of the series, which obviously makes sense, duh, we already understand so much about Shay to where I can make a video breaking down what Shay's power set is before he even has the Eye of Time. And there's only so much more he's gonna be able to do, right? We don't know that for most of the other characters, and we need to know that for the antagonist by the time the series is over, for their final clash to be like a true spectacle, and us understanding how their powers interact, how they can do the things they do, why one thing works, why one thing doesn't, right? And especially on Thanatos' part, because he's the grand antagonist, right? We understand how Shay has all this power, has all this potential, can compare to somebody like Thanatos, but we don't understand what makes Thanatos strong as a whole. We don't understand how the new things he may acquire will increase his strength, right? We don't even know how much better and how much more proficient his control can be when he gains more souls, right? We don't know these things. So if Brent's not gonna do it, when Shay does kill Thanatos, we just gonna be sitting there like, well, we knew this was gonna happen, bro. Like, it's gonna feel like Thanatos didn't really put up a fight because we barely understand how this nigga works, right? So Brent's truly gonna have to like explain how Thanatos is strong and the new things that he got in season 3, how they add to his set, his kit, right? Question: if Abel has the Merlin Stone, why have a military base outside its dimension? I'm not gonna lie to you, gang. We talked about that earlier in the stream, and I basically just brought up another reason as to why it happened. So you should also go watch this video. There's another explanation there. You're gonna have to watch the stream back, and or you're gonna have to watch this segment of the stream when I upload it as a video to get the proper answer. Um, at this point in the video, all you gotta do is just scroll back a little bit, right? And then Rainbow said, bottom line, we need more chapters. Exactly, which is what I said in the review as well. But let's keep going.
Do what a lot of fans want him to do if he were to
Hold on,
take
let me go
over
back.
associated with them. But it also gives Brent a chance to do what a lot of fans want him to do if he were to take over Japan, or we get kind of like a more just a arc centered around Japan rather than what we get, which was more like a fight in Japan in Andrea's
Ass.
conversation. Then we can kind of
Ass.
explore the Tengai Goken more, because then at that point it'd be more of a battle to gather resources. So if Thanatos' army is going to be there, and they have essentially the entirety of the Eastern world before being able to conquer Africa. But they have like Russia, Germany, Mongolia, China. Let me see, what else did they say? They tackling Algeria.
Okay, pause. I'm gonna apologize real quick here. I know it's a reaction. I know this video is getting really long. You're just gonna have to deal with it, you know. But if we did get like a fight centered, or I guess an arc centered around Japan, I think the Tenka Goken being a part of it could be cool. I think I asked Brent if he would make it like based on the actual blades in Japanese history, and he said they'd be more fictional. So we might, if he did explore the Tenkagoken, it would probably be like made up artifacts or things that, or maybe weapons that exist from various cultures. We might not get all Japanese style weapons, which could be interesting. Um, and I said this before, and I'll say it again in this reaction. I think if we see the Tenkagoken again, it would be really good and probably in like the story's best interest if we got a cameo from Thanatos' army that wielded the Tenkagoken, right? I think that would add to the fact that not every powerful object is gonna go to the good guys, bro. Yeah, Andrea managed to get Zahara and now, or Noragiri, and now through that somebody like Shay has that, right? And even with the Elder's Mantle, the Thanatos had that, or Lath had that from Thanos' army, but Shay managed to acquire it. So it would be nice if we saw some of these powerful objects or powerful talents that existed show up on the bad guy's side, so that it's just a simple matter of not all the things that we see are gonna be for the good guys, bro. So the bad guys are gonna have cool shit too. You know what I mean? Yeah. You said my bad. I wanted to get all my thoughts out. No, I didn't say that about you. I was saying that about this recording, like my video, basically. Like because we're at an hour and 25 minutes, and we are only 18 minutes in. So let's keep going.
Libya, Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia. Then at that point, there's nothing that Cole has at their disposal to even be able to compete with an army of that size without essentially putting the same people that they're trying to protect at risk. And so that's why I really enjoy seeing not only the increase in Thanatos' army, but the potential we could see from that increase. Because it seems that Thanatos is using his army to invade the outskirts of countries and continents and then work their way slowly inward. Because essentially at that point you have the entire continent hitting you with overwhelming force, which is indirectly, because I don't know if Brent did this intentionally, which is indirectly symbolic because it also represents how humans treated chemios and how they was able to have dominion over Kimio due to the sheer numbers at their disposal rather than the amount of power that they had. So not only is now Thanatos able to protect the people who believe in his ideals and are willing to accept him as a god, he's also able to show his might to the people who still stand before him, which gives a chance for that same parliament to turn on their countrymen and then allow him to take over by swaying the ideals of the people. And then as the chaos reigns, Thanatos gains order and then begins to allow more people to go under him in regards to the territory that he has at his disposal. So it's a lot of not only tactics but symbolism in place, even with just this map in regards to the way that Thanatos is trying to conquer it. Now, if I was if I was better at geography, you feel me? Maybe I could go a lot deeper in regards to the resources that's available at each country that would give him more of a upper hand rather than going over to the Western world to take over there first. Now, let me just go ahead and look at chat real quick because I know I've been kind of like yapping. Okay, so according to the map, Ronan is most active in Central and South America. Makes sense why Thanatos hasn't taken that section yet. Oil is very abundant in those Middle Eastern countries and can power vehicles and other machines of war
Which
for
is
its
what I
forces
said
around the
earlier.
globe.
I said that
But
earlier. I said that the Middle East is obviously known for its oil and planes, vehicles, certain types of artillery. They need those materials to function properly. Taking over the Middle East just makes sense in that regard. I said that earlier, so don't want to toot my own horn, but you know,
hasn't taken that section yet. Oil is very abundant in those Middle Eastern countries and can power vehicles and other machines of war for its forces around the globe. But you still have to make sure you mine the oil correctly because if the resource run out, he's going to essentially be have all of this equipment for no reason, and it wouldn't be anything left for him when everything is said and done. So after meeting God, I think Thanatos is
I think another aspect of that is we know they're using nuclear or they're waging a nuclear war to make it so that humans can't live on the planet. But you could also say that the same way the Titan technology exists to empower humans and empower, the technology of like the G3 suit, you could say that they could invent technology to either use the radiation or the nuclear weapons of basically as a substitute for oil, right? You could say that somebody like Dr. Hanzo or whoever Dr. Hanzo has as his assistants could basically use the nuclear materials and the Titan technology as a substitute for oil. And now, once it's all gone and used up, they still have a means to operate on the world, right? You could say that, and it would make sense because Titan technology is able to basically empower or be engineered in a way to where it's not only a piece of metal or a form of technology, it's also something that is empowering that form of technology, as seen seemingly with the new perfected Grimdora Project Kimio, right? As well as like just how we see like Nara used in the in said Grimdora video, the one Titan from season one that was about to blast at Rokash, he's alive even though a lot of his body is mechanical and a lot of it is like ripped off, right? He's still alive because he has that source of Titan tech in him, empowering him and fueling the mechanical parts of him. So you genuinely could say that Dr. Hanzo and others could replace what the oil would produce, right? And what we would use it for. You could say that they could replace it through nuclear technology or through Titan technology, right? And I think that'd be kind of cool to see. But I think it it it's like we already see it, but it's also the series would basically have to get to a point where there's just no oil left on the planet for that to like work, basically, and that just doesn't seem realistic.
and it wouldn't be anything left for him when everything is said and done. So after meeting God, I think Thanatos is, instead of him moving with just sheer force from the get go, he's going to move more strategically now, because not only did he lose his life and was provided grace by the same man that he wanted to reject, and but couldn't at the end of the day, then
That's so
it'll make
funny.
sense that for him to achieve his goal, he has to take the same people that believe in that God and sway them to his side. That way he
Pause, which is exactly what he should be doing anyway, just as like a villain, as somebody who wants to be seen as a god, which we literally know that's his MO because of 145. Um, what else? What else? What else? What's something else Nara said?
provided grace by the same man that he
Not
did.
here.
So after meeting God, I think that
Oh, okay, wait. Nara mentioned Thanatos moving more strategically, and I said this in the review that the parts of Thanatos' plan that were told to us not by Thanatos should have been told to us by him to show that he can move strategically. So I'm almost hoping that not just Brent took aspects of the review and probably applied them to his writing, but that specifically would allow Thanatos to be seen as a more competent antagonist, right? To allow us to go, oh, okay, so this is why you do the things that you do, right? X, Y, and Z, and it makes sense because if you did X, Y, and Z, this is the outcome, and that outcome benefits you as a whole. So, us getting information about how Thanatos wants to move, or Sonya saying Thanatos' plan involves micro tactics, yeah, it's cool, but it would be better if we saw or we heard it from Thanatos or people around Thanatos at least, and then we saw the fruits of it through the fights and things that occur in relation to the good guys of the series, right? So imagine basically we understood from Thanatos' perspective, like I said with the pillars, right? We could do the pillars. I was gonna do a different example, but we could do the pillars, right? Imagine if Hanjiro or Kaguya is the one who informed him of the pillars, right? And then when we see Thanatos show up to fight the pillars, it makes sense because Thanatos was informed by the people around him. A strong group of Kimios exists that he could probably defeat if he does it, if he plays his cards right, and he could take their chi, and now he could be the most powerful Kimio on the planet right now, right? If he just takes their chi. So things like that would make Thanatos look like a more competent villain, make him look like an even greater threat because he's supposed to be seen as this omnipotent being by the end of it all, right? He's supposed to be seen that way by the people he wants to follow him, by the people he wants to occupy the world. And that can't happen if we don't see how Thanatos himself actually thinks. We don't see how Thanatos himself actually moves when it comes to this grand war, when it comes to operating on the planet, right? So I'm hoping that we see more of Thanatos in a way that shows us that he can think the way Vayal was shown to think in season 1 and season 2, right? Because we look at Vayal as the best villain in the series, but if Thanatos is the grand antagonist, he's supposed to be one, two, three steps above what Vayal showcased in terms of power and in terms of intellect, right? So we're gonna need to see how Thanatos can truly be a thorn in the world side, in Code's side, and how he is a proper and capable grand villain. Because what made like Aizen a grand villain wasn't just his power that we saw by the end of Bleach, it was also his intellect, right? It's the fact that even fighting Ichigo itself was a part of his plan, right? It's the fact that he's not just a captain, he's not just strong, but he's a scientist, and he wants to discover through science stronger ways to be stronger, right? Combining what exists between the Hollows, combining what exists between the Soul Reapers, and being stronger because of that. And he has to do that through intellect. He has to do that through research and experimentation, right? So that is what makes Aizen a grand villain in Bleach. But for Thanatos to even compare to somebody like Aizen, yeah, he might be able to get there in terms of a power scaling conversation, but in terms of actual villainy, in terms of actual planning, Thanatos might never compare to somebody like Aizen. And if it's going to be because we never actually saw how Thanatos moved in the world, we never saw how he thinks, how he moves the pieces on the board, right? But I digress. Let's keep going.
Santos is, instead of him moving with just sheer force from the get go, he's going to move more strategically now, because not only did he lose his life and was provided grace by the same man that he wanted to reject, and but couldn't at the end of the day, then it'll make sense that for him to achieve his goal, he has to take the same people that believe in that God and sway them to his side. That way, he can ultimately prove the point of him being a God to not the people, but to himself, in order to delude himself from thinking that he made the right decision by choosing to absorb souls and people because of the gift that God just bestowed upon him. You feel me? So all this is essentially in rejection to not only his purpose, which we actually don't know what Thanatos' original purpose was. You can say that his purpose was always to to choose to be the bad guy of the story. But when he spoke with Jesus, Jesus indicated that Thanatos essentially had a choice, which means there was an alternate route for his purpose. And I would love that we see a twisted version of that purpose be displayed through him conquering these different places. Now, if he gets
Another quick pause. I'm not gonna lie, Nara is right. We don't know Thanatos' purpose. Technically, we don't really know all of the G-Force purpose in a way, but from a villainary standpoint, like I was just saying, it would be better for us to at least know what what about 145 in Jesus's conversation and like monologue and lecture to Thanatos, you know, that would lead Thanatos to be the way he is, right? To why he would feel different. Was it because his purpose was too heavy? Was it because he felt that his brothers had a better purpose or a better means of achieving what they were supposed to do as opposed to him, right? We don't know these things, and it would be very interesting to see us be shown and that thing be explained, and then Thanatos takes that, what his purpose was supposed to be, and then almost inverts it, right? And that's why he's conquering the world as opposed to helping it. Something along those lines. That would be a very good thing for his character to show that Thanatos was supposed to help. I don't want to say save the world, but I guess you could say was supposed to help the world prosper, right? But he's taking that purpose and inverting it or doing it his own way or through a completely different means, right? He's not helping the humans and kingdoms of the world. He's only helping the kingdoms of the world. And what he's really doing is helping himself. It's just helping the stronger kingdoms is just a byproduct of what he wants to do anyway, right? So if we saw that and we were told that and that's explained to us, that would be really good.
gets the oil, I'm perfectly fine with that, but that will also give Cole, if he gets the oil, I'm perfectly fine with that, but that will also give Cole, put Cole in the even worse spot. And if you get oil, it's kind of game over at that point, because they wouldn't really be able to fund any of their weapons of war, right, Nakeem? And then at that point, you wouldn't be able to have the same tier of battles of resources on the same scale that we have now.
Is Thanatos trying to be a biblical accurate Lucifer? I would say he's supposed to be an allegory for Lucifer. Yes, I would say that.
System, and I think Brent
Biblically accurate, I'm not entirely sure, but I definitely think out of everything we've seen in the story, Thanatos is supposed to be a an allegory for what Lucifer is in the Bible, right? Um, I'm not sure if you want to. you wouldn't want to compare Shay to Jesus, but Shay is supposed to be like a prophet, or you could even say like maybe a judge from the book of Judges in the Bible, right? You could say that, you know, you could almost even compare like Shay to David, basically, in terms of like, Israel wanted a king, they got a king, it was a bad king, and then the Lord replaced that king with David, right? You could say that Shay is supposed to be the new king of the Kimyo world, or something along those lines, right? But um, in return, the grand evil of the series is supposed to represent the grand evil of the Bible, right? And then Shay, in the same way that biblical figures are appointed by God, is supposed to be a avatar or a representation of the grand good that is the Lord, right? That's how I see Ordeal, right? I feel like that's how you should see Ordeal. It is a Christian story, so you should see it like that. And when you see it like that, certain things just make more sense, right? And then Nara said, essentially mixed with the god of death from Greek mythology. Exactly.
It just kind of wants to go all in on fights this season. But the whole thing about war is that we need a
What's up,
lot of
Faceless?
setup for this in particular. So when Brent does
Actually, I'm gonna let him keep going.
the 7 chapters or 8 chapters for the time skip, then he needs to show not only why Thanatos took these countries, what significance they hold, what ideals they have, and what, in my personal opinion, because I know a lot of people don't feel the politics being anything in Ordeal.
Which is
And I
crazy.
think that Britt needs to really address that with this season, because if you're going to have a war, politics needs to be a big portion in regards to the reaction of each individual place. Even if Brent wants to do something like the like NATO, for example, just have all the countries have a representative in one room, and we don't even.
And before he keeps going, I completely agree with the political aspects. I think Nara is technically the reason I brought up politics even in the review. So when I bring up Ian and uh what's his name? Gary in that section of the review, and I talk about that this expands the political aspects of the series. Um, I agree, and Nara is the reason I even brought that up, because if we look at those two characters and we look at the situation behind them, that situation is inherently political in nature, right? So the politics of Ordeal are just as important, because the politics of Ordeal was a relevant topic in season 1 and season 2, right? So you can't ignore politics in the series at all, because they are driving forces in the plots themselves, right? So yes, we need to look at the political aspects of Ordeal um, in almost every avenue, right? And I even brought up what could be seen as political when it came to episode 146, right? Right after we got 145, and Tevin talks about the world will want answers, and we get no conversation about any political figure, any nation confused as to what took place in Trinidad. Nobody's questioning it. We see nothing about it. And it would have made sense for any political figure, any nation, any sort of news outlet to question what took place there, and for Code to have to address it in that sort of like live news type of manner, right? They had to make a statement, right? It was broadcasted on the news, and then everybody died, and then everybody was brought back, and they have to address those things to the populace, because they are the peacekeepers of the world. So they need to address that sort of conversation some form or fashion somehow, especially because Thanatos should have or could have been shown on the news, and they almost could have used him, like I said in that review, as a scapegoat to kind of explain what happened there, as opposed to taking and putting the heat on Shay. They could take it away from him and put the heat on Thanatos, right? And make sure the world knows that Thanatos is a threat. But Brent didn't write it like that at all, and we have nothing to go off of in terms of that political aspect, right? So we definitely need political conversations to be had, because again, the series in 1 and 2 is inherently political, and then in season 3 there's a political nature of it as well that just does not get discussed between Ian and Gary's arcs. It's just horrible. And then martial law is another aspect of the politics, right? So how can we know about martial law in the future? How can we guess that Gary is going to be the fostering of said martial law, but we don't even look at Gary's character and what he'll have to go through to instill that, right? It's crazy. Damn W inspiration. Politics affect the course of strategies and fight, but also drive general setting we are in. In multiple instances in each season, it's wait in season it's wait, I read that wrong. In multiple instances in each season, so it's essential. Exactly. Let's keep going. I don't think I had any other talking point. I hope not, at least.
Really get to see, even if Brent wants to do something like the like NATO, for example, we just have
Oh, this is what I wanted to talk about. NATO. So in season one, we learned about how Leo was a part of the Grand War, right? On the good guy side, but I'm gonna look up what they called it. It was some sort of alliance or some basically, but essentially NATO basically existed during the Great War's time period, right? So it would make sense for a sort of new NATO or whatever it was called. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Where is this flashback at? Is it this one? I think chapter 11. Nope, nope. Uh, yeah, the National Army. Is that all it was? No. Commanding officer, parents, National Army. Okay, well, I guess it's more implied to be in Trinidad, but the the idea is that oh, actually, when Andrea is talking about it, where is it at? The war is not as far back in our history as many like to think. Where is it at? Here, third population. Yeah, humans were forced to band together, all nations united against this common foe. So, and we're told that in season one in relation to the Great War. So, for a new NATO or a new Grand Alliance amongst the blue nations, basically, to exist within the world as of season four's events and moving forward would make a lot of sense because we're repeating what happened with the Great War just on a seemingly grander scale now, right? So if a new NATO or a new alliance of nations existed, it almost has to in a way because, and I don't think Nara will even get into the other images of this video, but we know they have that private research facility in Australia, and that might be a Australian thing that the nations plus code are coming together to use to create something that would help turn the tides of this grand war, right? So again, I agree with Nara saying, and we already have the story already shows us that the populace needed to come together. So it would make sense that the populace would need to come together in the same way. We would just have to make it even more politically sound and show that representatives of each nation kind of show up the same way we saw like in solo leveling when they had that like S rank or like really important meeting in I think like America or something like that. We saw representatives of each nation. We would almost need to see something like that, and then we could reintroduce like the power system and show that okay, the representatives of these nations of these various individuals are also in the top 150, right? They're just a byproduct of what the top 150 is, right? So we could see cameos from the African countries. We could see some of the cameos that exist in China that might have existed in Russia as a part of the 150 and how they feel about this new global alliance, right? And how some of them might feel sad that their nation is a part of Thanatos' army and as opposed to being a part of Code, right? I think there is a lot you could do and there's not a lot that needs to be done, and this is also why I simply said in the review that there just needs to be more episodes. A lot of the story's information needs to be expanded on because by the series end, we're gonna have either a lot of questions or there's just going to be a lot of holes that exist that didn't really need to if you simply took your time like you said you wanted to. If you simply took your time to fill in those holes, bro. Like, I'm going to use a coloring analogy because Brent's an artist. How the story feels as of the end of season 3, it feels like Ordeal is a picture that is being scribbled in, right? Very fast, just kind of side to side zigzag strokes to just fill in the image, right? As opposed to that same image being taken time to be filled in, right? You start in the outlines with the color, you go in, you work with certain shades of various colors to make the image look pretty, right? And if we don't take the time to fill in the image properly, we're going to be left with the visual mess that has no substance. And that's not good. That's not what you want from your story. That's not what you want from your series. That's not what you want from any project you put your passion and your drive and your time into, right? But right now, yes, Ordeal has its good points, but it also has just as many, if not more, bad points. And if we don't work on that, then it's going to be a picture that just has a bunch of colors on it with no substance, or less substance than it should have, right? He said, "Nigga did layers of shading with no line work." And that's coming from faceless inactual artists. But let's keep going.
All the countries have a representative in one room, and we don't even really get to see. We don't.
Oh, also in regards to, I am sorry for pausing. Um, Also in regards to representatives, so a long time ago, not that long, maybe like a few months ago, I did a stream where we looked at Dioscamo's idea of like seeing the clans, like the remaining clans have a conversation. You could even use them as a way to kind of look at different nation representatives, especially if somebody like Zuri is from a clan in Africa and her clan and her power are allies to Code, and her being a part of the 150 and the GT is why she's an ally to Code, right? They support each other, right? So you could have clans from various parts of the world, right? Especially since we have an example of one with the Hemlocks, right? And how they are allied to Code, or they are kind of independent but naturally allied to Code based on who, Elon Jr. knows. We could have a conversation about, at the very least, clans from various parts of the world discussing the political aspects and the nature of the series in regard to what is going on, how they feel about it, and how they are going to help. Especially since, and we know that Jin should be alive in a clone form based on the teaser image, but somebody like Eric could be alive in clone form as well. And I won't say he is or he isn't. I won't deny the possibility of it until the story comes out, right? So, and I bring him up because he should be the clan head of the Edward family, right? He has the talent. He should be the leader of said family, but he died. And that means that his talent and his role, like Elon Jr., or like Elon, or like with Lewis to Elon Jr., was passed on to somebody else in his family. And so we can have these people, these clans, these various characters, various parts of your series that you already slowly built up come back into play in this grand sense, right? But I'm gonna keep going.
Don't even really get to have all the representatives speak, but we get to at least see the representatives of the places for Code allies. Then we can see who sides with what ideals in that moment. And
And this actually just goes back into what I said earlier about Code potentially having various outlooks and various like mindsets and mentalities within, I guess Code after the 7 years, right? The same way, and I compared it to One Piece the same way. Aokiji and Akainu had various mindsets about justice in the same way Sword operates in their own independent way, right? Things like that, right? Let's keep going.
what who would possibly betray Code, but not only that, we can apply that to a worldwide scale for people we haven't seen, because if this is happening essentially in every room of parliament across the world, then it'll be even bigger reason to why Thanatos is able to conquer the world the way he's able to conquer it. So we have a thing here that says that even enemies are controlling ports right now, which means that supplies are going to be.
Quick pause. Brent being a Naruto fan, I'm surprised he hasn't pulled something like that. Like a clan related conversation. That's fair.
Scarce in regards to people trying to send assist.
I mean, we saw how he treated the Hemlocks up until Lewis in his showcase, and what we're gonna get from Elon Jr. in the or I should say what we're gonna get from Elon Jr. in season 4. So, and again, like I mentioned before, I should say I mentioned it in private to the homies, but Brent don't even got no information or seemingly doesn't have any information regarding the clan's aspect of the Beastgaki. And like you mentioned earlier on Instagram, we don't know, or he doesn't at the time, he doesn't even know Orange's actual name, the ancient one's name. So that could mean that he doesn't even know what clan, or not necessarily what clan he comes from, but how they operated in any form or sense. So it's like, even if we wanted him to see him do some sort of clan related interaction, he doesn't even have those aspects of the character set up, and he would have to force it. So, which I guess is fine in theory. It could be forced into it properly. But it would be hard for him to set up something like that without, or it would be hard for him to set up something or execute something like that, because he hasn't even looked at what makes each clan different from each other, right? We know the Hemlocks and the Hearts are operating culturally very similar, right? Even though they have their difference, right? But we don't know what the Oduzo clan is like. We don't know. We know that the freaking Masamune family was like a blacksmith samurai type of family, but we don't know what they're like. We don't know shit about the Edward family, bro. So it's like they like, and then we have the Ross family, which is just like a bunch of smart niggas, a bunch of blonde smart niggas, a bunch of like tactical leader type of niggas. But like, he has all these avenues and all these assets, and he's not really developing them in a way that could add to the story and make the story even more cohesive, right? Let me go back up though. During the sound and sand attack at the tuning exams when the Leaf clans pulled up. True, yes. Also for the Karama attack, where when the Nine Tails was broke loose during Naruto's birth, we, especially if you played like Storm 3 or Storm 4, we literally see the third Hokage and how he interacts with all of the clans during the fight, right? Like the Akamichi clan show up, the no the wait, Shikamaru, yeah, the Nara clan show up. The I know there's obviously the whole thing with the Uchihas and the Hyugas. I don't really want to get into that, but essentially a conversation could have been had within the clans, but the way Brent is subject writing the story, as Faceless is saying, if it's not shit related, it don't matter, right? And then I already said, but I mean, we also have Orange and the Beast too, which I just mentioned. And then Link said, Brent just be making shit as he go, which is true, and which is what I brought up in the review about how we want less of the story to feel made up and more of it to feel cemented and concrete, because that leads to a better story, at least in my opinion, right? You can make things up as you go, and it can be really good if that's your type of creative style, and you can execute it properly, right? I won't knock that, because there are different avenues to writing, and storytelling and things of that nature. But if that's not your lane, if that's not what you're good at, like that'd be like a lyricist or a rapper who is better at writing his lyrics trying to freestyle all the time, and he's just, all his freestyles are bad, right? So it's like, if you're gonna freestyle and it's gonna keep coming out trash, why don't you just stop freestyling and actually take your time to write down your lyrics and make a good song, bro? So, like Juice World is acknowledged as a really good freestyle artist when he was alive, right? Whereas we kind of commend rappers like J. Cole and I guess like Kendrick for their lyrical ability with written word, right? With actually writing down their lyrics and conveying it, right? Fun fact, I think Damn won a Pulitzer, which is kind of crazy for a rap album, but if you know what that is, you understand that Kendrick's ability to write and convey it through the media of rap is acknowledged so much so that it won an award, right? And that just shows his skill for writing in regards to rap, right? As opposed to potentially freestyling, which was something people acknowledge Juice World for. So translating it back to, the story and ordeal, if Brandon's gonna keep making up things as he's writing it and not actually looking at how he could bring those things back into play or set up how this could be more important than it was at the start, you're just gonna get slop. And I mean, I feel like y'all could agree with me that that's just what you're gonna end up getting, bro. So if you don't take your time and that's not your skill set, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Wait. Pretty much unless it's Shay related, and even then he just throws in whatever sometimes for real. K Dot and Cole are storytellers, yeah, exactly. And then he says, "Oh yeah, true. When Kurama attacked, they were part of the defense force, exactly." But let's keep going.
Distance over to this portion of the world as well, which makes Thanatos be able to take over this part of the world even easier because it's even harder to get outside help because you can't even send, for example, tanks or anything over there on ships because they control the port. So essentially, even those ships are going to have battles, and we even see a battle being raised on water, which is not necessarily at a port, the enemy control, but more so at maybe one of the teleporting ports, right? And so the enemy control ports is another thing that we was actually introduced back in season 3 with Lewis and Tevin going on their mission to take the oil rig, going to show that they're also using these different stations that's able to mine these resources to further their own agendas as well. So not only are we having a battle of strength, we're having a battle of resources, but we're also having a battle of ideals between not only Shay and Thanatos, but Jesus as well, making this a war of biblical proportions, right? And we know we're going to be able to get to see another angel. We're going to see another archangel in the series as well. So with us seeing this archangel, that will only
This better be some of the coolest shit I've ever seen, or I'm gonna be so mad at whatever this dude is. I can't even lie to you. And that goes the same for that 5-man squad, right? If those are supposed to be the new what are they called? The new fucking the new pillars, them niggas better really showcase what the pillars weren't allowed to, right? So I'm hoping bro really flex on niggas. Cause if he don't, I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it.
indicate one thing, which means that a major event is going to take place in which God or Jesus is going to have to send someone down to intervene, which would lead me to assume that to be this particular character. Now we can have a Kimio who has always had this talent. That'd be perfectly fine. But to kind of drive home the point of a biblical war, it'll make sense if we already got the Garden of Eden in ordeal, but it'll kind of drive the impact home a little bit more for the way Thanatos is invading all of these countries. If we were to get a Sodom and Gomorrah type of situation, not necessarily where we have two Kimios who was told to never look back or anything like that, but more we have these people who has who has the choice to either turn to join Thanatos or join Code and quote unquote the good guys and fight for a more balanced out world rather than the war a world based off selfishness and death and build upon those ashes. And then the people could possibly choose wrong, which would then allow them to have an angel come down naturally to discuss the two options between. We can have two random cameos, I guess, be the medium. In that way, we can not only take the story away from Shay, but when you introduce a world war and you also have introduced these like random.
This reaction way longer than I thought it was gonna be. Another aspect of this that I think would be cool is if we know that in the Bible, angels are also messengers, right? There's plenty of examples for God sending angels to give a message to certain individuals. It would be almost kind of interesting to have this character be one of those messengers and then almost basically be in a fight, right? Like they are essentially like they come to give a message to whoever, and then at that same time, somebody from Thanatos' side sees them and then picks a fight with them, right? It would be kind of interesting for something like that to be dove into or kind of used, right? And that way, I guess you could almost make them a one-off character as opposed to keeping them around. But depending on why they're in the story, them being a one-off or them not being a one-off could either be good or bad, right? But I think if they were supposed to be a messenger in some form of fashion, like let's just say, or let's just say this, we know Mikhail gets visions, right? But let's just say God wanted to be even more direct about it, right? So he sends this character as a messenger to Mikhail, right? And then at the same time, Mikhail and this character, like let's just say like a Titan captain or like a couple Titan captains show up to fight somebody like Mikhail, right? And that way we can halt the Gaki fight that Mikhail's gonna have to go through in exchange for this character showing off something, right? And then as opposed to Mikhail fighting this messenger type of character in this simulation is like, I've delivered my message, right? But it seems as though the opposition wished more of me, right? And God has allowed me to take part in this battle for this one time, right? So he allows Mikhail to go, right? And, potentially have Mikhail go somewhere to where he needs to be at. But he is actually the one who deals with the Titans and the Titan captains, right? That would be kind of cool as well. And so that way you can write this character in and out and then also show biblical power in relation to like the Great Four. So in theory, this character should be a Great Four adjacent talent, the same way Migdal El and um, Konos and they all with Dothanil are right. You could have that same sort of power showcase, right? And then once he has done what he's supposed to do from a messenger standpoint and from a battle standpoint, he can be he can be gone, right? And then we don't really need any more from him because his story purpose was fulfilled, right? But it truly depends on what Brandon's going to do with him. If he's not a sort of messenger, I'm not really sure how you want to go about using his character in the way that even Nara is suggesting right now, right?
Random characters like the people who was at work who felt Shay's chi and the kids who's at school who felt Shay chi. You're able to bring in a storytelling from the smaller guy's perspective who's ultimately unimportant to the events of the story, but we are allowed to see how Shay's decision affects those not only around him, because at this point I feel that even the Cubs need a backseat for a little bit, besides Anton and Nazam. Um,
That's fair.
Narratively, not necessarily for like we need to see fights. Yes, we need to see fights for those characters, of course, but we also need to have more narrative as well for those characters. But I think that we need to take a step back from those characters and have maybe like a chapter of how what those characters are fighting for is affecting the people and their decision making on a smaller scale with the everyday person.
I think you could do that idea with like whatever that new five-man group is. Let's just say they are the new pillars. I think you could have each and every one of them express that and how they show up, right? We can have this new sort of like, especially if they're like almost like refugees taken in by like code, or characters that are in the 150 who are from various countries that have been taken over by Thanatos. You could say that how they feel about Thanatos and what he's doing has affected them, and then what they do as individuals and how they operate has affected other people, right? Because and this would have technically applied to what Shay did in Shinjuku, to where the the pillars had, what was it called, diplomatic immunity, right? Which means that they can't be tried for what they do in the countries they are in, which is crazy. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, which is crazy though. So Shay destroying a city in Shinjuku or in Japan the way he did applied to like other characters. It just allows it for them to go, oh, okay, so yeah, he did what he's supposed to. He did his job, but this affected everybody who lived there, bro. My house is gone. My brother's house is gone. I have no land. Like my land's gone. Even the outskirts, they're reduced to rubble. The people, some people are dead because of these actions. So I think you could do that with those characters as well, right?
And then that will drive the point home at not only the scale of the people who have power in regards to like Kimios and the people fighting, it will scale it down to the people in parliament who mandate and dictate the way the normal people live, and then we'll also get an experience from the people themselves to solidify how this war affects the everyday man, which would solidify the way the world is being experienced on a global scale without Brent having to go through each individual place and slow down the story. This way, we'll be able to not only keep the narrative high, we'll also have some symbology, and then it'll allow us to have proper stakes for ordeal. Because even if God or Jesus was to send down the angel in this particular case, for the angel to make that decision or decision to destroy, since it's the archangel holding the weapon, since the angel holding the weapon, I'm assuming it's the angel of destruction. Since it's essentially making that choice to destroy or save, and the people are the ones who essentially affect his decision, then we can get a devastating event that's not caused by Shay, not caused by the cuz, but caused by the people themselves. And then this will be essentially work as a domino effect for Thanatos.
And then what he's saying directly goes back into why he used Sodom and Gomorrah, because if I remember correctly, in Sodom and Gomorrah, and I think Links or anybody else with as much and more biblical knowledge can correct me, Sodom and Gomorrah is was a place of just full of sin, right? And I don't remember. I think it was Lot and his daughters that were told to leave, right? And they were told to not look back. But Lot's wife looked back, or whoever the individuals in that story are. So, um, what took place was that this was a place full of sin. They were told to leave, and then they were leaving. And I think what like it was like brimstone was being poured down, and everybody was turning to ash, and yeah, everybody was turning to ash like statues. And so they're told to leave. Nobody outside of them left, and then Lot's wife turns around and she also ends up in the state as everybody in Sodom and Gomorrah, right? So whereas Lot and his children get to escape that the fate that would have, yeah, a pillar of salt. Yes, that's right. So she turns into a pillar of salt, and they get to escape that fate, whereas she doesn't, and she ends up like everybody else, right? So what Nara's saying goes back into his example, because if the people are choosing to stay where they are, right? If the people are choosing to stay and do what they do, knowing it's wrong, or believing that what they're doing is okay, and it ends up being not okay, then a tragic event happening because of the people's choice would be very interesting and very good to look at, because that's essentially what Ordeal is as a whole. I mean, Shay has two examples of a person strip away what Shay is supposed to be for the story. Strip away all the crazy things that make Shay different. Shay's still a man at the end of the day. He's still an individual, and an individual who can make choices. And we see how his choices are affecting him and other people. The same thing with Lewis, right? Lewis knew he was gonna die, or Lewis had a feeling he was gonna die, or Lewis was okay with dying. But we see how Lewis's death affects other people, right? That's a choice he made, right? So to look at not just the main character's choice, the main cast of character's choice, but to look at even one-off characters' choices would be very interesting, and it would add to the biblical nature of the story, which is something I could look at in the review, and then it would show that your choices can matter even outside of the power you may wield, right? These grand characters have all of this power, and their choices affect vast landscapes. But even your choice as an individual can affect you and the people around you, right? So I think that would be pretty interesting. I can't lie. I think adding something like that would be interesting. I'm not sure if Brent could write it well, but I do think the concept could be played around with. The story in the Bible symbolizes you looking back on God's plan, trying to push you forward, showing a lack of faith, which is exactly what we could write into the situation, right?
To essentially gain dominion over the ashes that the angels caused, if there's anything left after that, because we know events on biblical proportions wipes out everybody. So I think that'll be kind of like a good way to kind of scale the narrative around not only the characters but also adhere to the world building that we loved back in season 2, where
Faisal said, "Yeah, and the punishment for disobedience can be looked at as looking back at the wrong you were turned away from."
yes, the Cubs was a important deal, but we wasn't in Trinidad anymore, so Trinidad wasn't really that big of a deal anymore. It was more of a side plot, but this way it allows the world itself to experience the events that Brent is taking it through, essentially, and then allow us to see everything a lot more clearly rather than us kind of assuming this is what's going on or this is the way that it should be. You feel me? I don't know if you guys just feel like I just been yapping, but I do want to also hear you guys just your thoughts. How would you, what would you see the strategic advantages of Thanatos going for the Eastern world? If I'm not mistaken, Nakeem, didn't one of the 12 clans of Judah get destroyed? Because I know you said, do you think that Andrew may have a connection to Orange and his special clan? And one of the 12 clans of Judah got destroyed.
I'm gonna answer that. Me personally, I don't think the angel has a connection to the orange person, aka the ancient one. I think it's better if there's no connection, but depending on how it's written, you could say that a connection would also be just as good, if not better, than there not being one. But I personally think there doesn't need to be a connection. We already know that the ancient one is going to connect to Shay in some way. So I think if we looked at him and his relation to Shay, it'd be better as opposed to some biblical figure, which sounds almost disrespectful, but I promise it's not. What else did he say?
In the Bible, then it could be possible that
Oh, right. And then the ancient tribes or the was it the 12 clans? The 12 families? The 12 clans of Judah? The 12 clan? I don't remember what they all are. I know um the Levites were one. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know that one. I don't know that one. I know that there's 12, and I know that they all have obviously individual names. And I think the Levites were the ones that had a more spiritual purpose in relation to the Ark of God. Now, I don't know if one of them in particular was just taken out, but I do know that Judah itself separated from the rest of um the tribes. I remember. I think it's during like I guess maybe not during David's time, but like kind of as that time period goes on, like Judah has its own kingdom, right? They are a separate nation, more so allied to what the the tribes of Israel become, as opposed to being a distinct part of it as a whole, right? But I personally don't know if that's if one of them is just taken out, right? And I guess we should see what else Nara is going to say about this part because I'm not sure how he's going to try and connect that.
Orange connected, like how Abijah is connected to one of the clans in Judah. That Orange is essentially one of the more ancient members of that clan. He didn't bear any heir or any children or anything, so he's kind of essentially the last remnants of it. It'll make sense that way. But I don't think the angel, if the angel itself is orange, then it'll essentially work as
That'd be crazy.
Shay having two angels with him in one group.
That'd be insane, bro. There's no way Brent would actually write Orange, aka the Ancient One, as being the angel character. There's no way, bro. There's no way because we already have Shay having Ilios, an angelic being in and of itself, and then we have another biblical being with Zahara, who has war based wisdom as opposed to just I guess spiritual based wisdom. So I'm not sure if Shay would even need somebody like that on his team, right? I feel like the Ancient One, at the very least, would have a sort of worldly knowledge that the other two lack in that way, and that's how he could help Shay, as opposed to being another angelic type of being or have that angelic and ancient presence in that regard. But that's just me.
Um, I would it. I would rather it be more him either being connected to one of the 12 tribes that Abijah mentioned, so that way the things that the things that Brent has set up for the past then has more credence for the present, which is the Ronin age, which we can then move towards with the final season. That way it can have its proper plot hole feel. You feel me? Because we have to go through the Tengai Goken. So if Thanatos is going to Japan, right, and the Tengai Goken is named after the Japanese swords, it'll make sense that Cole would try to have like an arc scouring these for these weapons, or at least a situation or a mission scouring for these weapons. And one of the so it's very they're like 10 lost.
Faceless said, I see the Ancient One more likely a descendant of the giants of old. I think that'd be interesting. Kind of, I guess you could, yeah, you could connect that to like Zahara and how she relates to Goliath. I think that'd be more interesting. Yeah, see, like Goliath's lineage and reference not directly related. Yeah, I think that'd be more interesting.
Tribes in the Bible, so it's very possible. It could be a chance. It depends on how heavy Brent wants to go with the Bible more, because we know the Bible's gonna be here regardless. It's part of the Lord, right? But Brent wants to move away from different mythologies and beliefs to have Ordeal become a more natural story, if I'm not mistaken. I know when he did an interview with, I think it's Otaku Fix or Webtoons, he did an interview. He was saying like Ordeal was heavily mythology based when he first began. He's moving more away from that type of writing to come up with his own.
That was in the Q&A. That was in the Q&A on my channel. Maybe I'll have that link carded in the top right of this video right here. So if you want to click on that and watch that 2-hour Q&A after you watch this 2-hour video as well, you can do that. I'm gonna have it linked in the top right. And if I don't have it linked in the top right, I'll also just link it at the end of this video as a whole. So you'll have Nara's original video and the Q&A itself linked as well.
On more original ideas. So is it possible? Yes, but is it probable? Is more of a no answer, because I don't think Brent is going to go dive too deep into it, because at that point you would essentially have to recraft the world to some degree. At least that's the way I'm viewing it. You feel me? Because it's still, like I said, is it probable? No, but is it possible? Yes.
That's a fair take, and I think I think that's why Brent keeps a lot of the past aspects vague because adding Kimyos to the past changes the very nature of like biblical writing as a whole, which is why you would kind of want to keep parts of it just vague and up to interpretation, as opposed to distinctly explaining every change that came about because Kimyos existed, right? And that's why you can have certain things like Goliath wielding Zahara flow more naturally because that means that giants, obviously, we biblical giants existed in the larger sense, right? But then add the idea of Kimyo's existing, that means that Goliath was a Kimyo somehow, or and had some talent, and then wielding Zahara potentially either increased his size or he was already that size naturally, which is what the story itself alludes to. And then we have what is it called? And then we have somehow Zahara's talent interacting with Goliath in a way, you know. So I think you want to keep those biblical aspects a little bit more vague. You want to use parts of the Bible as inspiration to properly weave your story and make it biblical, but you also want to keep aspects of it vague in a way to where they're up to interpretation and doesn't feel like you're interceding on the Lord's writing and the Lord's word in and of itself, right? Faceless said the Konos flashback. I don't really have a problem with the Konos flashback personally. I think it it gives it kind of it does kind of well actually no it doesn't really retcon anything. It gives the Great Four and the brothers more character, and then it also adds to like just ancient biblical figures that you can kind of use in a vague sense, right? Because Seth and Azura, you hear those names and you're like, oh wow. And then the way you can set up Katagita to be Enosh, like I brought up in the review, would just kind of allow even that specific detail to be a sort of natural aspect of this part of the story, as opposed to some of the other things we may get that do exist that are a little bit more vague in nature, right? I don't personally have a problem with the Konos flashback. I do think there's problems with it, but I don't think the biblical aspect to some capacity is one of them, or at least parts of it, you know? Link said, one thing about world building is that part of the magic is the unknown. Exactly. And that's why Nara and I can explain chi and talents and Kimyos as much as possible, but when you're writing something, sometimes it's just the reason is it's like that because it's like that, bro. It's gonna happen. Sometimes I don't like it, and other times I'm like, there's no other way you can explain it, bro. Like yeah, I can explain it 1, 2, 3, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 still doesn't all the way lead us to 10, right? And sometimes that's okay.
That's the way I'm kind of viewing the situation, right? But I do think that Brent needs to dive more into the Tenkai Goken. And it's not only for Andrea's sake, of course, but it could also be for other Kimio's sake as well. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be for Andrea.
I'm gonna pause right there. I brought up the Tenka Goken earlier because Nar brought it up. I think another reason you would want to bring up the Tenkagoken is because the way Zahara is used in season 3 shows that the Tenkagoken are divinely purposed weapons. So you could almost say, in the same way that Zahara became Noragiri, a corrupted weapon, we could honestly keep that concept and apply it to another version of the Tenkagoken, another weapon. And that's why we could have what Jose says about one of the Kimyo's on Thanatos' side wielding Noragiri properly while it's cursed could be another thing that comes back into play with another Tenkagoken. But I think the reason you would want to use a Tenkagoken again in the story, outside of just cool weapons and rule of cool and what could these weapons possibly do, is they are named the 5 swords under heaven, and Zahara distinctly gives us the idea that they are made with a purpose. So a God-given purpose, right? Zahara has a God-given purpose. So you would almost want to do that same thing somewhere else, right? And then you could say that, yeah, another Kimyo has a Tenkagoken on the good guy's side, but the same way Zahara was corrupted and became Noragiri, we can have that same thing apply to Thanatos' side, and that's how you know that, yeah, this weapon had a God-given purpose, but it, or whoever wielded it, corrupted it to the point where it's still strong, but it's going against its purpose, right? You could even kind of use unstable chi in that way to where instead of, the weapon naturally being good and then it naturally being evil through curse chi, you could have the weapon in its consciousness be unstable because it's caught between basically the light and dark side, which would relate to Star Wars and Brent's use of Star Wars in the series, to where if the good guys are blue and green lightsabers and Thanatos is a bunch of red lightsaber wielders, then an unstable Tenkagoken would be a purple lightsaber because its mentality, it's constantly working for and against its own purpose, right? And the person who wields it is also doing that, right? So I think some of these ideas, some of these things can be played around with. I think if you want to use the Tenkagoken because you can relate it back to the Bible in the way that adds to your story, adds to your biblical story. Um, I could definitely see, like, again, the idea of a corrupted or cursed version of a Tenkagoken coming back into play because it's completely going against its purpose. And then instead of doing that same thing again, we have another Tenkagoken that's unstable because it's constantly fighting for and against its purpose, right? I think that'd be pretty interesting.
It could be for other characters that we have, because if Noda Giddy or Zahara, whichever one you would like to refer her to as, if Noda Giri is, I'm gonna say Noda Giri because Noda Giri was the one that was saying being compromisable to the Tenkai Goken on the 10 great weapons. Then we need to see why these weapons are different from when a talent typically chooses a object versus when a talent is typically choosing a Kimio. You feel me? Because yeah, we can see the object being produced. Well, we know the objects are essentially getting these powers very randomly. But if we're gonna have these supposedly 10 great weapons that are better than any other talent object weapon,
Five.
then I think that's one of those things that Brent kind of needs to dive a little bit more into, because we know we have inspiration from Naruto, um, in regards to a lot of things in Ordeal, and we have the character Sugetsu in Naruto whose goal is to collect the 10 great weapons, and through him wanting to obtain these
I'm pretty sure there was only 7 in Naruto.
weapons, he's able to experience different parts of the world and different cultures of the world, even if he's not getting too much involved in it through his adventure for these weapons. So I'm not saying that Brent needs to spend 20, 30 chapters on the Tengai Goken or anything like that, but we need to get introduced properly in regards to one of the weapons of the Tengai Goken at some point in this war, so that way he can kind of begin to close that plot hole that he created for that very weapon, right?
I wouldn't necessarily call it a plot hole. I'd say it's more of an unused plot device, I guess. Because technically speaking, Zahara does, in an essence, kind of close off what we need to know about the Tenkagoken, right? But it is an unused concept outside of the main character, which isn't fair. So I personally would want to see a Tenkagoken reintroduced into the story somehow, but we technically don't need it in the story again, technically, since it was given to the main character and technically it related to an important side character. We don't technically need it again. However, it is an unused concept, and like I said just before, you can take that concept, or I shouldn't say it's unused, but it's a sort of forgotten about concept that you can bring back up and use it for other characters and make it um, completely your own. You can truly uniqueify this concept in a way that adds to the character who wields the weapon, adds to the situation the weapon is involved in. I know Nara has said before that if a Tekagoken is used, he wants Andrea to be the one who interacts with it because it would be like her being a weapons master, right? And so even an idea like that, which I'm not saying I'm against, but I'm also not really for it personally. I don't really care one way or the other. Even an idea like that, at the very least, adds to Andrea because now, even if she does get that crazy Kraken gauntlet, whatever that is, it would still be crazy to see the weapon that Andrea had wasn't for her, and so the weapon that she gains that's basically connected or in the same caliber as Zahara is for her, right? And I've said that before that I said it before that I don't necessarily think you want to or can or have to apply that concept to her, but if you want to tell a better story, you can basically. I'll just leave it at that.
Those very groups of weapons. Because these weapons, if they're on the same tier as No the Getting, so even if we don't see all 10 of them or however many of them it is, it'll allow him to at least introduce one of them so that way we.
There are only five. Zahara was technically the sixth one, right? But there should be five, either still in existence or um in the past existed. You could also say that technically when Aldrich talks about the Tenkagoken, he makes it almost seem as though like they don't exist anymore. I'm actually just gonna look it up real quick because I feel like the wording that's used in there, it makes it feel as though like the Noragiri is supposed to be the secret one, but it's also like the only one we know about, like the only one that's actually been around. That's kind of how it feels. But let me just look up how that conversation goes to really confirm if that makes a lot of sense, right? So, um, scroll. Nope, too far. Okay, so blah 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 blah. Okay, so he says, I'm gonna put it on screen real quick. He says, "I am sure you have been educated on the existence of objects that develop talents. No, they are far from ubiquitous, a rare phenomenon. Excuse me, a rare phenomenon. They raise questions as to the origin of talents. Usually, it is simple developments, like a garden hose developing the talent to produce water on its own, which is crazy. But not all are harmless, which adds to the story and what we got at the beginning of it, right? This is Noragiri. It's the legendary and secret sixth blade of the five swords under heaven, the last of the Tenkagoken. So, like, you could almost interpret this as like it's the last one in the lineup, but it's also the last one in existence, right? It's the last one that currently exists. And if that's the interpretation, then reusing the Tenkagoken is kind of impossible, right? Because the other ones don't exist, right? However, comma, the same way the same way Zahara is able to endure all of Ilios, you would have to question how basically these weapons no longer broke, right? And I think what you could do instead is instead of saying that they don't exist or they're broken, just say that they're dormant, right? Just say that they're dormant. We had Konos be dormant, we have the Merlin Stone be dormant, we have Sheishi be dormant. I think you could wave it away properly by saying all of them or most of them are dormant, right? And even if like Thanatos collected one of them, or let's just say like one was in Malhazar's grave alongside Stonewill, it was dormant and it has no means of activation, right? So if it's used while it's dormant, it might break, right? Whereas we find another one, right, and it's not dormant and she is active, and that allows it to be used properly, right? So, I think that's what you would want to do with that, or that's something you could do, right? But let's keep going. Oh wait, Fatal said, kind of weird to have so many notable swordsmen and none of them have one. Hilarious.
At least properly scale how a talent that is essentially from the biblical or a curse in slash living talent that is essentially from the biblical age is being compared to these talent objects. And then you can essentially use those very same weapons as not necessarily battle defining weapons or anything of that nature, but you could essentially use those weapons as a minor point of discussion, not only for different weapon masters, quote unquote, throughout the series, but for the community itself. So not only could we properly scale it, we can properly close the plot hole because now we know, okay, this is what the weapons are. This is what.
This also relates to what I said about Brandon in the review in relation to using talent weapons as a way to better scale humans if you want to keep humans relevant outside of just the technology they have, right? So if we're saying that the technology that's being produced stops at the Titan general level for humans, then what would surpass that and supersede that would be a weapon like Zahara, right? And so if Brandon gets a Tenkagoken, something comparable to Zahara, how much stronger could he be seen as when fighting against Kimyos, right? Yeah, he's a Titan General contender, and just barely so. If we're being honest, he's a Titan General contender just barely in season 2 with his G3 suit. But imagine one of the Tenkagoken, like I said in the review, and I got this idea from Naoni, is Excalibur, and the talents that comes from Excalibur is almost like hide based, right? So he's a knight in the same way we see Andrea use Alistair, and she takes on a more knightly appearance, right? So when Brandon uses the just the sword and base aspect of um Excalibur, a weapon potentially seen as a Tenkagoken, a weapon potentially seen as comparable the to Zahara, he can wave it around and deal with Titans and Titan generals in that same capacity that he would have been able to with the G3 suit. But then he truly uses the actual talent of the weapon, and now let's just say it's hide based or it's I'll just or state based, right? And now he's an actual Titan general contender more properly, and he can even kind of be seen as even a little bit higher than that, right? He can be taken a little bit higher up in that scale, even for a human, but it's only because the weapon he wields gets him there. It's only because that weapon gets him there. If he didn't have that weapon, he would be regular, and without his G3 suit, he would still be regular as well, which we see in season 1, right? But when they get to G3 suits, they're above Titans, right? We see that they're at the Titan general level. But when we see the writer, who is far from a notable cameo in any capacity, using Noragiri, that weapon is controlling and puppeteering that person's body and increasing the capacity of what their talent can be, and that combination allows that pair to be comparable to a newly crowned 150 member, right? So imagine if a soldier like Brandon gets a weapon like Zahara and is actually able to wield it as well. What level would he be at? He's already at the Titan General level. What level could we truly get him to for just a human, right? But in a way that stops technology and allows the actual natural aspects of the power system to come back into play, right? I think that'd be a lot more cooler than just kind of keeping tech like slowly upping technology, right? And that way, at the very least, we see a Tenkagoken come back into play, and the idea of the Tenkagoken being not just um, God or weapons with God given purposes, but weapons from various cultures and not just from Japan, like they are, like the original idea for them in our real world is actually stems from, right? Because Zahara is seen as a Tenkagoken, or Noragiri is seen as a Tenkagoken, but we understand now that Noragiri was Zahara, and Zahara had a purpose that she went against, right? And so we could kind of use that same purpose and go, the next Tenkagoken we see still having that God given purpose, but I guess you could say the God given purpose of like Excalibur, for as an example for as an example for a Tenkagoken, would be to show what humans could achieve when they are able to come in contact with talent weapons, right? It'd be interesting, right? I think that's what you could do, and I think that's personally what I would want, because nothing says it's not possible. Personally, um, Nocturnal said, couldn't Brent do the other 4, 5 like how it is in One Piece? with like the various grades. Is that what you mean? Like the various grades of the weapons? Is that what you mean, Nocturnal? Oh yeah, like the Saijo Owazamono blades. Or yeah, I think that's what you're talking about. Let's keep going though.
what they look like essentially, or this is how one of them operate compared to how we see this talent object operate, right? Because we even get a case in Ordeal where we get pseudo talent objects being created with Dr. Hanzo in that orb that's able to utilize Kagaya's green mask talent by having everybody in Kagaya's talent connected to this one orb so that way they can recall them. Since Kagaya can essentially recall anybody directly or indirectly, meaning touch directly or touching the vicinity around him, like we see with him touching Val to get him up out of there in season 3, or him.
We're almost at the end. I also see Jin's swords as a pseudo talent weapon as well because his swords seemingly operate off the same principle as, or I guess a combined principle of what his talent can do, but we don't know if they are they have that same capacity when Jin isn't wielding them. And I think if that was true to where, and I kind of want to use this in my own story to say that they could be very very specific thing I will mention in the story itself, but I think it would be kind of cool if somehow Jin's swords and his blades that weren't just made to work in tandem with his talents, but also had parts of it just naturally imbued in it, so they have that future and past force applicable to them, right? Even if wielded by, let's just say, like Junie or Tandor, right? I think that'd be cool as well. And I meant to say I would also see his swords as a pseudo talent weapon, right? What about Rajani? Um, I'd say Widow's Knight is more of a talent in physical form, but it still operates as like any other talent, especially for a curse. It's still parasitic in nature, and it's still slowly, it's still bound to the person, at least to some capacity. But it's definitely not like what we're talking about here. And he said, unlike Azam's blades, yeah, because Azam's blades seemingly are made to work in tandem with his talent, as opposed to having their own distinct ability that comes from Azam's talents. That's how I perceive them. So the way Jin's sword is described, it feels like they are made with an aspect of his talent in some form or fashion to where they can attack with the force of the past and present, right? Whereas the way Abijah describes Azam's blades is that they are made specifically to work in tandem with the weapon and not potentially be used by anybody who isn't a kidding wielder, right? So if Abijah wielded the weapon, it either wouldn't work or wouldn't flow as naturally as it is because it's not attuned to his chi, as opposed to the chi of kidding, right? Whereas I could see in the same way Dr. Hanzo can use his Kaguya's talent, like Nar just said, to kind of create a pseudo talent object to where he can use somebody else's talent for himself. I think you could apply that same logic to Jin's swords, which are said to have been made, right? Okay, Widow's Knight is kind of like Heim, Bonnie's talent, where it is an overwritten item, but in Widow's Knight case, cursed chi take over and taking over a human host. Uh, yeah, yeah, actually, that's a good comparison. Yeah, yeah, but Widow's Knight also feels like Widow's Knight also is it's also its own thing because it's like its own liquidy foundation as opposed to Heim, which is a complete talent inside a physical object, right? Or technically, Widow's Knight and its talent or in its form are kind of seen as the same thing, whereas Heim is the physical object, but the talent is actually Bifrost, right? So it's like they're similar, but they still are different, I guess. He said, whereas Heim overwrites a Kimyo. Wait, and taking over a human host, whereas Heim overwrites a Kimyo's talent.
Touching the ground to get the soldiers away in season 2. Directly or touching the vicinity around him, like we see with him touching Val to get him up out of there in season 3, or him touching the ground to get the soldiers away in season 2. However, I'm pretty sure the more people he has to teleport, the stronger strain it is on the chi that he has to use for it.
Okay, a little abrupt, Nara. Not gonna lie, you gotta get you an outro, bro. I know it's only part one. I know it's only part one, and I know you said it's not really edited like that. So we're gonna have to wait for part two. But I'm not gonna lie, the cutoffs, I don't know, you're gonna have to like do like a little iCard or like a little text bubble at the end, to say like this is where you're cutting off this part of the video so that it better segues outward, right? We're gonna talk about Ordeal, but we're also gonna talk about the YouTube video and how it can be improved in that regard as well. But as we can see, Nara has closed the video out. This is only part one, so there is more to be understood about what Nara has to say in regards to this new developing war and the map and things he might understand that I and others may have missed. Again, go check out Nara's video. It will be posted in the description as well as in the end card of this video. And if you made it to this part, please like, hype, comment your thoughts about what was discussed, and share with anybody who likes Ordeal. Who knows when Nara is going to post part two, but best believe we will be reacting to it as well. And I will see y'all in the next one. All right, nearly 3 hour recording. I'm not gonna lie, kind of mad that that took that long. Let's just get straight into it, into the actual subject of the stream. I just wasted damn near 3 hours of y'all time on Marvel Snap and fucking Code Archives reactions, bro. I feel bad. I feel bad. I think I'm on chapter 7. No, we are on chapter 6. We are on chapter 6, right? Let me fix this real quick. This one is the proper one. No, I read chapter 6, right? Because it's the Excalibur episode. Yeah, so it should be chapter 7. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's on the what's-it-called as well. Let's go to chapter 7 as well. All right. Turn the background music on. Actually, let me pause it real quick so when I go to here, it'll be like this instead. He said, "Oh, was recording?" Yes, sir. Niggas thought I had a niggas thought I had freaking Soul Eater stream up, and we not gonna read still. I still got plenty stream time, But I'm gonna take a quick pause right here. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I had pancakes earlier that I saved, so I'm gonna eat those. Unless my brother ate them. Hopefully he didn't. And we gonna get into this read along, bro. Shout out Nara. I'll be right back though. All right, we back. And go ahead and full screen this. We are on Chapter 7, Uncanny Sword Part 1. I'm gonna eat my pancakes as we read this. Don't judge me. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, I remember this part in the anime. The Demon Blade Masamune. At this rate, he'll become a demon god as well, a Kishin, right? Are you really going through with it? It'll be a tough fight. Yes. I, Demon Blade Masamune's younger sister, will stop him with my own hands. This is a setup. What of Black Star? He said I could leave it to him to look after the souls. Alright, you have quite a good partner. Yup. Chapter 7, Demon Blade, the first half. I remember this in the anime, man. I'm glad I still got some of that strawberry kiwi energy drink left, bruh. Hopefully it's gonna give me a little bit more energy to get through this read along. Pancakes fluffy. Still got that syrupy texture in them. Okay. So you've let them go. Black Star and Tsubaki, I mean. I like that his name literally has a star in the middle. That's hilarious. Their opponent is a demon blade. It's a potential demon god. These circumstances are nothing like when I battled them in the after-school class. The demon blade is an enemy that I should be fighting. You're right. But you see, Masamune, being Tsubaki-chan's brother, takes precedence over him being an enemy of the Shibusen. This is a distinction for Tsubaki-chan as well. Yes. That child is not a girl who decides on things impulsively. She is even prepared to die. Alright, we're in East Asia, Shin Village. Is this right? It has to be. Right? Hold on, let me. Oh, wait. I did 2. This is what I wanted. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Please don't break that. A star like me came to this stinking hick town. They should thank me. So anyway, how did a village like this end up being the target for a demon blade? The villagers here have good quality souls. Hey, don't jump on our guardian deity, boy. You've been damned. Huh? What's that, you old fart? You're the demon blade, huh? Now you're suddenly hunting down old men? City folk sure are scary. Come on, there's no way my brother would be that old. We're just saying, I'm ready to go, be it day or night. See that? This guy's the demon blade. I'm pretty sure it was him. What's up? Visitors, Gramps? A boy from the village of Shin, Ryoku. So you're the demon blade. My older brother. He's younger than me no matter how you look at it. Wait. Oh, it really is him like that? That was fast. Shit, my older brother, he's younger than me no matter how you look at it. My, friends of yours, Ryoku-chan? You must be enough already. Oh, never mind. She was saying my older brother. And that, it can't be him because he looks too young. Got it. Alright, he peeped. He look at the Black Star shoulder. He see that fat ass star on it. He says, that's. What business does the Hoshizoku have in this village? Hoshizoku, clan of the star. Likely made by that one guy from Fire Force that had the stars in his eyes, which we saw at the end of Fire Force as well. With Black Star, who had stars in his eyes as well, right? Are you here to kill more of us? He confused. That tattoo on your shoulder, you're a survivor of the clan of the star? The clan of the star? Is that a coin, nigga? Oh, he tossed a coin at him. He caught it. Money? You, Clan of the Star guy, will do anything for money, right? So take that and get out of here. This village too. Yep, they throwing things at him. Yep, they want him gone. I think he's a bitch. Alright, it started raining. Damn it. It's freaking raining. I can't perceive the soul feedback like Maka can. I have no choice but to rely on my 5 senses to identify the demon blade's presence. But with this rain, my senses are dull. Love you pancakes right now. I can't cap, bro. Young nigga was hungry. Alright, Tsubaki looking at Black Star. Is the stuff that happened back there in the village bothering you? Huh? No, not really. I mean, that's not... I don't like telling long, boring stories about the old days. Alright. I'll stop looking like I want to hear about it. And then it's silence, and then he look over, and then she look like she still want to hear about it. Grr, fine, I get it. When you get to be a star as big as I am, you can't help but hear the voices from the audience. They're saying, don't get into some third-rate flashback and stuff. That's funny. It's happened before, hasn't it? Some guy we don't know would see this tattoo on my shoulder and suddenly make a grab at me. Yes? You see, my clan is called the Clan of the Star. Hoshizoku. Whoops. Hoshizoku was a family of famous assassins who do anything for money. I'm not gonna lie. This only ever been the clean nigga in the clan. I'm pretty sure this is his dad. Everybody else here looks stupid as fuck. This nigga dumb. This nigga on his backside stupid. He kind of cool, I guess. But, like, there's no real presence. Actually, even might be a girl. This nigga looks stupid as shit. He don't even got a full design. He ass. Only nigga clean here is him and kind of this person right here. I'm the last surviving member of the Hoshizoku. He said that annoying ass sword pisses me off so much. That's funny. It seems that they've gone and messed up with all sorts of people. That village was probably one of those too. Oh, that says messed with all sorts of people. I said messed up, whoops. That's why the Hoshizoku ended up making enemies all over the place. Wait, I think that is a girl, see? Right here. Yeah, she kind of clean. I can't lie, she clean. His dad clean too. Look at how stiff his arms are. This nigga got no movement. He look like he run like Steve in Minecraft. Looking at. But these boys over here, trash. And look at him trying to ore farm still. Why is he facing the same exact way he was facing up here? That's hilarious. So now that clan is 13 years ago, the Shibusen exterminated every last one of them. I was still a newborn, so I got taken in by the Shibusen. Alright? The end. Blackstar, do you hate the Shibusen? That happened to me when I was still just a little star, you know? How would I know? My old man and mom were total wretches too, so they got killed, and that's all there is to it. People hate you just because of that, even though you had nothing to do with it. Blackstar, it just feels so wrong. What are you, stupid? I mean, come on, thanks to that I get noticed a lot more than I would've. It's all lies. Having people bear a grudge against him isn't how Blackstar wants to stand out. Alright? The rain has gotten hell of a lot stronger, okay? It's raining harder. Okay, this nigga ore farming a little bit. I can't cap. He kinda clean. I don't think I shall sleep. I shall play? Nay, I shall eat. Okay. Does he just live inside the mirror? A demon blade plays upon the fear that lies in the hearts of people, possessing the soul in order to control the body. Oh, sounds like cursed chi, huh? In the end, once the soul is sucked dry, it becomes a demon god. I doth think, therefore I verily am. Therefore I shall devour. No seasonal words. Huh. Impeccably written. Nay, it is soaked from the rain. I see. This nigga lame as hell. This nigga about lame as shit. He write like, let me chill. Let me chill, never mind. That's a good beverage. That's a good beverage. Let me throw this plate away real quick. I'm not even gonna be gone. All right, now that good eats have been devoured, let us truly lock in on the read along for today, Fine Tuesday. Shout out to everybody who here with me, man. Also, still very sorry to read or that reaction was so long, but let's lock in. Okay, he says, all right, he's shaking, holding the freaking the gardening tool shit. I talked pretty big back at that quarrel. Let me put my glasses on actually. But I won't make much of an opponent with just a sickle. Oh, I'm seeing it 4K now. Oh shit. Why did that guy from the clan of the star come here? Did he come to attack the village again? Alright, he appearing behind niggas creepy as hell. Whoa, who are you? I doth think there seems to be fear in you. What kind of question is that? It's not like I'm... How about it? As long as you have power, you can wipe away the fear. I like how the text bubble is right here, but it points upward, right? I like that. I'll give you the right to choose. Want it? Oh, and he got took. He said, yeah. Oh, there go his senses. He peeped it. He's out. Eh? Let's go. He took off. Okay. Elder brother. Where? Ryoku. What's happened? Ryoku. Nay. I am the demon blade Masamune. Therefore, I devour souls. Alright, there go my nigga Black Star. Clean as hell. Finna kick the shit out of him. You see it down here to the left? Big boy kick. I can't lie, the sword look kind of clean right here. Look kind of clean right here. This nigga look cool as hell with these eyes. Look at the marks. Look at the marks. And yes, I know when Black Star eventually trained and masters, he gonna look clean as hell too. I already know. You don't even gotta tell me. I know that shit was clean. All right, he says, "What the heck are you? You're the brat from before." Tsubaki, what's going on? The Demon Blade's ability, Soul Possession. Soul Possession? What's that? Normally, the Meister and the weapon synchronize their soul wavelengths to unify, right? But in the case of the Demon Blade, the soul is being possessed by the other, and that person is being manipulated. Thus, in the end, the blade sucks the soul dry. That is the Demon Blade. The blade that was once so beautiful has such a dull color. Oh, you are... Oh, he darted forward. Tsubaki, what should I do? Wait. Yeah, Tsubaki, what should I do? Right. She had transformed into her Kusarigami, I think they're called. Even the Demon Blade shouldn't be able to control two soul wavelengths at once. If the boy were to get caught up in Black Star's wavelength, it would force the wavelengths to repel. I will take it from there. Okay, so boy Ryoku, Demon Blade Masamune. Okay, so it's grabbing onto his soul and controlling it, puppeteering it. Interesting. Okay. Wait. Okay, so down here, he charged in, went in for the attack, hit a slash. Black Star jumped and dodged it. He too clean. Gotcha. I just gotta drive the soul wavelengths together. Right. I'm not gonna lie, this nigga is aura farming something beautiful. The way he just dragged a sword across the ground like that, clean as hell. I entered the Shibusen in order to hunt down demon blades. I've gotten Black Star caught up in this sibling rivalry. I might be using you, Black Star. What are you talking about? Meister and weapon help each other out, right? It's okay to rely on me a lot more. I won't allow anyone to disturb my meal. In this world, it It is strong that devour the weak. Those with power are permitted to be gluttonous. Alright, he charging up. Instantly appeared right in front of Black Star, but he blocked it with the chain. What is Ora? The fuck is that? What? Shadow puppet. He used a technique. Stab that boy. Stab that boy across the shoulder with it. This visual was always so nasty to me. Look at this shit. This is so nasty. This is so nasty. Clash. It looks like he was finna kick him. Something happened. He said, "Shut up, puppet." And then he got stabbed, right? Oh, it blocked the attack, and then it also stabbed him, or slashed across his shoulder, right? Alright, now we down here. Black Star. What is that thing? That is nasty. A shadow? And then it literally just says shadow. The demon blade can even control the shadow of the person under soul possession. Go, puppet. Shadow. And it fucking moves up forward. Goes in for the attack. 2 against 1, huh? In this case, speed will stir things up. Tsubaki, ninja sword mode. That case is crazy. Okay. Alright, so she changed forms. Speed Star. Alright, he got faster. He's able to dodge the attack on some cool after image shit. You saw that? That's my speed. Can't see me, can you? He's so dumb. He forgot his, This looks clean as hell, I can't lie. He forgot his fucking wet and slippery outside. Nigga moving so fast, he fucked around and fell. Look. Oh? Smack all across the ground. Ooh, hit his nuts right on the edge of the shed. I know his gonads tingling. That shit hurt. Look at his face. Look, I know he in pain right now. Mid-fight, that shit sucks. The Speed Star isn't made for rainy days when it's so slippery. By the way, today's weather forecast predicts rain. Be more careful. I can't keep up with this era. I must have been born too early. The Speed Star is so deep, man. Alright, they finna pull up on him. He finna get stabbed and he finna get cut in half. They both attack. He managed to dodge on some cool shit. He stand up. In this situation where the footing is this bad, I'll barely be able to dodge his timed attacks with his shadow. There's no time to drive the wavelengths together. I've got to do something. Alright, he take this clean ass stance. I've never seen a stance this clean before. That's not true. Yes, I have. But you can't cap. This look clean as hell. She said, "Shy." He take the cool ass stance. Got the freaking arms of the shadow wrapped around the blade. They finna attack dead ass together. That stance. Be careful. A swift lunge is coming. Die. Oh shit. Puppet strike. Oh, he sent the fucking shadow outward. Okay, wait. I can see it all. Alright. This is actually clean as hell. So he sent the it's like a spear technique. He sent the shadow forward, extending the range of his very blade. Black Star was able to like block it. Alright. It says split branches. And then so its form went from the sort of elongated blade type of form to this like I guess almost back to its original, splintering out with the shadows, being able to pierce Black Star, right? Now he got cuts on his legs, upper thigh, or ankle, upper thigh, and it's like this part of his knee and the back part of his the back part of his arm. All right, the shadow's going to attack again. Shadow, smack my nigga right in the fucking forehead. Not yet, not yet. Tsubaki, chain sickle mode. All right. Ooh, that boy blitzing. He coming in fast as hell. Almost took his head off. He had to dodge though. All this. This ain't my era. What does that mean? He said, "Come on, my era." What an abstinent guy. Finish him. Alright. I mean, he really almost got his head took, but he dodged it, though. The shadow came in from the ground. He dodged that, too, a little bit. Just barely. Still got scratched a little bit. He stepped back. They going forward with the attack. He told him to finish him. The shadow attacked him again. This nigga aura farming. Aura farming. Look at it twirl in the air. Landed on the freaking statue. Come on. He jumped up in the air. He said, die. It's here. Soul resonance. Alright. Shield star. Okay, that's kind of clean. So he found the opening. He blocked it with shield star. You may cut my flesh, but we'll have your bones. The footing is too slippery. Having a ground battle of combined attacks with the shadow is a disadvantage. He get impatient when it's so difficult to make the finishing blow, so he'll dive right in. Right into Black Star's domain. Alright, so the shadow charged in. He leaped up and dodged out of its way. Your era is over. Mid-air attacks are from my era. Alright, he charging in after the shield. He finna palm his shit. He says, also named My Time. Look at the attack, boy. I mean, hit him so hard it looked like they're fused together a little bit. Okay, look at the artistry right here. Yeah, he hit him with that clean ass big boy shock move. Alright, he disturbed his soul. He let go. Now, Tsubaki, alright. Alright, so Lil Bro's alright. He dropped his sword. Huh, interesting. Alright, Tsubaki jumped up and caught it. Thank you, Black Star. I'll be back soon. You intend to come inside me? Pause. Then, this is my battle from here on. I'll put a stop to the Demon Blade. Okay, I remember this part of the anime as well. Okay, she finna get taken over. Yeah, you see the marks, you see the eyes. She's screaming. It's Tsubaki! We see her shadow. Still raining. Whatever you do, make it back here. I'm not gonna lie, Enchanted Sword mode went crazy. Alright, so we're inside the brother's soul and or mindscape, however you want to look at it. Okay, this is inside the Demon Blade? Where is the soul of the Demon Blade? He's supposed to be after my spirit for soul possession. Soul possession? Nay. I shall kill and eat you where you stand. Look at how he aura farm a little bit. I can't lie, it's kind of clean. I also like how different it looks, like, you know? I like how everything's brighter and like whiter here, right? Okay. Siblings scuffling over souls, eh? It gives me such a thrill. Demon Blade Masamune. Brother, dear. Okay. He forming his sword. She forming her sights. Prepare to die. And that's the end of this chapter. Alright, let's get right into the next one. I'm supposed to go to chapter like what, 13? Alright, we at chapter 8, Uncanny Sword Part 2. Alright, we got Black Star looking down at Tsubaki. Gone into the sword. Tsubaki. Ryoku. Oh, damn, I forgot about this part. What has happened? Ryoku is down because of that Star Clan. Brother Ryoku. How awful. Such a rotter. Damn. Get out from our village. Smack this shit. And he's just gonna sit there. Tsubaki. Why are you ignoring me? Get out, get out, get out. Come back soon, no matter what. Look, boy, tired as hell. Bleeding a little bit, but he got W durability. Alright, they're fighting. She takes steps forward, she going after him. She attacked from the side, he blocked that shit. Damn. He blocked that shit and palmed her fucking head, bro. Her whole cranium got him right in the palm. Poor performance. What, Tsubaki? Oh, it says what? Tsubaki, you came all this way to do play fighting? As your name, you are like a Tsubaki flower. Damn, put her head in the water, drowning her shit. Scentless flower. So discreet, never makes any statement. Even its ending is grim and ugly. Hello? So he lifted the sword up, he put it next to her. He kicked the flat side of the sword and kicked her with it at the same time. It is a worthless flower. Oh no! She got cut from that, so that wasn't the flat side. He really did kick and like slash at her at the same time. Okay, damn! Look at that big ass gash, bleeding. Had I think you'd be dead if we were outside. Okay, she huffing and puffing. You looking at her? No, don't look at me. With your eyes, you made me. I had no choice but to become the monster blade you called U2. Sure. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. They still beating on Black Star, Tsubaki. Okay. Haha. Interesting. Black Star pays no attention to anyone else. Why did Tsubaki stop moving? What is she doing? That the kid calls his father Chichu, which means honorable, respectful, great father. Okay, interesting. Well, Tsubaki and you two are... Hey, Stein. Well, lunchtime. Yes, sir? Well, to be brief, they are playing a tug of war with their souls. Tsubaki is struggling to absorb you two in while he came to hijack her soul with his specialized ability. Interesting. The one who bites is sometimes bitten, but what are the odds that she can win? Difficult to say. They are inside of U2's blade. Besides, a tug of war with souls is his strong point. I'd assume that the odds of Tsubaki winning are very low. It is almost foolish. Okay? Lord Death is silent. I don't believe it. Blood-related brother and sister trying to kill each other? I can't even imagine my life without Patty. You're going to be fine, one way or the other, sis. Such a precious girl. I'll protect you from weirdos all my life. Haha. Weakness of mind leads one to choose a life as Kishin. The original Kishin seek the power to escape from their fear of death. Why did Yutu Masamune choose that way of life? Okay. She readying herself. She throw out the blade at the chain. Shuriken, smoke bomb, dummy star. Well, that shadow was something fierce, definitely worth mastering for sure. Ninja blade. Alright, he parried that shit. Why are you only using scythe? Why hesitate? Is it because of me? Well, look at the counter attack. Slash her shit again. Or do you pity me? Yep, she losing a tug of war right now. She getting slurped up. Okay, you got the blade to her head. All of our clan is known for having rare weapons, and we inherit them. The first child inherits all the weapons of our direct ancestor. Excuse me. The skills of the past generation are all passed down. Throwing star, smoke bombs, adaptation, ninja blade. These were all supposed to be passed down to me, the apprentice. However, what do you know? Thanks to some change, the only thing I got was the Japanese sword. You became the one to inherit the ability. I was raised in an overprotective environment since they regarded my performance as poor. Do not look at me like that. I do not want your pity. You never allowed your emotions to show, and you never cared for me. You humiliated me. I have no choice. I will kill you. Wait. I will have to kill you to become Kishin and attain the ultimate in the military art. Sure, whatever that's supposed to mean. Okay, I forgot about this part of their backstory or this part of their lore. So, um, they come from a clan of basically 11 people. It gets passed down and inherited through some method. Um, they were all supposed to go to the firstborn, but he was the firstborn and he only got the Japanese sword, aka the katana, aka the enchanted sword. And whereas Tsubaki got everything else, right? So she has the more complete version of the ability, right? You know, one thing I do like about this manga series is I guess the overall series' take on the soul and its shape, but also what the soul does to the physical form, right? Because obviously we have these people who their soul is inherently allowed to change shape and become something else, right? Whereas somebody like Black Star can't do that, but he can still use his soul in a manner of speaking, right? I think that's pretty cool. All right, so he's locking in. He done channeled all the freaking shadow shits. He done stabbed Tsubaki. Marionette Rain. All right, she's still losing a tug of war. Black Star. He's still beating his ass. Damn, even the lady getting some action in. Tsubaki, do you remember my stage performance at the entrance ceremony for She Was in School? Beating his ass. I remember it. Hee haw! Entrance ceremony at She Was in School. Hey you, be sure to remember, I am the famous Black Star. I will be above God someday. In fact, I am almost there. Don't be sorry, you mediocre nobody. I'm just too awesome. There is nothing more precious in this world than me. You'll see my Mandorla very soon. Angel Halo, got it. Alright, he at the top of the school just screaming and wilding. I guess I am too futuristic for them because nobody was around. And then she clapped because she actually respects it. Okay. He dropped down, he walked to her, he's staring at her. It was nice. Oh, you're the first one to recognize my talent. Congratulations. I don't mind remembering your name. What is it? Yes, sir. It is Tsubaki, the weapon. Black Star, the technician. Okay. You were the only person who watched my speech to the end. Now, it is time for me to watch you to the end. Oh, okay, this kind of fire. What's wrong with her? She stopped moving. You, get out of my village. Alright, he went in for the swing. Blackstar caught that shit. Too much aura. Hey, kid, if you try to do that again, he broke it with one hand clench. He too clean. You'll be dead. This nigga's scary as fuck. Hey, look, he should have put the star in his eye right here. That would have been fire. I wonder if they did it in the anime. I don't remember. Alright, look. Snot-nosed ass nigga scared as hell. Shut up and watch there. And then he threw the fucking stick. You shut up, Star Clan. Okay, back inside the mental space. Or the soul. Or the weapon. However you want to look at it. Do you have anything to say in the end? She coughing up, bleeding. You're no more than a Tsubaki, the scentless flower. No expression even in the end. I need to abandon human empathy once and for all to become a Kishin. Okay, just back in the day. Tsubaki, what do you want to play? What about... Oh boy, Tsubaki again? I want to do whatever you want to do. Oh no, she said, what about you? I'm tripping. Oh, he says, okay, so what do you want to play? And she said, what about you? And he says, oh boy, Tsubaki again. I want to do whatever you want to do. And she's like, then I want to play soccer. I'd murder my own sister to become Kishin. And then he stabbed her shit. Absorbed her soul completely. I've got your soul. Look, let's just say pop. Damn. It is true, she is a transmutive high performance weapon. However, he is an enemy that's too much for her. She has no chance. I should have gone, even though you were against me going. She has an amenity as transmutation and certainly seems to be special, though her real strength is not in that. It is in her soul, okay? So they're talking about how she can change weapon forms, right? So she's not just one weapon form. And obviously he's saying that she has an amenity for transmutation and that's her specialty, or that she seems special because of it, but that's not her like actual strength, okay? It's her soul. So we see her being stabbed, it's silent. We'll go back to the past. Do you like soccer too? Yes. Do you really want to play soccer? Yes. Truth was, I wanted to play house. I am Tsubaki, the scentless flower. It is an ugly, creepy flower even when it blooms. Like me, it is corny. That's funny. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? Pity me? Scorn me? Okay, her soul's coming back out. You never express yourself, but you are nothing but an... Wait, you never express yourself, but you are nothing but a pretentious cutie. Do you deny it? Okay, so her soul coming back out. She said no. Oh, she stabbed his shit. No, no. I don't care anymore. I'll be the one to stop you. Big brother, I mean it. Feel it with your soul. Nonsense. Trying to act so strong, you're still just a cheap flower. No, you shall not call me a cheap flower. There's a scent even for Tsubaki. Okay? She kind of bodying his shit right now. Even while stabbed. Okay, they having an intense mental clash. They both screaming. Now we back outside. It's raining and shit. Tsubaki. She is taken into the sword? No, no. I don't believe it. Did she lose? Alright, we're here. I felt you. Tsubaki, the scentless flower. No. Okay, so he stabbed her. He let go. I never knew until now. Okay, wait, so this is him smelling the flower. This is like him understanding her, right? I never knew until now. It does have a wonderful scent. Okay, so she didn't lose the soul battle. Okay. So this is his sword. This is his soul. And she's taking in his soul now. My big brother. Give me that, you futz. Hey, Tsubaki, you hear me? Come back here. Wait, come back here now. You didn't lose, did you? You wouldn't finish your stage performance like that. Encore, encore, encore. Okay. And bang. Yow! Tsubaki? I'm back, Black Star. Yo, welcome home. You okay? Yes. You sure? Yes, I'm sure. Stare. Sadness. Smile. Come here. I'll give you a hug. He kind of a W mans for that. She gets snatchy sniffle. I'm sorry. Black Star, you're covered with blood. Are you okay? Don't worry about me. Smacked his ass. Boom. You. Why don't you die? Kicked his shit. What? Sweetums. Still alive. Lucky you. Evil Star Clan. Get out. You're inhuman. Go away. Beat our babies. What a sentence. What the heck? Losers, how long are you planning to hang around bird turd? Annoying losers having got no balls. No, wait. Not I am interested in the past, especially yours. Okay. I'll carry on my own future business. Get out. Get lost. Don't ever come back again. And they took off. Boom. Who would ever come to such boondocks? Better to be doomed, you fools. I'm so sorry. He is really a nice person usually. I don't like him, even if he was... Wait. I don't like him, even if he was not one of them Star Clans. Okay? You respect him a little bit, fake ass nigga. Alright, we back at Shibusen school. They're walking. Yo, Tsubaki, you defeated Yutu and settled the past now. Do you still wish to continue as my weapon? I want to go a step further with him. Of course I do. I am able to be true to myself when he is around. All right. All right. Surprise! Welcome home. Wow, you too? I'm sorry to make you worry. Good job. You two were great. Finally, you got the first soul. Ha 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 ha. Shinigami-sama, I might have underestimated them. Well, they are fast-growing youths. Yo, I need to show you something. When did he get there? Actually, Tsubaki attained a new mode. They are questioning it, they're confused. Here we go, Tsubaki. Right. Mode Demon Blade. Alright, she changing forms, he reaching out. His shadow shocked. He clean as hell, I can't lie, he clean as hell. He clean as hell. And instantly fell. The Black Star. My soul energy is gone. The power seems too much for Black Star now. For Black Star now anyways. What a surprise. She earned her brother's ability too. Haha. Anyway, they stopped one more human from becoming a Kishin. Truly, good job. My eye is tweaking out right now. There's something in it? Yo, Chad, I saw a bug earlier. Oh, I turned away. Came back. I don't know where that bug went, bro. That shit genuinely disappeared. Like, are you okay, eyeball? Nothing in it. You just wildin' today. Just fucking wildin' today, bruh. Okay, let me put my glasses back on. Alright, we are on chapter 9, Preserving Soul. I remember these two witches. The rat one and the frog one. Wait. Hold on, wait. Yeah, the frog. Oh, she's a mouse. That's what she was. She was a mouse. Alright, let me check something real quick on the side. $15, not $16. Okay. Okay. Somewhere on Earth. Joma, Dabarasa. They seem to be rhetoric words spelled backwards. Joma Majo equals witch. Dabarasa equals goodbye. Old expression, sure. Maba-sama Witch Gamer Olden Witch. Okay. Now we're finished with the witch mass meeting. You're dismissed. I'm not gonna keep saying that shit. Oh, they're saying witch goodbye. Okay. Witch goodbye. Okay, let's go, Corona, Ragnarok. Yes, Medusa. Oh, she said, stop that bullshit. Wait. We cannot go home. What are we going to do? Oh, shut up, or I'll take your money. How may I help you? Eruka Frog. Eruka Frog the Witch. Musume Mouse the Witch. It is irritating. Well, I'm not the only witch accompanied by non-witch outsiders, right? Look at the little one there with the human. Mifune, I'm hungry. Right. Hey, shout out my nigga Mifune. He clean. He got 5 swords on him. Actually, no, he got 6 swords on him. He too nice. It has been such a disgrace to the witch mass, but that is not what I want to talk about now. I was watching that you stole something from Mabasama. Tell me, what are you doing at Shibusen in secret? You stick out like a sore thumb to me. Corona, my coat. Yes, ma'am. Okay, look at how her arm bend. She putting that shit on though. She said, bitch. Alright, see you, Vinci. Appreciate you for stopping by. I'll stay there as long as I wish to continue my study. We all agreed on that in the meeting. You heard Mabasama, didn't you? Or she put her stick right in front of her said, she said, hold it! She has lost her eye and is not able to see the reality well. Shibusen is an organization of all the souls of witches. You can endanger all of us. Also, I know that you are trying to create more Kishin/demon gods. Give me a break. Go peddle somewhere else. I don't. She shoved a snake in their mouth. She said, shut your bitch ass up. A frog and a mouse. I'd gladly show you the meaning of punishment. Go. But I'm busy now. Look. Shut them up real quick. That's what happens when you're weak. Well then. Witch, goodbye. The school nurse cannot be late for school. You snake. Chi. He was in school. Alright, my nigga, Soul got that cool ass scar on his body. Now show me your back, please. How are you feeling? I'm feeling fine. But I keep having the same odd dream lately. Odd dream? Yeah. In the dream I am in a room where everything in there is black. I hear jazz. Sort of familiar, cheap tunes playing fitfully from a phonograph. After a while, he would come in, dancing his oddly lopsided dance. This ugly ass nigga, I hate him. Swing swing, a tiny demon in his double-breasted suit. Sure. Swing swing. It is not swing jazz. We listen to jazz at night. You can listen to anything, anywhere, anytime. You decide whatever you like, anyway. That's right, I decided. You have qualifications. Didn't you feel a strong fear when you were slashed? Don't you wish for a more powerful soul so that you won't feel the fear? Oh, this is, he's trying to corrupt him and turn him into a Kishin. It is foolish to forget fear. It's one of the fundamentals at Shibusen. Ha, idiot. Where do you think you are? Heaven? You are on Earth, on ground level. The most important thing to survive is the power. You need power so strong that you won't feel any fear. I don't think you can understand it yet. Get out. Wait a second. I don't want to leave this room. Let me stay until the end of my dream, please. I promise I won't complain about the music. Then obtain the power. Search for the rules that you can break. You will be strong. Why did you want to stay in the room? As I leave the room, I'd walk in the dark. I can see a light. Then, after that, I'd come out of Maka's abdomen, destroying her. Oh, clearly he is affected by Ragnarok's dark blood. So, what do you think? Well, besides a small, erratic heart rhythm, you are making good progress. Can I check your blood pressure? Sure. About the dream, it is common to have a same dream over and over again. You don't have to worry about it too much. Do you have any other concerns? Not really concerns, but since I got injured, Maka and I have been acting sort of awkward with each other. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. The sound of chime. Okay. A jug. What are we doing? Why it look like that? Yep, a jug. Why a jug? Well, it is just a jug, but the water inside is called Hyokon, water or soul absorption water that sucks soul waves. Try touching it. Okay. The jug looks a lot more suspicious. Did he get shocked? Or no, he got drained. What the heck is this jug? It's water. I suggest using only a finger or two, at least for a while. Oh, he put his whole hand in there. You mean if I could soak my whole hand or arm, I'd be able to handle Tsubaki in Yoto mode? Precisely. Interesting. I haven't done much besides weightlifting. What? What's what? It's not fair. Why are you so strong with just weight training? Oh, that? You see, I am the Black Star after all. We're at a different level. I'll be bigger than God soon anyway. Oh, soon enough anyway. No fair. Tap. Dr. Excuse me. Dr. Stein? I will not be defeated by such a stupid jug. I don't think he is doing it consciously. It is the way he pushes himself to be strong, saying things like he is as big as God. Pushes himself? Right. Consequently, he never gives up, believing that he should be able to do things as powerful as God, trying over and over again. Yep, the boy keep getting drained. He is seriously trying to be above mighty power. No wonder he becomes stronger. I see. But that's the way. I think I'm supposed to say, but that way works for him. You'll find the way that works for Maka. The way that works for me? If you find it, come and talk to me. I told you just a finger to start with. You can have it, so why don't you go home? Hey Maka, about the party. Oh, that's right, Blair. Oh, they really do keep the cat? That's hilarious. We're going to have a party for Tsubaki and Blackstar getting their first soul, and also for Soul coming back from the hospital. I want nice seafood. Then, I'll see you in a week, Soul. Right. Knock, knock, knock. May I come in? Oops. Oh, what's up? Don't be late for the party. Well, goodbye now. The reason for the awkwardness seems to be your scar. I know. She becomes sad when she sees it. Maka in Soul's apartment. There go Blair again. Oh, let me drink my energy drink. Still got some drink left. I did not mean to hit my desk. I'm so sorry. I ate so much, whatever they were. Hey! They were great, Maka-chan. Thanks so much. It's a nice place and clean too. She goes ballistic if I make a mess. So, just you two live here? Howdy, enjoying the party? Would someone care to take a nice bath with me? Oopsie! She dropped her towel. look at kid. You think that bug a cockroach? No, it's a different type of bug. But I just don't know where it went. Did you just now hear that? Would someone care to take a bath with me? Oh, she dropped the towel, right? I already read that. Is she always like that? Somebody save me from that sultry cat. Alright. She walking by herself? It's finally paying off, staying undercover at Shibusen. Black blood contaminated soul eater. Should I try it now? I have the key. Okay. They finna jump her shit. Oh, such a nice surprise. I guess you'd already know still. Do you want to know why I'm here? Yes. Yes, please. They finna jump her shit. Kokori, I'm here to kill you. She thinks she cool saying that shit, bro. Why? We are allies. We just want to do our thing with magic under the nose of Shinigami. Excuse me. I don't care what you want in Shibusen. It endangers us. Is that the reason? I have one piece of advice for you. It's not safe walking around with your own costume. Even if you use soul protection, there are so many young technicians around here, you know? Don't worry, unlike you, I can transform in a worst case scenario. I see, you mean that you can defeat me with something like that. I know that I can't win in an ordinary battle. You don't want to blow your undercover mission, do you? You can't use magic, let alone remove your soul protection. As long as you keep the soul protected, it is the same as us attacking an ordinary human. If you lift the protection to fight back, we'd run with transformation magic. Technicians will know what you are and they'll hunt you down. Either way, we'd win. A frog and a mouse defeat a snake. This is the real Gekkokuju. Usurpation by lower level. Weak ass. Not only would I be killed, but also forced to listen to your lousy jokes. Horrible. Or how horrible. Okay? They finna lock in. They finna lock in. She done fucking. We got fucking whiskers and tadpoles, I guess. Farewell, Medusa. Chi. Oh, she done sensed it. The magic. Witches? Huh? What? Two of them. Why are they here in Death City? Hey, Maka. I'll go check. I wanted to see you cry and beg. Too bad we don't have much time. Fools! You intend to win? You may need real punishment. No good as research subjects either. Are you going to lift the protection? We'll transform. Try it then. Oh shit. She ore farming. Gecko, what did you do with the snake tattoo on your shoulder? Oh, there it is. Blah 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 blah. Chi, what? Mizune? Is it inside of her? How? You planted it at that time? I have 1,000 in my body. It is nothing to spare, couple. She's gonna blow up. Ooh! Ooh! Fucking ripped the snake right out of her body. Ooh! Tore her shit asunder. Ooh! Look. Is that her head? That's her head, right? Ooh, yup. Slice. Ooh. Went out sad as hell. Double or a fire panel spread though. Fire panel spread. Oh wait. Oh, this is all part of the same panel. Wait. Mizune, swallow it whole. Why? Isn't it magic too? How do you manage to control it without lifting the soul protection? Well, they are automatic, very simple magical creatures. Aren't they beautiful? I just have to give them a simple sign. They are not like pigeons or rabbits, but handy. You don't actually believe that I only put them into Mizune, do you? Uh-oh. She realized something? She realized it too? She transformed and got out of there. Of course, it was quick. Stein and Maka. Miss Medusa? I felt the presence of two witches around here. Yes, I felt them and came just now. I wonder if it could be the witch who attacked Soul. Could have been her? No, it's not possible. She was with a technician in a dark blade. If it were her, she wouldn't have lifted her protection in the middle of Death City. She surely is interested in technicians and weapons. She would be watching discreetly. If she was here, I mean, well, it might have just been a warning to Shibusen, you know, like a delinquent act. Anyway, it's great that you are safe. We can't get through even a single day without a school nurse. Ha ha ha, you're right. But what if they come back? So, I have to change. I have to change now. I decided to be stronger. Maka, are you okay? Don't go flying out alone. It is reckless. Soul? I couldn't face a scar. I need to face it now. Tap. What? I will not let something like that happen again. I'll never run away from fear. Dr. Stein, I found the way to make my soul stronger. How? Good. She has courage to fight off the fear. Then come down to my office with Soul tomorrow. Okay, so she ran away. It's nighttime. It should be enough now. That witch. I'll show you someday, Gecko. And she got stepped on, squished. Oh, it feels rather nice, actually. You have a favor to ask you. A key? How did you find me anyway? You have my baby inside. No use running from me. I need you to free a man. Oh yeah, she's gonna free the wolf nigga. You know of whom I speak. If I say he's a convict, the 13th in which jail, you mean Devil's Eye? See ya, Nocturnal. Stay blessed. He is the one, wait, he is the one that took the left eye from Mabasama. If I did, I'll be banned or killed. If you wish, I could kill you here. I understand. I want to do some experiments using that guy. My study for Soul Eater. What? Such a reason? You're insane. I don't like it. Transform back to a frog. Yes. Which jail? 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2. Gosh, it's annoying. Not again. Hey, how many times did I multiply? Hey, how many times did I multiply? You just added them. You never multiplied. Okay, somebody just screamed. You got scared. Oh, shut up. I can't see. I can't see anything. I really want to see a fine comedy. Okay. They call him Devil's Eye. I liked him. He was kind of cool. Alright. Change this. Now we're on Chapter 10, The Experiment, Part 1. Soul Eater 4. Volume number 4, okay. They have Chapter 10. I kind of want to do a volume by volume since that's how they're doing it. I want to do it like, so maybe I'll stop at Chapter 14 this read along, okay? So we'll do like maybe like 2 volumes per read along. So we have Chapter 10. You have Chapter 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. And then real quick, that should take us to yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so I want to keep at least the volume reads together. So let's do, wait, what was it? Chapter 10. So let's do this volume, and then we'll do like 2 more volumes next read along, and then we'll just kind of leave it at that. And I'll try and like keep that as the consistency for the read alongs with this one. Right? Does that make sense? Does that sound good? Like, does that make sense? Wait, Black Dragon Part 1, Black Dragon sequel. Oh, I want to see the name for Chapter 14, Chapter 15, the anniversary celebration. Okay. Okay, cool. Sounds like y'all are good with it. Okay. Okay, yeah. Chapter 10. Okay, Chapter 10, The Experiment Part 1. Cool. Alright, this is Volume 4. Okay. Is this one? Oh, let me change this real quick. No? Is this not right? This don't feel right. How does this feel right? Talking about this don't feel right. Where's my proper panels at? Hold up. Let's scroll a little bit. These panels not paneling the way they're supposed to. think it's because of this. So maybe if I try 3. There we go. Fuck. Okay. Let have mercy on the crying soul. Sure. Alright, the cup fell. We at witch jail. Apparently she's asleep. Looks like you are fast asleep. Alright. Okay, the freaking witch frog is hopping. Sniff sniff. Who's there? I came here because someone asked me to help you get out of here. I'll open it now. Huh. What do you think I am? Do you think I need your help? And look, they're leaving. I appreciate that. You're welcome. Okay, it was not too hard for me to run from those witches, but I willingly went to jail. Guess what? Let's talk later. We need to hurry, or they'll catch us. You know, like a movie, I wanted to dig a hole through the wall with a spoon every day, little by little. I was fascinated by such a patient act. I really wanted to try, you know. But they serve food with chopsticks all the time. What bad luck. I thought about other ways, but you see, I had no idea. It's too late now, but you could have tried peeing on bars to make them melt eventually. Damn it! Or he said, damn, shit! I never thought about that, smacking his head against the tree. For Christ's sake. Quick, they'll find us. It'll be over if they find us with or shit. It'll be over if they find you with cuffs. Oh, and they pulled up. I can't lie, they look kind of clean. Nice little jail vibes they got going on. All right, they pulled up around them. They're surrounded. Sniff, sniff. Be careful. There's someone near. I know. Number 13, the Devil's Eye. We'll have to hurt you if you resist. You've kept me 200 years. Do you think I would let you arrest me that easily? I'll surely resist. And they stabbed him. Look, stab through the head, stab through the head, stab through the neck, stab through the mouth. The Devil's Eye? Wait. I'd be killed if I failed to bring you. He just snapped the freaking thing in his mouth. That's nasty. Well, well. Not to worry because... Shoot! Idiot! He finna boom his shit. He let off a big boy shot. Mama didn't decide to keep me alive in jail. She just couldn't kill me. I'm immortal. This nigga ore farming? Immortal? Someone like that has got Mabasama's Devil's Eye? Oh yeah, he hit the wolves. Oh yeah, he could do that magic shit, right? I remember this. Okay, he said he stretched out his hand. He used the water around the chain, but turn the water into ice. He says ice ball. He says oi, and he kicked him. Kicked the fucking ball, the big ass chain ball on his ankle. Smacked like 3 niggas with it. That fucking sucks. Alright, he's swinging it around. It's up in the air. He's gonna bring it down. Ooh, you hate to see it flatten them boys. Oh my goodness. I think he's trying to run away. He said, no siree. This nigga jumped up in the air. Wolves. Ice spindle. Oh, well, it says spindle. Ice spindle. Stabbed my nigga. Pierced him. Whole body cut in half. Yeah, he's dead for sure. He killed them all in just a few seconds. This nigga's howling like a anyway. He's awfully powerful. Doesn't he like stay with that damn ball and chain the whole time too? That shit was ass. Alright, we had Ch7 with it. Why do we have to come to school on Sunday? I'm sleepy. It is special training. I asked for Dr. Stein. It sounded like it could be really dangerous. We need to brace ourselves. I'm not that idiotic. Also, I'm not an early bird like you know. Well then. I can help you wake up. Special training room number 1. Okay, what are we doing here? Welcome. Sit down anywhere you like. Yes, sir. It smells funny in here. It's just an aroma candle. If you're ready, shall we start? Though I need to tell you this before we start. The training you will be getting today is very risky. If it excuse me, if it is unsuccessful in the worst case scenario, you may never be able to reconcile your soul waves between each other. What? Eh? Are you still interested in this training? No, wait, sure. Hey! The technician decides these matters, so follow me. What are you playing at? I may never be able to reunite the soul waves with soul, but even then, I had to be stronger. I'll never let soul's injury happen again. The technician's opinion matters more in this case. Let's start. Please look at each other. I am ready. Okay, look how he looking. Describe each other's personal defects. What? Is it the training we are about to have? Yes, that's right. Stubborn, foolhardy, gloomy-natured. Because her hobbies are reading and puzzles, she has thick ankles. Smacked his shit with that book, karate chopped his shit. Look at the intensity of the swing, too. Pull that shit from way back here. That hurts. We're supposed to describe personal defects. You've got 2 more for sure. Short-tempered and violent. Hit his hit. She really hit this nigga again. Doctor, what's this? Let's not use physical violence. It seems odd for training, but this candle's aroma makes them angry. Even a small comment can break them altogether. However, if they can get through this, their soul waves will be synchronized a lot stronger. Okay? W training method. I gotta steal that. What is wrong with you lately? You even decided about taking this training without asking me. What do you want? I just want to be stronger so that you'll never get hurt like the other day. I keep telling you that I am ready to die for the technician. You fight to collect souls to make the weapon stronger. Don't you think it is strange that you need to be stronger to protect the weapon? Why are you so negative about me being stronger? I just don't like to be protected by others. Can you calm down? You're so loud. You are different lately too. What made you so negative about being stronger? Okay, he reminiscing about the dream. You need power so strong that you wouldn't feel any fear. Search for the rules that you can break. You will be strong. I am neither scared of him nor of being stronger. Why don't you sit down? I'm tired of looking up. No! It does not seem very good. It started misaligning their soul waves. Okay? They grinding their gears. Maka in Soul's apartment. Dinner is ready. Alright, I'm hungry. What? Is it only this piece of seaweed wrapper? That's it? Why don't you make dinner yourself if you don't like it? I'm going out to eat. Slam. It was your turn to cook tonight, wasn't it? It was not too cool. She left too. She got up, slammed her door, laid in her bed. That bed looks soft as shit. I've never seen a bed look that soft before. I know. What the hell? What's wrong with her? You came. Okay, we in the fucking outskirts with it. I brought him. How do you like my work? Well done. Someone came? What am I supposed to do, Ragnarok? Shut up. Then remember the promise. Please take all the snakes out of my body. All of them? You must be joking. Use your common sense. 1 snake per 1 task. How many snakes do I have? You don't want to know that. If you wish, I can remove them all by destroying your body. Now I am free again. Well, called me Free. Oh, that's what they called him, right? Okay then, Free. Jeez, excuse me. I wonder if you really are going to be. I really appreciate your help. Is there anything I can do to help you? Don't mention it. It was my pleasure. Please. I really like I really like to help you too. No wait, please, I'd really like to help you too, okay. I know how he reacts. Well then, there is something. I need to make a technician and a weapon combination disappear. Isn't that easy for you? A technician and weapon combination. Shibusen, folks. That's right. They will be in London for their practical training activity tomorrow. How would you feel about seeing them there? I never liked the standards set by Shinigami. I can surely help. Are we in London with it? You know, one thing about Soul Eater that I kind of wish Brent did a little bit too is Soul Eater is set on planet Earth. It literally said somewhere on Earth earlier in the read along, right? And obviously we're in London, but the places in Soul Eater feel like a separate planet altogether. It's Earth, but it feels like Soul Eater's Earth as opposed to Earth with Soul Eater characters in it, I guess, right? So, and that kind of applies to like other anime as well, to where it feels like we're on Earth, but because of the characters, because of the power system, it feels like we're on a different we actually are on a different version of Earth, right? Um, and I feel like Ordeal can have that as well. I feel like we can have that we are on a different version of Earth, but I think as of right now, I'm not saying Ordeal's map feels like a one to one in comparison to Earth. It just doesn't feel as, I guess, unique or as different or as um set apart in terms of the world as of right now, right? Like obviously Greenland had Bjorn, but what really made Greenland any different, right? And obviously like um Tokyo has Code HQ, which is a completely different thing that obviously Tokyo doesn't have in our real world, but I definitely think more of the version of Ordeal's Earth could be different to where like unique locations exist. Obviously, we have that kind of example with some of the outposts, right? And but I think some of the vague nature of the outposts makes it feel like they're not even real within Diverse itself, I guess, if that makes sense, right? But one thing I do like, or I guess one place that I think really felt unique in Ordeal so far was the start of 113 where we have Mato and Masato, right? When they're like in that like Torii Gate transport portal thingy. I That place to me felt really unique and it felt super unknown out of all the places we've been to in Ordeal. So I definitely think we could kind of uniqueify the verse a little bit by making the world and parts of it just more unique and more made up, or some aspect of it feel less like, I guess, a copy of our Earth and more of Ordeal's own Earth, if that makes sense, right? Because obviously we have, you know, unique locations, but we also have like places that are just one to one. Like even Naru's breakdown of Arizona is just like it's just in Arizona, right? Or what about Patmos? Oh, that's also fair. That's also fair. Patmos is a very unique and like individualized place as a whole. But I mean, Patmos is damn near Alcatraz. If you really think about it, it's just movable. But I'm pretty sure Alcatraz is an actual. Is it? I mean, I don't think it's an island. No, Alcatraz is an island. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Patmos is basically just Alcatraz, but in a different. Obviously, I'd say the difference is that obviously Vatic moves it, but um the location of it is very different, right? Alcatraz is in California, or yeah, near California, whereas Patmos is either anywhere on the ocean surface, or consistently somewhere in the range of the Bermuda Triangle, which is closer to like Florida and like Puerto Rico and stuff. But realistically, that's what Patmos is. If we're being honest with you, it's definitely still a unique place, but I definitely think we could have more unique places. Like, I don't know, just like places that just truly do not exist in the modern world, right? Or places that are unique because it's an ordeal specific thing, right? Because when I watch this scene in the anime, it doesn't really feel like they're in London, right? It feels like they're in Soul Eater London as opposed to London in our world, like, if that makes sense. And it could be the art style, it could be because it's anime, you know. I don't really know. But I might just be being a little bit nitpicky. But let's keep going. Okay, so right here, yeah, here I come. Black Star in London. Okay, so they're gonna attack them? Oh no, it's both of them. They're both together. It is snowing. Aren't you cold? Snow? It's nothing. I would take off my jacket rather than wear. Wait, I would take off my jacket rather than to wear it. Or to wear one. Oh, okay. But anyway, since you guys have been attacked by a Dark Blade, all of our practical training is together. Don't slow me down. Look at these dumbasses. Not getting along. Isn't it beautiful? You see, it's great that we're in London and she's trying to make them play nice together. What happened to them? Hey Maka, I can't feel the soul reaction, so if you can check it, sure. Well, are there any bad guys on Shinigami-sama's list around here? Oh yeah, the no future nigga. This nigga's clean. What? Hey, yourself. Right in front of us? What is he doing here? On the bridge? His soul is not. I'm not supposed. I think it's supposed to say not. Oh, it says not normal. I thought it was supposed to say not mortal. His soul is not normal. Here are many things mixed. Oh wait, I think it's supposed to say there are many things mixed up with. Is he human or witch people? There are some other things in it. I think this is the eye. I think that's the part of the witch aspect of him. But we also know he's like a wolf creature, so but we never see any like obviously we see humans turn into weapons, but we never see other people turn into animals or like hybrid animals like him that aren't witches basically, right? Because obviously the witch can transform into the frog, but he's literally a werewolf basically. So I don't think we see anything like that. And then I think this witch aspect of him can see is the reason he can use the elemental manipulation in regards to ice that we saw earlier. Yeah, so yeah, she's questioning if he's human or a witch people, and there's something else about him. It's probably the immortality. So he is on Shinigami-sama's list. We're lucky this time. Be careful. He'll probably use magic. Smile. Huh. Looks like you're ready to hustle. Tsubaki, Mode, Demon Blade, Yuto. I'll take him in a flash. But we cannot handle that yet. We'll take him within 30 seconds, and it'd be enough. Let's go. All right. That kid, he is strong. The soul resonance. Wow, so powerful. And he has very steady resonance amplification. Is that Black Star's soul? This is his soul when he's using the enchanted sword. Okay. What are you doing in the middle of the bridge? Wolves. Ice spindle. Yeah, see, you see how the ice has the mark on it too? I think that's how you know. That's how we know the magic comes from that aspect of him, right? So he steps. The water turns into a spear or a sickle. Tsubaki, right? All right. Tsubaki controls his shadow. And it's I think she's stopping it or restricting it. What? Terrific. He stopped it with shadow. Eat this. My esoteric weapon, Shadow Star. Sad. And he failed because he can't handle it like an idiot. I told you. I told you. It didn't even take 10 seconds. Did it? Though he may be strong and powerful, such an idiot. Who's next? Stab. My nigga so clean as hell for this one, he said, bitch. Old man, don't you relax like that. We're in a war zone. He's got it. No, Soul, run! Well. Because of my nature, I tend to relax as usual. What? What the heck? What's going on? Look at him. His wound is closing. He might be... Yes, they always close. I am one of the immortal clan. Oh, okay, he's from a clan of immortals. That's right. The immortal clan? I read about them before. No wonder your soul is mixed up. The fuck does that mean? I'll show you my true shape. True shape? I can't believe they really exist. His soul shape is changing too. I am sure that he's the one who took the Witch Queen's eye. Oh, okay, so they know about that too? Legendary werewolf! Okay, he howling. I'm not gonna lie, he looked better in the anime. This nigga ugly as shit. Demon Eyes Werewolf free. Immortal plus Demon Eye equals the mighty power. Soul Scythe. Alright. We can take him. We have witch hunting. Using its purification effect, we can even take on Immortal Clan. Wow. They can take on even an Immortal Clan. That's crazy. Alright, so he turned into the scythe. She grabbed it. Ready, Soul? Yup. But it stings. Ouch. What the hell, Maka? What? It burned me. Can't hold you. What? Could it be? Same as when Blackstar tried to hold Soul? He couldn't. Wait. Same as when Blackstar tried to hold Soul? He couldn't hold Soul. Very similar. Their soul waves don't match. That makes sense. Aruka, watch them closely now. I see through your eyes. Soul Eater, how would the black blood in your vein react to it? Let's begin the experiment. Well, I'm fucking scared for him. Okay, wait, and then this was chapter 15, right? No, chapter 14. Okay, I'm tripping. Okay, so we're okay. Bet. Bam. Okay. All right, chapter 11, the experiment part 2. I think I still got some drink left. 5-hour stream. That first part, bro, or I guess technically the second part, that reaction, bro, that shit took forever. I just got something super crazy. What the fuck is this? Sorry, chat. I'm drinking the rest of my energy drink right now. All right, there's the rest of my drink. Yeah, okay. Let me check this message real quick. Damn, my brother's about to play a freaking, almost said Fortnite, Marvel Rivals, but sadly, I'm reading on stream. I can't play with them boys. Can't do it. We reading along. All right, we on chapter 11. Let's lock in. All right. I always liked his no future tattoo. This was tough to me. This was always tough. I can't get this tattoo because it goes against the idea of that I have a future, and that's just not something I agree with. But this is clean. All right. He's growling. She says, "Go on. Let me see the results of the black blood. Our soul waves don't synchronize." Maka, I can't. I can't breathe. I never thought about how I breathe. How do I usually use soul as a weapon? The rules made by you. I'm not gonna lie, I did fuck with his character a lot. He might be in my top 5, but I think but Black Star's for sure gonna be in the top 5 by the end of the read along. I know that for a fact. He's already my favorite character right now. From what I read the last time I read this manga. Alright, the rules made by you folks are bothersome. Surely in eyesore, I'll tear all of you into pieces. Fighting Wolf Fist. Here we go. Okay, he just howled. Ooh, blitzed her shit. Palmed her shit. Maka! How quick. Alright, he tapped her shit, pierced her shoulder, closed his fingers together, formed an ice pillar behind her, so she could stop her momentum, so that he can go in for this fucking swing kick of the fucking ball and chain. The fact that they let him, that they didn't take this off is hilarious to me. They just let him keep it on his body. He ducked it though. Wow. It broke the freaking ice. The ice chunks flew off to the side, hit Tsubaki and Soul. Ugh, this is nasty. Wait, charge. Demon's Eye Cannon. This is terrifying. Look at this shit. Did he stab himself? What? God damn it, shit. I picked the wrong rap in the wrong place. What the fuck does that mean? But I'm okay, fine, because I am immortal. Fighting Wolf Fist, magic, immortal. I cannot deny that he is messed up, but he is strong. Being in jail for 200 years made me Being in jail for 200 years has made me rusty. Maka-chan, would you use me if you couldn't use Soul? But even if I try to become a black technician now, I cannot defeat that wolf guy. It's better not to try to defeat him now. Let's handle the situation first. I'll help too. Cling! Okay, so he got his left arm as a blade, as a scythe blade. Then we must fight. Ready, Tsubaki-chan? Soul? Okay, right. Okay, I forgot this happened. So she just fucking, she got Tsubaki in her hands. She threw her, they stabbed this nigga head. That's it. Attack with risking his life using immortality? Yeah, this nigga's dangerous, bro. Palmed her shit again. How can I block it? Our attack will be crushed. Oh shit, she almost fucking got flung off the side of the bridge. What? No way. I'd be killed if I fall. Wolf wolves, wolf wolves. This nigga created a damn ice spear in his hand. Toss that shit. He too clean. My nigga Soul blocked that hoe. He said, Shing. Soul. Keep working. Yes, the battle continues. Wolf wolves. Wolf wolves. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, so she's swinging on her Spider-Man shit. She thinks she nice. She coming for the kick. He just fucking smacked her with his tail. Launched her shit. She trash right now. Alright, he formed an ice ball. Gonna swing this massive ass fucking weight. He makes such a big thing in a snap. He too clean. He's swinging it. Put his hand to the ground. Catch the momentum. Look at how saucy this guy is, bro. You can't hate him. You can't hate him. This boy's saucy. She managed to dodge that somehow. This guy has unusual physical ability. Alright, he's not done though. He's still moving. Look, Soul. Maka! He's swinging around some more. Shoot. Boomed her shit. You trash right now. Ice bomb. Yeah, fighting a nigga like this, I don't want to. I don't want to. Alright. Now Maka laid out. Look. Bleeding. Trash. Maka-chan. Hibusen. The rules made by Shinigami create evil and prosecute us. Rules? That's right. Ignorant rules. Human rules control the destiny of wolves all over the world. Wolves are killed when they are Wolves are killed when they are a danger to humans, and protected when the population of the wolves goes down like a puppet. We do not want such a future. It is my turn to make the rules. My anger is a natural anger towards those ignorant humans. Nigga, you human too. I guess not, huh? A demon disguised as a wolf, watching over humans, wandering around after Lamb of God. Wolves are demons. Humans said that as well. Go hide in any house, why don't you? I blow any kind of house down and find you. Okay, that'd be metaphor. Okay, Maka got up. Shoot, I feel dizzy. You look good as the Red Riding Hood. Still, Scythe, but now! I'll support then. It is a burden to use a weapon which does not synchronize with its user, not only physically, but also mentally. But after all, she is a scythe technician. Nigga like me, I'm definitely a sword technician. Hopefully specifically a katana technician. Hopefully. That's just me personally though. I don't know what kind of technician y'all would be. I think if I had to like choose, like if I couldn't be a sword technician, I think I want to be like a we'll see Killick later, but like I kind of like, I guess the kind of technician he is, like the way he fights physically with his hands, or almost like boxing gloves type of vibes. I think I want to do that if I couldn't be a katana technician or a sword technician, you know. I think maybe I could go for like a broadsword if I couldn't go for a katana, but outside of that, it's wraps for me. I got nothing else. Okay, she says, I will be strong. I will. All right, she's holding on to Soul. Shit burning her. Hey, your hands. Damn it. All right. She walked in, stabbed him. I am immortal. He rocked her shit. Fucking chicken shit. Hey, what are you doing? Calm down. Will you shut up? I have to be stronger. I can't whimper like a sissy girl. Idiot. If you could be stronger just by screaming and stomping, everyone would be doing it. Shut up. You keep saying sissy stuff. It's also your fault that our soul waves don't match. I thought you wanted to be tough. You're more cowardly than I thought. Be strong. Follow me. Shut up. You don't know anything. Yeah. Clench your fist and lock in, Tsubaki. That's enough already. Alright, they froze. Rocked her shit again. Boom. Both of you need to listen to each other. Do Soul Eater... Wait. Wait, do Soul Eater has take a Goken but their own version? No. No. Both of you need to listen to each other. You are not going to get anywhere having temper tantrums just because the other isn't listening to your opinion. Well, your partner is really like. Wait. Well, your partner is really like that, though. Black Star is just completely silly. And it is fine to me that he is that way. It is. Wait. It is, so to say, our style. Okay? As there is a way for me to train my soul, there should be a way that works for Soul and me. I was only thinking to keep up with Soul, match the strength. Even my hands would melt away burning. I'd like to be strong with Soul. I'm gonna read that back. As there is a way for me to train my soul, there should be a way that works for Soul and me. I was only thinking to keep up with Soul, match the strength. Even my hands would melt away burning. I think it's supposed to say even if my hands would melt away burning. I'd like to be strong with Soul. Fool. Even I don't have that much power. How would you try to draw a line? Hey, little demon. Lead me anywhere you like. I'd see your plan, and I'd destroy it. Then come with me. There will be insanity and ecstasy of joy waiting for you. Nice. Soul resonance! Uh-oh. Good. Couldn't be any better. Looks like the black blood started working now. My god, the resonance rate is greater than I've ever seen before. What the fuck is going on with this nigga? What is this sensation? Am I being eaten by Soul? The weapon contaminated with the black blood disturbs even its technician's mind. Now expand, the resonance rate even greater. Fuck, I'm losing myself. I'm fine. It'll be alright. Oh? Witch hunting! Okay. Go, Maka! Demon purifying waves. Interesting. Wolf tail wall. Okay, he blocked with his tail. She said, such a wall. I will defeat it. Alright, she's trying to cut through it. They're clashing against each other. It doesn't hurt. It is not hot. I am not afraid. It is not difficult. I'll never lose. I will never hurt Soul. It'll never happen again. I'll be stronger. What does that say? Hexagonal hunt. And she cut through his tail and slashed at his body. What? Oh yeah, so that technique can actually cause damage. And so he's actually bleeding. Is he done for? Not yet. Step. You. I will. She tackling him? What? The technician tackles without a weapon. Maka-chan. Maka! Oh, she took him off the fucking bridge. Go to hell. I don't know why she did this. Alright, he grabbed her by the ankle though. That's some cool shit. Soul! Oh? You're not as heavy as I thought. Ugh. What am I even saying right now? How did he do that? He's scratching at her. Did you think I'd go down alone? No, I will not. Okay, so this is before he gets cut. He's freezing her, I think. Maka, I will never let go. Slash. God, who cut at him? W move. Shuriken. Yeah. You must have missed me. We are not finished yet. I can create an ice pillar in midair and jump it to the bridge. It should be possible with my extraordinary physical power. Look, he's gonna try to come back. Oh. Oh? Wasn't it the right place to conjure the pillar? And so instead he made a freaking, he surrounded himself in ice, made himself stuck and he fell, as opposed to making ice behind him and jumping on it into the bridge. And he fell into the water. He made another easy mistake to the end. That was fun. Now I can be sure, in the course of the study of the Black Blade, I'll definitely be able to make the demon god Ch14 evolve. I'm surprised that I'd have this much difficulty. Rehabilitation, that's exactly what I need. Are you alright, Maka? Yeah, thanks. Looks like I'll need to cook for a while, by the looks of your hands. Make nice dinners for me. Of course, it will be seaweed wrapper only. Okay, she's coughing. She's coughing black blood though. She's coughing black blood though. Around that time, how am I supposed to treat those people? Eat them. Okie dokie. Screech resonance. What's that about? Such a big sword. Jet black sword. And alright, it's screeching. Chrono moves so damn weird. Alright, he's swinging his sword. And the screech slash going out. Murmur. Alright, they got all the souls right there. Now I don't have to face them. End of chapter 11. So at the same exact time, or like around the same time, I guess, as this was happening to him, huh? Alright. We're at chapter 12, written exam. I'll go ahead and change the title to 14 instead of 15. Okay. Okay, we at Shibusen. I think you've all got it down. Class is over. How's it going? Are your studies coming along well? Hold on. All the test questions have been written by me. Some of you are probably excited and some are probably terrified. Either way, do your best. Well then, dismissed. Pushed off the desk, went outside, fell because that fucking thingy right there. Well, are you studying? Nope. I wonder if the test is going to be all soul related. If so, I'm going to fail. Soul as in person soul, not the character soul. Okay. You gonna be first again this year, Ox-kun? Yeah, we'll see. That's right, I lost to Ox-kun last year and got second place. I remember his ugly ass. The cumulative test for weapons and technicians will be extreme and will be entirely written. You've got less than a week left. Okay. A test, a test, a test. I've been waiting for this. I've been preparing for the last month. Hey, have you heard the rumor that whoever gets first place on the exam gets to become a Death Scythe? What? Really? So Mama was top of her year too. I have to climb to the top no matter what. It's destiny. Alright, I'll get first place on the test and make you into a Death Scythe, Tsubaki. Yes. It's our first test. Let's do our best. It's only a test. So there's no real need to study. What? That's not right. Oh yeah, this time is Kid-kun. Oh wow, I'm not reading that right at all. Oh yeah, this time Kid-kun's here too. I've got to work hard. Look at this nigga, bro. Naka. Wave. Wave. What are you doing, senpai? Ah, Stein, I'm sending my daughter my do your best test. Wait. I'm sending my daughter do your best test aura. I see. What? Okay, carry on. Right. Wave. Wave. Maka and Soul's apartment 3 days before the test. Alright, stack of books. Alright. Last spot. Let's do it. Hey, Maka, are tests fun? Yup. You're tested on everything that you've learned up till now, and you can discover what your strengths and weaknesses are. It's kind of like a game. And there's a rumor that whoever has the highest score will get to become a Death Scythe. Technicians and weapons who want to become a Death Scythe have to do their best. I see. If this part goes like this, then what do I do with that? What's that? Silcoon is studying too? Yeah, I'm busy. Don't bug me. Yeah, Blair's bored. Play with Blair. This is funny. They popped out. Unforgivable. She broke her pencil. Okay, look at my nigga, Black Star. You never seen a nigga do some cool shit like that. Black Star in Tsubaki's apartment. 498, 499, 500. If I can't do the next problem, it's 1,000 reps of abdomen crunches. Huh? What? Huh? What? Damn it! Please stop the punishment game and let's study. I'll help you. Look, boy, flexing. Kid's house. Thompson's sister's residence. Shikadai Mansion. Study time. Serious glasses. Looks like a normal person. This is great, huh, Nichan? Yeah! Liz and Patty, both studying so diligently. What the hell are you doing? Well, my eyebrow hairs were bothering me for some reason. And she fell asleep. You're plucking your eyebrows? It would be nice if the left and right matched perfectly. Leave it to me. No way. Do you remember how long it took you the last time? 3 days? It took 1 month. This time, I'll work quickly. Please? Well, I guess there's no helping it. Alright, let's start out with the design. Die. What should I do for the concept? What kind of appeal do I want the eyebrows to have? My hair isn't capable of doing that. 1 day before the test. It's tomorrow, huh? I'm so happy that Black Star is really studying hard. If it's that kid, he's probably gotten pretty hungry. After I get out of the bath, I'll make him some Japanese food. Black Star, it's only a little bit, but have some onigiri. Huh? Professor Stein's Sugihagi Research Facility. That's bad, I shouted. Carefully. I'm just not cut out for quiet study. For an assassin, stealing a test from a professor is nothing. Growl. I'm starving. There. Oh, she. With this, I'll become a god. The god of perfect grades. Stare. Look at this nigga right behind him on some creep shit. Now he's screaming. Is it alright for you not to be studying, kid? I'm a Shinigami. I already understand subjects of souls. You guys don't look like you're working very hard either. I wouldn't want to overdo it. Alright, done. Okay, he doing some fucking seance. I get it now. Alright, I did all I could do. I should get some rest before tomorrow. I'll give it all I've got. Test day. I'm the examiner. Before we start the test, there's one thing. This is Black Star. Look at this nigga. A Black Star? Here, we have a moron who decided to try to steal the test from Professor Stein's lab yesterday. Misconduct will not be tolerated. The test is 60 minutes long. Turn over your question sheets. Okay, begin. Alright. Black Star, you idiot. Scary. Anyone who takes a test honestly is an idiot. It's like the story of the tortoise and the hare. The turtle wins easily. The world is full of restless rabbits. They all take everything too seriously. It doesn't matter how you get the points as long as you win. I've hidden cheat sheets on every inch of my body. If you don't win easily, there's no point. Winning is so nice. Winning is a chew. Is this all? How did he get caught? What? You want me to take off my underwear too? Moron. Alright, back to your seat. I was the kind of man who would forgive anything once. Shit. This is bad. Concentrate, concentrate. The first question is fill in the blank. A healthy soul requires a healthy blank and a healthy blank to inhabit. Okay, a healthy soul requires a healthy spirit and a healthy flesh to inhabit. She put skin and cuticles. That's definitely wrong. Damn it. This is definitely not cool. I still haven't answered a single question. What should I do? Well, look, I haven't given up yet. Kid is sitting right next to me. I can just cheat off of him. Damn it, this is depressing. It's not written beautifully enough. He's still writing his name. Crap, kid's useless. I remember this from the anime, I'm not gonna lie. I guess I'll just have to use the person to my left. And that is... What? They're writing with crayons? This is funny. She's using up all the yellow. Whatever she wants, huh? Question 10 is true or false. This is a trick question. But I won't fall for it. It looks like it should be false, but it's actually true. Question 10. I think it should be false. Fell for it. Okay. 10 minutes left. Shit. It looks like I'm screwed. Kid's still writing his name. And Patty is... How the fuck? She made art out of the question sheets? Oh, that says sheet, not sheets. I don't know how the fuck she did that. You bastard. I'll break your neck. Damn it, damn it, damn it, depressing. For some reason, the position K in Death the Kid is spaced wrong. I'm incompetent scum who can't even put a K in the right place. Re-erase it once more. He ripped the paper. His reaction's funny, bro. That shit, shing. What? Sensei, kid passed out. Leave him. Black Star got beat. That's so funny. So, Black Star, you're writing with blood? That's right. You saw the answers to the questions in the lab. Just tell me what you saw and leave it to me. I will inherit your iron will. Black Star, I know how you sign your name. I can't lie, this is clean. It's literally black and star, and then the L go through the A too. That shit clean, bro. That shit clean. It's over. No. It's been over since I lost my pants. I've looked it over twice. My studying paid off. What's with you? The test is over, but you're still studying? No. I was tidying up my room after it got messy from studying, and I came across this old album. Oh, it's a photo album, right? Yeah. That's you and that perverted father of yours, right? Yeah, that's me and Papa when he was just 18. Damn, 18? That boy did not avoid teen pregnancy at all. In the next one, I was being read a picture book. We got Kabakura Chupacabra, the freaking lady place. Papa-san, congratulations on the final exam result. You sent Maka your aura for 3 whole days and nights. Yeah, Maka is amazing, huh? She's at the top of her class, just like Kami-san. Blair-chan, can I ask you a favor? I want to give Maka something to congratulate her. If I were to give it to her directly, I don't think she's going to accept it. She likes books, right? Do you think you could casually ask what book she'd like and give her it as a gift? I don't know why I read it like that. I put some money in a card with a message on it in this envelope. Giggle. No, what's wrong? You really do love Maka, huh? If it's like that, then you can leave it to me. Thanks. In front of the entrance to Maka and Soul's apartment. Crap. I bought something really personal. Blair is always in need of money, so I just lost to the temptation, though I am fairly easily tempted. Come to think of it, I've got this thing. This cat witch sure is bad, huh? I'll just use magic to change the size of it. Wait, to change the size and give it as a present. Okay. Now let's go attach the card. I'm home. Maka, I've got a present from Papa. Welcome back. Huh? To congratulate you on the test. What could it... Ugh. Ugh. What the hell is he thinking giving lingerie to his own daughter? Wow. Don't you think that's a little bold? It's so transparent, I can read the calendar on the wall through it. What? Congratulations, you studied hard. This present isn't much, but I think you'll be able to enjoy it. Love, Papa. Does he want to make me into some kind of perverted daughter? That's beyond perverted. That's disgusting. Maka, I wonder if this present will bring us closer. Blair fucked up his chance. He's the worst. I hate him. Okay. Exam results announcement. Total of 300 participants. First was Maka with 100 points. Second was Ox-kun with 99 points. 27th was Tsubaki with 81 points. Soul got 35 points and at 108. That's actually my favorite 3-digit number. We got Liz with 28, and we got Patty with 2. The giraffe just happened to be worth something. That's funny. She's in 128th place. Unmentionable. Black Star and Death the Kid, 0 points. Hilarious. Alright, chapter 13. Black Dragon Part 1. Interesting. Boruto Seacoast. Run! It's a Kokuru, Black Dragon. The Black Dragon has come. That boy looks scared as hell. Ooh, yep, he dead. He dead for sure. Okay, that boy kid clean right now. Hold up, he aura farming. Boruto Sea offshore. Heave ho! Heave ho! Why the hell did we have to come all the way out here? Can't you row any faster? The other day something swallowed this town and its people. What? The entire town? Yes, the Boruto seashore silently disappeared. At least, that's what the people who were saved from the Black Dragon said. Yeah, but why are we in this rowboat? Oh, the upper arm exercise is good, I guess. That's not it. I can sense a countless number of souls in this area. There. What is it, kid? That... Oh, it's a ship. Ghost ship Nizuheg. Slight possibility that this is supposed to be a reference to Nidhogg, a dragon from Norse mythology that gnawed on the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Oh, okay, interesting. So this is the Black Dragon. Alright, Liz, Patty, after it. Eh? Wait a sec. That's a ghost ship. Monsters will definitely be in there. Oh, she said she's gonna lock in. She got them there fast as hell. Wait, Patty. Wait! Smash! Crashed right into it. Sorry. Ow. Quit fooling around. I said wait. If you're going to crash into a ship, you should crash into the center. You're mad about that? Do it over. Alright. What? So she rode them from the outside to the center behind it. Alright, let's get on board. You're both morons, really. Yo. Okay. Crap. I got distracted by your stupidity and actually came on board. It seems that there are souls on board. We're going in. Really? Let's stop. Are you serious? Is this nigga in the floor? Nasty ass. Dutch. Looks like some lively souls have shown up. That's the wandering Dutchman, Captain Nizuheg. Kanji for Nizuheg here is ghost ship. The souls to be offered to Kishin-sama have increased again. Scary. It's here. Right, he opening the door. Oh, hella souls on board. It's hella souls. There's this many? What the hell are they doing? Wait, what the hell are they going to do with this many souls? Taking souls like this is unforgivable. Is it okay if I take all these souls? Don't even joke about that. Do you want to become a Kishin? As a Shinigami, I will take care of them. What's that, boy? You're a Shinigami? What? Boom! My nigga aim dodge. He sidestepped that shit. Nizuheg. I don't know why he screamed like that, but whatever. Oh, I guess he screamed at the ship. He done fucked around and closed off Liz from the rest of the gang. She fell on her trapdoor shit. She fell down. She's your sister. Is that something to laugh about? Yeah. What is it? This ship and I are one and the same. You guys walked right into my stomach. Oh, okay. All that's left now is to digest you. Are you an evil spirit? Are you collecting all these souls? Wow, I'm tripping. What are you collecting all these souls for? Why does he look like that fat guy from Full Metal Alchemist? I'm trying to remember what you're talking about. That's funny though. I don't really understand you, Shinigami. These souls are to be offered up to Kishin-sama. Kishin? Ragnarok? That rookie is of no importance at all. The Kishin-sama who is closest to you, for that... Wait. The Kishin-sama who is closest to you, for that person's sake. The guy that was phasing through the floor? No, I meant I don't know who you're talking about in Soul Eater. Or not Soul Eater, in Full Metal Alchemist. I don't remember a guy who phased through the floor. I'm trying to remember, but I'm trying to think of who it could be. This nigga ugly as shit though. You said you might have worded it wrong. That's funny. Okay, what? Close to us? It's fine if a child doesn't understand. This ship can bring me anything, right? From the far off depths, humans are waiting for the Kishin song. Everyone wishes for power of one sort or another. However, occasionally, there are situations where that just isn't enough. Humans are craving the Kishin. This soul will be offered up to Kishin-sama. I will not give it up. Okay? He busting blicks. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots lit off. My nigga Kid too clean though. Kid-kun, I'll transform into a gun again. Okay. Okay? No. He's like, what? Impossible. Oh, okay, this is they have having a flashback right now. We know he's not gonna use her because there's only one of them and not both of them. Where am I? Patty? Kid? But I wonder if those two are okay. There shouldn't be any reason why Kid can't use a one-handed asymmetrical style with Patty. Either way, I have to get to where those two are. What's that? This ghost ship is not scary at all. Okay, back in the day, I was once Brooklyn's demon, one of the feared Thompson sisters. I'm not gonna lie, she looks crazy as fuck, bro. She kind of got aura though. Why am I here? I got high and tried mugging a Shinigami, and I guess my luck ran out. Okay, that's Patty. That's Kid. Was it this way? That's right. It's this way. Oh, damn. What? Okay, creepy ass floating little girl. I'm the ghost of a poor young girl who was eaten by this ship. I'll guide you to where your friends are. Lying. No, you're trying to trick me. I'm not lying, believe me. No. Okay. She said, shut up, quit blubbering, and come with me. Damn it. I'll kick your ass. That's funny. I'm coming. Patty Oni-chan's in trouble. Hey, get moving. Jeez, if I had to live to be about the same age as you, I would have had a nice body and everyone would say I'm sexy. Okay. She said, yes, you're probably right. Okay, he just shoot at them and they dancing. Got them niggas dancing. Where the hell is Liz? Ni-chan, it's this way. Just shut up. I'm not sure what's happening right now, can't lie. What's wrong, Shinigami? Is that all the power a god has? I haven't done anything yet. Then show me. Let me see your power. I am an evil Kishin worshipping spirit who killed innocent humans. Let's see you judge that which you call evil. I will not deny evil. I don't know anyone who is completely without some trace of evil. Everything is a balance. If good and evil were at perfect equilibrium, there would be no problem. If there was a perfect balance, dispute and discrimination would disappear. I don't care about your ideals of what God wants you to do. Don't think that all humans seek the same as you. That boy's screaming loud as hell. Like I care about that. I won't be satisfied until I've created a neat, tidy, and perfect world. Are you saying you take away others' freedom? Disgusting. I'm a Shinigami. I will never give others the freedom to kill. Meanwhile, Liz is here. Thanks for the help. What? Isn't this the deck? Nobody's here. Hey. They really did trick me. Save me. They're coming now, so be quiet, damn it. Boom. Oh. Oni-chan. Hey, Liz, fool. It's your fault that I wasn't able to use Patty. That's your fault. You won't escape. Liz, Patty, transform, let's do it. Right, okay. Alright. They done transformed. He finna blick niggas down. He grabbed the guns on some aura shit. He holding them upside down because he different. Prepare yourself. Oh shit, is that Krona? The fuck? He just got stabbed through the head. He bleeding and shit. That's Demon Sword. He just cut his head off. He's slicing his body. Where was he even at? Stab. Ragnarok. I'm assuming it's screeching. I can't really tell. What? The souls from inside the ship. They're being sucked in? Damn. Look at this boy. Let me chill. Cowardly Oni-chan. Unbelievable. That's his soul. Are you telling me that that's actually a human soul? The ghost ship was called Black Dragon. However, that kid standing over there, true Black Dragon. Did you know my blood is black? Look at his teeth. Judgment, okay? I forgot this shit. Death God Martial Arts Stance of Sin. This nigga look crazy. I'll execute you. This nigga look crazy as hell. I'm not gonna lie, he looks stupid. Okay, so that's why it was called Black Dragon. Alright, so This is the last chapter, chat. Last one. We got Black Dragon Part 2. Make sure it's proper. Okay. Everything is scary. Power. When it comes within your grasp, do you know how to use it? Where is hell? Do you know? It's inside your head. Message. No left turn. I kind of vibe with this. Okay, how many pages are there? 45, okay. Get in my way and I'll kill you. Is that so? Let's go. Poof! Disappeared on his ass. Fast. Step. To his left. What are you gonna do? Ooh, hit him with a beautiful low sweep though. Tripped his ass. Look at the way his leg moved. Like, what am I even seeing right now? Oh, yo, this part in the anime was actually fire. I can't cap. It was fire. He sweeped his leg. Got him in the air. Put the gun to him. Click. Boom. Got his ass. Victory and the like obtained through power. Is that how you free yourself from fear? Oh, he don't stop. Look. Boom, 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 boom. Blick his ass. Relax. Okay, flipping up in the air. This, I can't lie. Kid majestic as hell right now. If you really want to remove your fear... Ooh, flip so hard. Look. Got gun to face. Boom. Strengthen your soul. Hit that boy so hard it made the ship rock. Okay, he flipping backwards. Neat and tidy. Hit a T-pose on him because he got to be parallel. Did we do it? What? This thing appear from the ground? Screech beta. Okay. Boy hit a nice little uppercut slash. My attacks aren't effective at all. If even Usagi-chan couldn't understand my feelings, someone like you shouldn't be able to either, right? Usagi equals rabbit. Usagi-chan is Krona's nickname for Maka. Okay. Usagi-chan doesn't understand either. There's no way a Shinigami like you could understand. Leave me alone. Oni-chan, that kid. Yeah, you're right, Patty. The same. She's exactly the same as our old selves. Shout out Krona. Give me all your valuables. Oh, wait, hold on. Being born as a weapon, we always carried a power. Fears and such never existed. Okay, the kanji used for power is actually the kanji for gun. However, the furigami next to it says that it should be read as chikara, which means power. Sure. Okay, so she said, give me all your valuables. She got the gun to his head. Please don't shoot. Drop the bag, moron. I'll kill you. Yeah. Die, Baldy. Let's go. Next one. Walk like you're intelligent and independent. Don't let anyone figure out your true circumstances. No, that's not it. I just want to know, is that kid a boy or a girl? Oni-chan, what are you thinking about? All by yourself. Okay, interesting. Oh, that's why she said, Oni-chan, that kid. Yeah, you're right. The same. She's exactly the same as ourselves. And then she said, no, that's not it. I just wanted to know, is that a boy? Is that kid a boy or a girl? I'm pretty sure the story keeps Krona's gender vague on purpose. I always assumed it was a boy because I think they more so referred to him as a boy in the anime, but it doesn't really matter, bro. I can't cap. Nizuheg. What? He was still alive. This ship and I are one and the same. As long as the ship floats, I will never die. Greedy bastards eating all of the souls. What did you do with the rest of my head? You have no honor, making a huge fucking disturbance on someone else's boat. No honor at all. I'll destroy you all with the cannons. Ready? Aim. Fire! Alright, he got them cannons lined up. Boom, boom, boom. Set them bitches off. Look at the cannonballs floating. Look, just shockwaves. Just shockwaves and booms. Okay, he landed his cranium. Give me back my jaw. Huh? What? Depressing bastard. What the? The Makin spirit wavelength is expanding? Okay, Makin is demon sword. I hate everyone. Hate, hate. People who can't even put themselves back together will be blown away by my scream. Scream Alpha. What the fuck's the difference? Did this nigga just cut the boat? Ooh, sure did. Destroyed the fuck out of it. Let out that scream slash. Literally see it slashing through. You see the line right there? And then boom! He shook. This nigga head split. Two perfect halves. It's somehow moving. This ship is going down. Oh wait, kid, the Makin. Bye-bye, Shinigami-kun. You won't escape. Oh, Beelzebub? Oh, he making the skateboard. Making the skateboard. The Ch7 is stopping. Stopping? Sure. Alright, he took off. The Ch7-sama, who was the closest to us, for that person's sake. Close. What's that supposed to mean? Could it be that Ch7 is hiding something? Foreshadowing. Okay, the boy gone. Krona, you bitch. If they catch us, I'm taking all of tonight's dinner. Stop it. If I get any thinner, my ribcage will start to show. Okay, the sun is out. The fog is clearing. It seems like the thick fog from earlier was caused by Nizuheg. What a carefree thing to say. Alright, you stopping? Nah. What is it, kid? What are you stopping for? Is it alright not to chase them? Look at that, Liz, Patty. The fog is pointing towards the sky. It flows beautifully. The world is becoming symmetrical. Get this shit, bro. Look at his face. No way. It's flying, isn't it? Naturally. The heart of the world. Huh? Oh, refreshing. It's so refreshing. Damn it, the Makin, it got away. You let it escape when you stopped chasing it. Do you not understand this magnificence? Sorry, I'm not really into romance. That boy got split in half. He looks stupid. He's somehow floating away. He's somehow floating away. Two halves of this nigga's cranium on the freaking boat. Pushing himself away. This is hilarious to me. Okay, the souls that I had prepared for Ch7-sama were all taken. I guess I'll have to start over again from the beginning. Ch7-sama, let me set sail. Okay, we're back at Shibusen. The results of the blood test have come in. Thank you very much. What did you find? WBC and RBC counts are both normal. There aren't any problems with hemoglobin either. Looks like you're perfectly healthy. Huh? Really? I definitely coughed up black blood that time. What could it have been? Blood darkens over time, doesn't it? I think that's probably why it looked black. Capping ass. It's strange. I also definitely saw her cough up black blood through the crystal ball, but this confirms it. The black blood can be propagated through a strong resonance. For the time being, here's some medicine. Take this twice a day in the morning and evening. The medicine helps to accelerate the effect of the black blood. I'll prescribe it for the time being. Yeah, Medusa, fucking snake, bro. Dead ass. Speaking of which, how's Soul-kun? Is he still having those strange dreams about the demon? I was kind of worried about it. Huh? A demon? He came to me and wouldn't stop talking about it. If it's that, then it should be just fine. What? I haven't heard anything about that. Well, sorry, but I've got to go. Stupid girl. Wouldn't stop talking about it, so he confides more in Medusa-sensei than me, his own partner? That pisses me off. I'll find out what's going on. Okay, she stood up, going to her files. That's strange. Why did Maka's black blood, just disappear? I thought my research was flawless. Maka Albon. Where's her medical record? Gone? Did someone take it out? All right, slapped it on the table. Look at her eyes. She's so funny, bro. Is this what you're looking for? You surprised me. Wasn't that too harsh? Please don't scare me like that. Solir and Maka Alban, are you really that concerned about them? Bastard. Various things happened with those kids before, so... What's this exactly? I got it from Maka. It's medicine that I've never even seen before. This guy, how much does he know? Could he have figured out who I am? Should I kill him? That's herbal medicine that I made myself. It improves circulation and strengthens one's pulse. I'm not lying, the black blood is for the most part the same as regular blood, so the herbal medicine is effective. Do you find my interest in Eastern medicine strange? I just want to do what's best for both Maka and Soul. Ahahaha. Isn't that nice? How sweet of you. But is that something a doctor would do? Or a witch? Huh. Okay. Hey, that's so mean. Are you trying to say that there's something wrong with my looks? That's sexual. Oh, that's sexual harassment. If you're worried about looks, you should be more concerned about Spirit Senpai than you should about me. And then he pushed off the desk, left out the door, fell over, dumbass. That's my chair. Whew. For a moment, intent to kill. Shit. I'm freaking shaking. Fear. Thank you. I had started to forget. Well then, what to do? Oh yeah, he's figured her out. He's figured her out. Stein a real nigga. Okay. Kids showing back up at school. Liz, Patty, you guys go back to the mansion. Where are you going, kid? It ended up being quite an eventful trip, didn't it? I'm exhausted. There's something I'd like to ask my father about. Okay, this nigga really just be wheeling around in a chair? How was it? There's no mistake. What about the location of Medusa's house? I've confirmed it. Don't go in too far. Well, we need proof, don't we? If she's using Soul Protect, she won't appear to be anything but a normal person. If there's any evidence that she's a witch, Shinigami-sama will know what to do. Okay, yep. They're investigating her. I can see her snake's tail. Now I just have to wake her up. Eruka. I'm talking to you through the snake that I placed inside your body. Just like before, inside the attaché case. Whatever the fuck that means. Yes, that's it. Hurry. The rest, you should already understand, correct? Okay. I got my nigga Sid. He's sneaking around on his ninja shit. It's open. Is it a trap? Oi. Is this a doctor's room? The characters around that magic circle are definitely used by witches. A diary? I'm stealing a look at a woman's diary. I didn't think I was that kind of man who would... I didn't think I was that kind of man who would do that sort of thing. This is... She knows this much about Shibu-sen? Could it be Medusa's goal is that? So that's why she's been studying the black blood. This is bad. She's planning on doing it during tomorrow's party. I have to hurry and tell the professor and Shinigami-sama. Alright, a bomb rolled in. He pulled out the knife on some cool shit. What the hell are these bastards? Okay. Excuse me. Croak. Oh shit! And they blew up. Boom. How do you like it? The taste of my egg bombs. I love destruction. It's a good thing I was born a witch. Okay. Father, there's something I want to ask you about. Thank you. Nice to see you. Good work. So you met with the Makin? What's wrong, Kid-kun? I may be a Shinigami, but I'm still a kid. There's still a lot of things that I don't know. However, This is something that I want to know as a Shinigami. The Kishin closest to us. What does that mean? Yo, when his face get like this, that shit creepy as hell a little bit. The humans and gods both have weaknesses. In order to bury those weaknesses, we seek power. Fear and desire are like opposite sides of a coin. That's not it. I didn't come here to listen to that speech. The Kishin closest to us. It has something to do with the reason that you're unable to leave Shibusen, right? Nice and clearly, I want you to tell me. It says, usually translates this phrase as neat and tidy, but here he's using it to lead into the next thing he says, wanting it to mean I want you to tell me in a neat and tidy manner, but I couldn't figure out how to phrase it. Okay. Chapter 14 end? That's it? That was it, nigga? Okay, wait. Wait. 35, 34, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Damn, that was it? Fuck. Okay. All right. We at the end. We at the end, chat. We at the end. Damn. So we're gonna read the next volume next week. So that'll be chapters 15, 14, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so how many volumes are in chapter, and then the next, or was this the fourth volume? The fifth volume. How many chapters are in the next volume? So it would be chapter 19. How many chapters in chapter 9? Let's go to chapter 19. Wait, it's part 4. Does it say? It doesn't say. Oh, they're at volume 6. Okay, so wait, what? Huh? Oh wait. 19. No, I read that was too far. Right, 15. Oh, this is volume 5. Okay. Okay, so I think we'll be able to read 8 chapters next reading session. So we'll do volume 5 and volume 6. So it'll be chapters 15 through, it's looking like 22. So we'll do 8 chapters next read along, and then we'll do just 2 volumes, right? Yeah, so it'll be 15, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's actually perfect. I'm not gonna lie, it's perfect. All right, chat. What time is it? Damn. Now, let me see if my brothers are still on Rivals. Let me see if my brothers are still on Rivals. W reading session. I'm gonna upload that video for Friday. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Because they are currently playing Rivals. I've been playing for 28 minutes. Let's see if I can catch a game. See if I can catch a game, chat. Let's see if they still got some games left in them with ye old me. If not, we might close it with a little bit of Marvel Snap. And then that'll be today's stream. Quick question. Who is Thanatos' first baby mama? That's the question we all want to know, man. That's the question we all want to know. Him getting stabbed like that was still so crazy. Let's spectate a little bit. Okay, he's playing Psylocke. Okay, wait, so playing Psylocke, he's playing Emma Frost, he's playing okay, I might play this character when I join them. Wait, you and I both know that he has descendants, so I'm trying to figure out who was crazy enough to fall in love with him and have his kids. I'm trying to tell you, we asking the same questions, bro. This has been a thing, a conversation for a while. I think I had this conversation with Faces a long time ago. I don't know who possibly let bro crack. I don't know, man. But you're just know that you're asking the right questions. You're asking the questions that we all want to be answered. Because the thing about it is though, like, how can he have descendants, but it's almost implied that Ilios can't or doesn't, unless you want to say that because of his heat he can't have kids, which would kind of make sense, I guess. But that means that the other brothers, or at the very least, like, Katagita may not be able to have kids as well, but then at the same exact time, it's like, if he's Enosh, then at the very least, he should be able to, we should at least keep some, like, biblical consistency, like what I was talking about with the read-along, to where he almost needs to have kids, you know what I mean?
I have reawakened.
Need some ranged firepower.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Damn. I wonder what level he is.
I'm back. Mind
Damn, they came back at the same time. That's crazy.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Extermination!
I hate when I get a I hate when I get a damn when somebody say something that was obvious. It's like, bro, are we serious? I just asked my brother if they're still on, right? Like, obviously he answered the text message, but he answered the text message. This nigga said hop on. Now realistically, Why the fuck would I ask if you're still on if I didn't plan to get on, bro? Come on. Like, let's be real. Sometimes niggas really piss me off, man. Why would I ask if y'all are still on if I didn't plan to get on, bro? What the fuck is we doing, bro? Are we dead ass? I feel like that really grinds my gears. I feel like that really grinds my gears. All right, let me looking need to take my my whatchamacall off. Let me put my headset on and join the Discord. Maybe one day, you know, I'll have Discord set up for the stream, but today is for sure not that day, I promise you. Today is for sure not that day. When I was on Discord the other day in the thingy though, the game felt quite too loud, so I'm gonna go in game settings real quick, and I'm gonna turn master volume down by like that much, right? All right, let me join this. Okay. He said, but would that make a difference if they were descendants of the Adamos brothers? Would they be able to handle the talent more better than the users? Potentially. 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 Because Milker of the Year? Whoa, what the fuck?
Victory is in my sight.
Hold on.
Jean may not be here, but she's always with me.
So and that's why it needs to be dove into, because the very nature of saying that Ilios can't have kids, but then saying in that same season that Thanatos has descendants, it doesn't make sense. So we have to explain why Thanatos can have descendants and why Ilios can't have kids, because the very nature is supposed to be that they might, or it should be possible. I think Okeanos and like Vatic could be seen as potential descendants as well. I would really like for Vatic to actually be a subtle descendant, or somebody who is supposed to be descended from them, or yeah, from like Okeanos' lineage at least, because they look very similar. So I feel like it would be very easy to make that connection. But I don't really know how to explain Ilios not having kids or not having descendants, but Thanatos having descendants, unless it's simply that Ilios, because he is hot, literally cannot have children. Like the nature of his talent and his being stops him from having kids, whereas how the fuck? Whereas Thanatos and like Katagita and like at least specifically Okeanos might be a little different though, you know? That's kind of how I could see it if it was explained that way. I've only died, huh? Yeah. I'm not really doing any damage, bruh. Or I'm doing damage, but I'm not really getting any kills. It's because it's my first game on, Zion. Don't be a dickhead, bro. Seriously.
I have a feeling we haven't seen
Yo, this the type of shit that make a nigga get off. Seriously. It's my first game on, Zion. You niggas been playing for 30 minutes. It's literally my first game on Cyclops. It takes me a minute to warm up. You know, this how niggas lose team morale, right? That nigga's name is the Hood's Girl.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I literally said that at the start of the game. Yeah, really. I'm the person who brought it up.
If the battle's not done, neither am I.
Perfect shot. I'm counting on you, friends.
I don't give up quite that easy.
You stop them in their tracks. It feels like the spirit of the city just the enemy has faded away.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Yeah.
I'm an X-Man. Always come back.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
I'll never turn down.
Us against the world.
sure didn't train
Better stop
quitters.
that vehicle. Don't give them another inch, or else.
Oh, wow.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Most final hits by the end of it, by the way. Bitch ass Zion. I'm gonna remember that shit, man. I'm gonna remember that shit. I'm gonna remember that shit. I'm gonna remember that shit, nigga. I'm gonna remember that shit. I'm gonna remember that shit, bro. I remember that shit, man. Bitch ass brothers. Niggas always talking shit, man. Love my family, but I don't know. Something about that nigga. I don't know. He irked me. He been irking me these days.
You'll need a
He been irking me
top-notch
these days. I
vehicle
can't
for this
cap.
one.
He been really irking my nerves. To answer your question, Rainbow, would it be generic plot if the woman he had kids with died to a certain reason and he got mad because of it, which is why he turned evil? I think it would be generic, but I just don't think it would fit his like what he's been perceived as so far. It wouldn't feel fully justifiable for him to want to become a god or a godlike being or seen as a god on earth because his wife died. You know what I mean? Or I guess you could, unless you want to say that even then it's like he doesn't just want to be a god, he wants to be immortal. So in episode 24, when we see him, his entire thing is like wanting to live a long life. It has nothing to do with like procreation or kids or anything like that. So it just wouldn't fit within the narrative that we've already been set up as a whole. You know?
This is time to focus, Emma. Not flirt.
I should have seen if I had the most damage in that match too.
In 5, 4, 3, 2,
Bitch ass brothers.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I had you in my sights. You never stood a chance.
We are in this hunt. Prepare yourselves. Maximum impact.
Sorry, Rainbow, I'm being quiet. I'm not being a W streamer because I gotta lock in because I gotta prove a point. I have to prove a point.
Double kill! That's 3! You're halfway there. Keep going! Let's get Spider Zero where she needs to go. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
You have earned my respect, Director Han.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Tread carefully. Alchemax is always watching.
Where
These niggas in my ear talking crazy. I can't lie.
Don't blink. Armor cracks are enough.
Behold the god of thunder!
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way. Double KO! Step aside.
We must swiftly navigate this urban jungle. Maximum impact!
Another epic victory!
MVP by the way. 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 MVP. MVP by the way. MVP by the way. $7,000 damage. Triple kill, 7,000 damage. 12 final hits. Ugh.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my sight.
Show the people your highlight. I couldn't. I'm not in control, so. I'm practicing Cyclops for tomorrow's gameplay on stream. I'm gonna talk about Ordeal tomorrow too though. He said never mind. Simmered Rage was in there. Yeah, this bitch ass nigga tried to play me. This bitch ass nigga tried to play me on stream. Like, he talking about, y'all can't hear him, but he's like, he's like, Jay's not doing the best. Jay's not really doing the best. I had to, mind you, I had my mic muted, so I had to unmute my mic and tell him it's cause I'm fucking warming up, nigga. This is my first game on all day. I haven't played this game all day. This bitch ass nigga wanna point me out and show and talk about my stats. Nigga, we all not doing good. The fuck, the game just started and it's my first game on all day. No, I'm not doing good. I'm fucking warming up. Alright?
All you need to do is
Now I gotta show niggas that this shit not a game. I gotta show niggas shit not sweet. Bitch ass nigga trying to play me. I don't know. He really irking a nigga nerve. That's why I'm being quiet, cause this nigga keep trying to show me, or to hoe me. I gotta keep fucking proving myself each time, every single time. Oh, these guys are getting fucking murked up. Oh, brother.
double KO.
And see, this why I don't be wanting to join Discord. That's why I don't be wanting to join Discord and talk to these niggas or listen. I just want to play and be in the presence of them. Don't want to hear them. I'm so cool off that. Like, I'm just so cool off just like being inside the Discord. Just like I can just cool. I can do all this amazing gameplay without being in the Discord, bro. I promise you. I'm gonna have to deal with the Iron Man myself. Oh, he got me. Troop troll tech must be studied. It's not troop though.
I'm an X-Man. We always come back.
It's not troop though. This is my blood relative. Am I doing ass? Hell yeah, I am. Let me deal with the Iron Man. Got him. A little bit of lag. Good. Let me put my headset back on because I'm playing this game without sound right now. We have proof that that's not a good idea, so let me put my headset back on. You said this bait reminded you of True? Fuck them both. Let me chill.
Knew I saw trouble. Oh yeah. Eat optic blast.
Thank you, dear.
Keep trying to. I just gotta keep showing like why I'm like really him, bro. Like I have to.
Executioner!
Why is he down here? There's a lot going on right now, bro. Nice. Oh, he's playing Emma. Okay, I thought he was playing. The Jubilee.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I'm hungry, bro. I gotta eat. Yeah, that was crazy. I can't lie. My brother just said something crazy in my ear, bitch. Wow. It is hard to kill Jubilee. I can't lie. They can't hear me right now, but... Oh, no! Oh, I just saved myself. That was so amazing. Oh, my gosh. That was amazing. Oh, my gosh. That was amazing. And I still died. Oh, my gosh. The way I just saved my life right there. Y'all witnessed a beautiful mistake into a beautiful recovery. How did he really get the kill off like that? That's crazy. A beautiful mistake into a beautiful recovery. Did y'all see that shit? I really almost fell to my demise and came back. I just got back and we all died, bro. Actually, not even we all died. I died.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Okay, let's...
I'm an X-Man. We always come back.
Ionic burst. Aha! There.
I need help. I need help. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, please, 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 please. Oh, health pack. Oh, nigga, you trash. I'm gonna die. That's so ass. Is your brother still talking trash? No, everybody's focused. But I have to continually prove a point. I have to. Oh my goodness. I just have to. It's just in my nature now. Only because we're related. If it was somebody else, I wouldn't care.
No more holding back!
Is crawling with predators. Stay close.
It just rubbed me the wrong way because I just joined. And he only singled out me as opposed to everybody else as a team. And then he want to switch it to Spider-Man. Like, nah. Nah. Don't pick on the Spider-Man that's doing bad now when we was all doing bad now. That wasn't a good ult. I couldn't finish anybody up right there. I spread damage around though, but
We X-Men beat death a
he's
long
Lord?
time
Oh shit, he is Lord. He is Lord. That Devil Dino is Lord. That's crazy. Oh, he ulted us, bro. He ulted us. Okay. I feel the need to switch, but I don't know who to switch to. I want to switch to a second tank or a triple or another support, but I don't know which one, like what would do the job basically. I don't know what would do the job basically. But we do need damage to deal with what they have. We just don't have, we're just not having good shot selection right now. Can't lie. He's holding all, like, 4 of us right here, so... The Devil Dino's blocking a lot of what I'm trying to do, so I might have to switch to, like, the whatchamacallit? The Puerto Rican Prince. Can't lie. Oh, nice, 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 nice. With the hood do the trick, yeah. I'm switching to the hood because well, I guess I didn't really have to, but the devil dino is bullet fodder, so he'd like help me charge up and help me like do a lot of damage to them. Plus I could get in and get out a lot easier. So I didn't really need to switch, but I ended up didn't perform very well, not gonna lie. Personally, just didn't perform well personally, but it's okay. Didn't perform well personally, but it's okay. I'm gonna play Jubilee this game. Fuck wrong with him. Sorry, I'm stimming, I'm sorry.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Cover your ears. Jubilee is here. Screw the light. I'm giving into my dark side.
30 seconds before
Emma
the
Frost
clock.
is the brother that's playing the Jeff's friend. They go to school together. Oh, hold on, wait, hold on. I was gonna text somebody, but I can't. I got a fucking pocket heal. Wait 1 second, let me lock in. He died in front of me. He died in front of me. We don't have a... No, we don't. Oh, this thing is getting beat up, bro.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Probably gonna die here. Fuck. I tried to ult and push us forward, but I died. So
This party isn't over till opposite
Ooh, no. Ganky, please stay in my circle, please. Oh, this is bad. Where'd he go? I'm trying my hardest to keep him alive, bro. Where? Oh, he was back there. I was healing first. I didn't want to pop ult right there. I want to pop ult to push us forward as opposed to like defend us right there, I guess. But I'm not sure. I think she could kill through my ult, so it probably wouldn't have been smart anyway. Oh no, I'm lagging. There it is. How the fuck did I end up there? Okay, I'm gonna ult and then probably switch.
Horsemen of Apocalypse don't go down so easy.
Okay. No, I got counter ulted, but it's okay. No. No. I'm trying, chat. I'm trying, chat. I got hella healing. My goodness. They're pushing up further than I can like keep up with a little bit, not gonna lie.
Never thought I'd care so much.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Please, get up. No. Yes. No. Alright. Oh my gosh, bro. Thank you. I deserve Ace. This shit is not easy right now. I wish I had a hood right now, I'm not gonna lie. Just so that I could,
Was that
33,000 heals. 33,000 heals. 24-4. Another MVP. Another MVP. Another MVP. $20. $20. See ya. GG's. Fuck out of that fucking Discord. Me out of here. Alright, chat. I think we just ended off on like, oh, actually let me check real quick. That's not it. Here, history. That was what? 4 games, and we won 3 of them, and we only lost the game I needed to warm up on. Hell yeah. Did good. Look at the damage. Look at the damage. Look at the final hits, man. I was spreading damage around, cleaning niggas up. Come on. Come on. Got an MVP on Cyclops the following game. The following game, we got MVP. 12 final hits. Most damage. Triple kill. Most KOs. Come on. Game after that, I didn't do that well. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't do that well. I was not the best DPS on the team. But I still had the most damage. I still spread hella damage around. I just needed people to finish it up. They could have had more final hits if they finished it up, but they was getting cooked a little bit too. Still had second most. I had most damage. Second most KOs in the game, by the way. Just under him. And then finishing it up, switching roles completely, I played strategist, and we got 33,000 healing. 33,000 healing. 24 KOs. Same amount of KOs as him. That means I was participating, hella damage, most heals in a match, most assists in a match. I was participating, okay? I was participating. Yeah. W stream, W streamer, W games, I can't cap. W games. We only played 4 games. And we basically washed on all 4. Alright, honestly, we washed on the last 3. And we only lost the game I warmed up on. So, first game on the entire day, by the way. I literally haven't played all day. Solid stream, I can't lie. I'm gonna go ahead and start the I'm gonna do the freaking video for Friday. I'm gonna do that tonight. So I don't really have to do it tomorrow. I need to shower, so I'm probably gonna do that now. And then tomorrow's stream is gonna be Marvel Rivals. And we're gonna be playing Cyclops all day. And that's hilarious. No, I'm finna get off. I'm gonna be playing Cyclops all day. We're gonna get Cyclops the next character to Lord because I play him more than I play Punisher, and we don't have a duelist at Lord. So we have all these tanks. We have these freaking we have all these freaking tanks. We have all these strategist Lord, but we don't have a duelist Lord. So that's the next character we're gonna get Lord, and he's gonna come out with the skin pretty soon. I think on the 20th. So Eventually I'll get the money to properly purchase that, because I spent a large amount of money today on Smart Marvel Snap for no reason. But outside of that, chat, I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. W stream. Again, I'm gonna work on the video, the reaction video. Very long video, longer than I was expecting, nearly 3 hours. Shout out Nara. W content thief on my part, I can't cap. But we are expanding conversations. We are expanding conversations. We are investing, we are looking at different avenues Ordeal story can be taken. So it's not really content thief if we're expanding the conversation. I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow though. Y'all have a great night. And I think I'm gonna make the Ordeal discussion tomorrow into a video as well. Something I'll probably put out on Sunday, if not the next week, but we'll just see. I got a couple things I'm working on. I just got a